No. Oh, we should get down. No.
Good morning.
عشان شو تلتقط؟ لا عشان ما تقدرون تلتقط. ايش عشان؟
Councillor Jones, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Dr. Chaudhry, we can hear you.
You have an echo.
Jackie, can you hear both of us? Hello?
Internet connection is unstable.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Internet
yes,
connection is unstable.
you're fine now.
Okay.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, Dr. Chaudhry, if you could put your microphone on mute for a minute, that might be helpful.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I
Can
can
you hear me?
Yes,
I can hear you too. No problem.
good.
I can hear you too.
Yes, I heard that. Thank you. Just,
Okay, thank you.
we'll try to start this all over again. Good morning. On behalf of the Liberian Studies Association, its board of directors and members, I would like to welcome all of you to the third and last day of our conference. My name is Muhammadu Jones. It's hard to imagine how fast these 2 days have gone. They've been filled with very, very great scholarly work and discussions. The body of work that the participants have shared has certainly been enlightening, informative, and contributes greatly to Liberian scholarship. We would like to remind attendees that there are several publications in the back of the program of recent and oncoming bodies of scholarship and work by folks who are interested in Liberia that's very, very useful, both for academia, for general knowledge, but most importantly, this would be an opportunity for us to promote and continue to inspire members of the LSA, non-members, and academicians to do scholarly work about Liberia. Today, our guest speaker is Dr. Yedamoy Pal Chaudhry. He is a keen Africanist, and I dare say a Liberianist. Dr. Chaudhry, whom I didn't have the honor of studying with, is well known among Liberians who attended either Cuttington or the University of Liberia during the 1970s and 80s. He served as acting president of Cuttington, the dean, and for many years was chair of the social science division, and at another point in time was chair of the Department of History at the University of Liberia. He's probably one of the very few who chaired departments at both of Liberia's universities at that time. He certainly has continued to work. He is the current chairman and director of the Institute of Civil Service Aspirants in Salt Lake, Kolkata, India. And previously he served as vice chancellor of Vidyastha University, Midapur in India. Dr. Chaudhry knows Liberia very well. He's lived there, as we said. He's studied Liberia. He's published in regards to Liberia. His most recent book on African diplomatic history was entitled Whitehall and the Black Republic, a study of colonial Britain's attitude towards Liberia, 1914 to 1939. I would certainly commend that book to folks who are interested in that aspect of Liberia and its relationships with a great power of Britain. Dr. Chaudhry earned his PhD in African diplomatic history at the Center of West African Studies, University of Birmingham, United Kingdom. He had previously studied history at the Presidency College in Kolkata at the University of Calcutta. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome Dr. Chaudhry, our guest speaker.
Good morning to all scholars from Liberia, wherever you are. I feel especially honored for being invited to deliver this keynote address of the 52nd Annual Conference of the Liberian Studies Association. The only other time I have spoken to the members of the LSA was way back in 1977, when the annual conference was held at Macomb, University of Western Illinois. That was 44 years ago when I was teaching at Cuttington. It was an exciting experience to meet and have face-to-face interaction with a large number of Liberianists. Unfortunately, COVID-19 did not allow us to do that this time. But despite such an insuperable obstacle, the LSA managed to hold its annual conference at this prestigious Cornell University campus. Speaks a lot about the commitment and the ability of the office bearers of the LSA. As a historian, he has spent about 14 years of his life teaching Liberian history at Cuttington and at the University of Liberia, and in my own humble way, tried to contribute to the corpus of knowledge about the past of the Liberian country. I feel obliged to express my deep sense of gratitude to the team which made that happen. The team, as you know, is led by Dr. Daniel Turner Smith, professor at the Department of African Studies, Syracuse University, and the present president of the LSA. Ms. Jackie Saib of the Institute for African Development at Cornell University, and the current General Secretary of the LSA. I think I should mention that I had the privilege of having Jackie in my class of Liberian history at the University of Liberia some 40 years ago. By remembering me, even after 40 years, Jackie, perhaps, I repeat, perhaps, has conveyed a message that I was not that useless as a teacher. Jackie, thanks a lot for creating a situation, for enabling me to nurture some inflated opinion about my teaching ability. Lastly, I wish to thank profusely Honorable Mohammed Jones, parliamentarian and member of the LSA Advisory Board, for saying so many good things about me. I feel humbled. I wish I deserve so much of praise. You are aware the title of the topic I have chosen to speak on is Exercising Truncated Sovereignty. I do not wish to indulge in any hair-splitting arguments about what really constitutes sovereignty. By and large, you all agree that it is an attribute which distinguishes a state from other organizations or associations. It has two aspects, internal and external. Internally, it gives the state power over the territory it controls and the people who live there, supreme authority, including coercive power. Externally, it empowers the state to deal with other states, sign treaties, declare war against them, etc. The burden of my argument is that, for a variety of reasons, the Republic of Liberia, on many occasions, abnegated or was forced to abnegate some of these responsibilities that have devolved upon it. Some of these are minor, some are major. Sometimes it is partial, sometimes it is a large chunk consisting of vital matters of state. In other words, the Republic of Liberia exercised what I term truncated sovereignty. The period starts from July 26, 1847, when the Republic of Liberia was born as an institutional personality. My study ends on December 3rd, 1930, when President King resigns and Edwin Barclay takes over the office of the President of Liberia. In my opinion, after that, the Republic of Liberia attains adulthood, and the Liberian state asserts its sovereign rights in all areas, nationally and internationally. I have preferred to elaborate on this theme with a quotation from C.L.R. James, the great Marxist intellectual from Trinidad, who, in his book, Beyond the Boundary, apparently a book on cricket, said, "What do they know of cricket who only cricket know?" I feel sorry for bringing cricket into that discussion on Liberia, especially when I know that the bulk of the participants are from Liberia and America, countries do not play cricket. But Beyond the Boundary is not a book just on cricket. The author raises some searching questions, including racism, colonialism, imperialism, and cricket in the Caribbean islands in those days had all of it. As an admirer of C.L.R. Jones and as a serious student of Liberian history, I'm emulating him by saying, what do they know of Liberia who only Liberia know? For knowing why the state of Liberia behaved the way it did, one must know the real nature of colonialism, imperialism, and racism of the time. Our job will be to analyze that. If we talk about the examples of abnegation of responsibility for the period up to World War I, we find that loss of territory to the neighboring British and French colonies was an important factor. European powers were careful in dealing with Liberia because they did not want to annoy its founder, the USA. Liberia was not a victim of the partition of Africa at the Berlin Conference. But snatching away of Liberian territory using gunboat diplomacy or nibbling at Liberian land, both by the British and the French, was a regular event. The arrival of the governor of Sierra Leone, Sir Arthur Havelock, with a flotilla of gunboats demanding a huge amount of compensation for alleged destruction of property of English traders, and claiming as an area as owned by the British colony is a glaring example. Bronwen Everell, in her book Abolition and Empire in Sierra Leone and Liberia, published about 9 years ago, calls it an example of imperialism in Africa. Usual delay in delimitation and actual demarcation was used by the neighbors to acquire illegitimate land from Liberia. In 1871, when E.G. Roy went to London, he apparently agreed to the British Foreign Secretary's suggestion that the eastern frontier for the Sierra Leone to be extended to the banks of Sulima River. Even Sir Harry Johnston, the British, commented that by accepting this, E.G. Roy gravely compromised the rights of his government. Both the British and the French invoked the so-called doctrine of effective occupation. They used to say that the test of proof that a land belongs to a country is that they must occupy that effectively. And by using the doctrine, they snatched Liberian territory because they say that Liberia did not control that. It is true that the government of Liberia did not have that much of control over the interior, failure, which rendered it resulted in loss of territory. The game of colonial encroachment of Liberian territory went on till 1907, involving the French and the British till 1911. The second example of the what we call the lack of use of sovereignty, or use of truncated sovereignty, will be exemplified by the economic situation of Liberia. The condition of the Liberian economy of this period presents a very grim picture. Initially, the settlement did not face much of financial problem. The American Colonization Society between 1918 and 1966 spent about $2.5 million for the settlement. Besides, there are liberal grants from the US government to take care of the few captives. Tom Schick's book, Behold the Promised Land, published in 1977, and several articles, especially the one done by Dr. M.B. Akpan, entitled The Liberian Economy in the 19th Century, in the State of Agriculture and Commerce, published in the LSA Journal of 1975, give a good picture of the situation. But after the American Civil War and the subsequent Emancipation Edict of 1865, very few blacks left the USA for Liberia. Consequently, the subsidy ceased to flow. At one stage, Some settlers did rather well by growing coffee, sugarcane, or cotton. Some got engaged in coastal and overseas trade. Liberian sailing ships or cargo boats were going to Europe and the USA. But this prosperity did not last long. Depression, fierce competition from Brazil, Venezuela, and Java hit the Liberian producers of cash crop very hard. An introduction of steam ships which provided cheaper, faster, and more regular services. And the formal creation of colonies after Berlin Conference and the inclination of the European colonial powers to trade with their own colonies scuttled the short-lived Liberian boom. Working for the government or the church or the limited number of schools were the only career possibility for an educated Liberian elite. But the influential Liberians hardly paid any tax to the government. The government coffer remained empty. The interior remained almost totally outside the purview of activities of the government in Monrovia. In the meantime, European firms had developed interest in trade in Liberia on a regular basis. British merchants were said to own about 40 factories on the Liberian coast. Quite a few firms from continental Europe, Vermont, which had some help, Muller, and from Germany, and OSC, a company which is spelling is High Dutch for me, so I prefer to abbreviate OSC, Oost Afrikaans Campaign, perhaps, played a significant role. Liberian trade in the second half of the 19th century were controlled by them. After the Port of Entry Law of 1865, the collection of customs revenue was regularized, became more certain as a source of revenue. But trade volume was very small, and the collection from customs was not at all great. Therefore, after the withdrawal of the ACS, the US grant, the state coffer passed through a perennial state of crisis. Government agents in Monrovia were already willing to advance loan to the hard-pressed Liberian treasury, as well as to individual government members. So a habit developed of outsourcing state responsibilities, like collection of revenue, to non-Liberian institutions and the procurement institutions. Government enjoyed a Liberian government monopoly as agent for procurement of labor force of all shipping and collected the Liberian head tax $1 per man of rice. Other source of government income was $4 levy of contract laborers shipped to other West African states. In other words, the tendency they developed of outsourcing responsibilities of the state to non-Liberian institutions. This amount was, total amount would be something about $10,000 or $12,000 a year during the pre-First World War period. But these were trickles. What Liberia needed was a significant infusion into the state treasury, which could only come from a government-sponsored system where financial organizations participated actively. Liberia's appeal to US President Grant for a loan of $500,000 and the deal with the London bank over a loan of $500 signed the same year in 1871 testify to this. France's response to this request was that the US government could not do much about it. Liberia could enter this US economic market and arrange for the loan. And we all know that E.G. Roy went to London and signed an agreement with a company, London Bank, and got some money from them, I think $500,000. And we know that the actual money that the Treasury of Liberia got was very, very small. I also know the disasters that ensued this and how this led to his death and the pandemonium in Liberian politics. When Arthur Barclay entered the picture, there are two occasions he had sent people to Liberia, into London, and on one occasion he himself went there looking for an investor to develop the economy. There, the nature of investment from the British was very peculiar. What they did was to rechristen moribund companies which are almost dead. They renamed them and sent them to Liberia. They're not serious about investment. Liberian Development Company, Liberian Rubber Corporation, and permission to explore minerals, etc. Sometimes they appointed people who are very famous. Sir Harry Hamilton Johnston was a very famous man, as an administrator. And he came to Liberia for several years here. The product was output of what he did, the short wrote in Carisburg. He wrote 2 books on Liberia, which are very good, but no investment, no financial benefit for them. Then comes the question of Barclay-Card Agreement. Well, not about that finance and police, including Liberian Frontier Force and judiciary. The British government was supposed to supply them, but the salary was paid by the Liberian government, and this resulted in a very serious threat to sovereignty of Liberia. We know that the Liberian Frontier Force was headed by the British called Captain Mackay Cadell. One day he was found marching with his soldiers in the streets of Monrovia, and he said that they are mutinied, I can't control them. Naturally, it is a great threat to Liberian sovereignty. Luckily, some Liberian officials acted very intelligently. They went to the British Consul's office and asked them to vacate the premises because they could not guarantee their security. The British government understood the problem, so eventually prevailed upon Cadell to be quiet. Now, this sort of incident, by appointing a foreign official as head of police of the Liberian Frontier Force, was definitely a great threat to sovereignty, and that is very unusual in independent state to do. This incident led Liberia to give up their desire to have investment from England. Now they went to America. In 1909, the mission went to USA and talked about loan, help. The International Customs Society was formed in 1912. The USA was the head, and the British, the German, and the French as general receivers. We know that this functioned well for a period of just for 3 years till the outbreak of the First World War. The problem is that you are handing over the major source of income to be administered by 4 foreign powers, headed by America and participated by Britain, Germany, and France. That is outsourcing your responsibility as a state to a group of foreigners. The Liberian legislature, when they read the terms and conditions of this agreement, they said that there's no Liberian on the Customs Commission. Why shouldn't there be any Liberian Customs Commission? Number two, the government dues, very small. You can't run a government with that money. But nobody cared about the opinion expressed by the legislatures of Liberia. Frederick Starr is an important writer, American writer, who knows Liberia, has written a very good book on Liberia. He wrote an article on the Journal of Negro History on this customs receivership decision. He said that why should the country have 4 receivers, all foreign, and pay their salaries? You can have just one receiver, American receiver, held by 2 Liberian assistants. And the revenue is so small, it's mostly used by salary payment of the foreigners. But one thing is sure, that for about 3 or 4 years, the financial situation was reasonably settled and not that disturbing. When the First World War broke out, Liberia was in trouble. The major business partners were the British and the Germans. Both are belligerents. If they did not cooperate with Liberia, it would be difficult for Liberia to carry on trade, customs duty, and therefore the economy will be endangered. So all the decisions they made during the First World War were based on American advice. The Liberian government did not make any decision on their own. When the war broke out, America declared neutrality, Liberia declared neutrality. When war progressed and America was tilting towards the Allied powers, Liberia was advised to sever diplomatic relationship, and they did. When America declared war, Liberia declared war too. So this is a unique situation where the foreign policy of the country is entirely dependent on the advice of another country. When the crisis started, economic crisis, because of lack of trade, because of stoppage of elder Dempster companies' vessels to come to Liberia, Germans would not come. Liberia depended entirely on borrowing money from the Bank of British West Africa. You had to beg the manager of the bank for money to survive. They used to get $9,000, say, a month, and the limit was $100,000. And when that limit reached, that problem. Liberia could not pay salary to the employees. It was a real bad situation. And at one stage, they even toyed the idea of requesting the British government to take over the country or have some sort of alliance agreement like they had with other countries. Liberia fulfilled all the promises made to the Allied powers when they declared war. But Allied powers did not keep their promises. when Liberia was shelled by German submarine, destroying the cable and wireless stations, killing about 4 people, of which one was a child. They only got sympathy, but no real help. This is the unfortunate situation about Liberian situation. After the World War was over, Liberia was invited to go to Versailles as a member of the Allied group. First time, a small republic, the Western African coast, sat on the global high table. Articles 238 to 240 of Treaty of Versailles devolved on Liberia. Liberia demanded compensation of about $3.97 million, but got only about $68,000. They already had 38,000 pounds by selling German property, the stoves and the goods of German businessmen who had left the country. And the Reparation Commission gave them 29,000 pounds. So they're very disappointed. Still had nothing to say. They accepted the money and left the corporates. During this war, Liberia tried to have a big loan from America. It was proposed that Liberia would be given $5 million loan, and America will make an elaborate program to reorganize Liberian administration. 20 American officials would come to Liberia, control nearly all aspects of administration of the country. Liberia was very eager to have it. Again, an example how the Liberian government itself was not at all interested in seeing what is improper for a sovereign state, but is not proper for a state. Liberia was eager to have it, but never got it because of American domestic political reasons. They're not going into that, but the fact remains that Liberia was willing to have about 20 American officials controlling every aspect of Liberian administration after this First World War. Then comes Firestone. You know that the British had passed the Stevenson Restrictions Act in 1922, which made rubber very expensive. They controlled over 70% of all production of rubber, and all production of rubber was consumed by America, the only country which made automobiles. And Harvey Firestone, the rubber baron, was determined to find a new source of rubber production. Eventually, America and Harvey Firestone decided to go to Liberia to do it. The agreement was signed, whereby Liberia gave Firestone 1 million acres of land. The terms were extremely unfavorable to Liberia. They decided to construct a port in Monrovia, and the government of Liberia would pay the cost gradually, which is on loan, $300,000, and pay interest about 6% for doing it. Again, a very harsh term for a country like Liberia. Then America forced Liberia to accept a loan of $5 billion. The purpose was to ensure that no other country had any interest in Liberian economy. Liberian economy is controlled only by the Americans. But Liberia this time did not want to have the loan from Firestone, loan from Liberia, the American government, from Firestone. Because Firestone would control 1 million acre of land of the country. At the same time, Liberia will depend on them for loan. That's not a good thing. But Firestone cleverly created a new organization called Finance Corporation of America. Made Liberia accept that loan from Finance Corporation of America. Which means that indirectly, it was again the Firestone subsidiary, and Liberia borrowed the money from Firestone, which enabled them to clear all the debts Liberia had in the past. And it was completely under Firestone's control after the Firestone came to Liberia. When this was going on, the government of Liberia didn't like it, but had nothing to say because they had no power to do it. But Liberian people, many writers, wrote very excellent, interesting pieces about this, opposing Firestone's investment in Liberia. The last portion I would try to devote to party to the crisis, and try to explain why I tried to say that this the behavior of accepting dictation from abroad or outside country, different foreign country, ended after December 3, 1930. I'm not going into details of another crisis. Do you know that America was extremely angry when reports liberation America, that Liberians, rather, some important Liberian officials, indulge in kind of exporting labor to Fernando. It was almost like slave labor. The result was that King himself was partially responsible for this, and Sammy Ross was his cabinet minister. Yancey was the vice president. Both were involved in that incident. Therefore, King, the president, definitely knew about it. He was forced to resign on December 3rd. Before he resigned, he agreed to make a request to the League of Nations for asking for help. League prepared a commission, international commission, which went to Liberia, and America gave an expert. They submitted a report whereby Liberia was forced to accept a League proposal. So this is a duel between League and League of Nations and Liberia. Berkeley had accepted, has been raised to the position of Liberian president after the election of King on December 3rd, 1930. After Berkeley's acceptance of the presidency, find a tremendous change in the whole situation of Liberia. We see that he, after he saw the report of the League, answered back in very strong terms that the Commission has overstepped its jurisdiction. It was not the Commission's job to lecture, to deliver an ethical lecture to Liberia. It was not his job to oversee or touch all aspects of administration, you cannot accept it. To say that some parts of Liberia are not administered by the government of Liberia, that's wrong. Said that to talk about slavery and forced labor in the report is totally unrequired, because King had already passed a law banning slavery and domestic slavery, as well as slave labor, compulsory labor, and extremely strong terms said he could not accept this. But he didn't mind accepting some suggestions, some improvement, and he showed during the entire period of this proposal till the end of his career that he could stand up and fight against any outsider to preserve the sovereignty of Liberia. That's why we see that Lee went on submitting proposals, and the proposals were thoroughly studied by the government of Liberia under Barclay. He would question each item, that this contradicts our constitution. This is not something we do with a sovereign state. It will dictate us to what we should do. He went on. Sometimes he questioned the amount of money, number of people mentioned. He could not accept those. And he went on. And his able supporters, one was LSA Grimes, and himself, and later on his foreign secretary, they all maintained a stand. And at the same time, he was fighting domestically, many people, proving that the sovereign power, he controlled the state. He was fighting with E. Faulkner, his political rival. He was fighting against the crews who had revolted under John Imlay. I'm not trying to hold a brief on his treatment of the crews, but what I'm saying that he had the courage to assert sovereign right of the state domestically. Externally, what he did, we fought at the same time Fast and Company, Finance Corporation of America, for the League of Nations. And League of Nations, if you remember, did not have America as a member. We fought the government of America, Fast and Company, Finance Corporation, and the League at that time controlled mostly by the French and the English. The British were so angry with him because of their so-called love for the truth that they did not recognize Barclay's administration. Barclay was made the president after King's resignation. Then he went through elections and won the elections. But British government never recognized Barclay's administration for about 3 years. He was referred to as de facto president. It's interesting, Liberia's most important friend, America also did the same thing, did not recognize Barclay's administration, called him de facto president. So despite his oppositions, he went on and played a wonderful game of intelligent jugglery, the League of Nations, made the League drop the plan about Liberia. But at the same time, he was aware that the country had problems. So he had appointed health officers from Poland, from Belgium, from Haiti, many countries, and changed the Monrovian health situation remarkably well. He developed roads, he had a 3-year plan, and introduced lots of new things in Liberia. He started exploring minerals. Unfortunately, he could not find anything when he was in power. Benefits development Tubman when he took over. But he's the one who put his right finger on the right spot. So all these show that it's possible to stand up and stick to your sovereign rights, even when you don't have enough money, you don't have friends. If you are sincere, honest, have a vision, which he had, and a good team to work with, it is possible to stand up even to the most important enemy. This is what I'm saying, that between 47 and 30, Berkeley showed that he could do it. In between, the presidents, for some reasons, possibly the lack of interest of America about sincerity to do something about Liberia, partly because of financial difficulties, partly because of their lack of vision, just didn't know what to do in the country. That's why what they did was exercise what I call truncated sovereignty. That's how I want to end my talk, and I would like to answer questions if there are any. I'm glad to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhry. Really appreciate your joining us. Really rich, detailed, and enlightening history of Liberia that many of us don't think about, but certainly very informative, and we really appreciate it. We hope that the writing of the speech will be made available for wide distribution at some point in time. Let me start off with this. During the course of the period that you discussed here in your keynote, what period would you consider perhaps the most dangerous part of this truncated sovereignty that put Liberia at risk of losing all of its sovereignty? Which part of that history do you think?
I would think the Renandapo crisis was a very important event of Liberian history, where the whole world went against Liberia. And nobody bothered to find out that the accusation that Liberia was exporting human beings to Renandapo. For any economic activity, you need a supply side and demand side. It is true, if it is true that Liberia supplied the labor, which was not proper for Liberia to do, what created the demand? It was the Spanish planters of Renandapo. And the report about Renandapo by the League of Nations Commission did not say a word against the Spanish planters. They did not say any word about the Spanish planters. And we know from documents we have seen in Public Record Office in London or in National Archives in Washington, the treatment meted out to this Liberian labor was very bad, inhuman. But not a word was said about that. Firestone, the big report went out of the way. Firestone did not hire compulsory labor. It is difficult to believe. And the Northwestern University professors who wrote that book, Growth Without Development, on Liberia. They say it's very difficult to believe that Faso did not have neighbors, which are all over the world, willing to come to work. They are forced through their paramount chiefs to go over there. But the created situation where even the American scholars, Black American scholars in America, were upset. Why could this happen? How could that happen? That was a very critical stage of Liberian history. And luckily, Liberia had someone Barclay to steer the course, and eventually Liberia was saved. And the other cases also were huge had difficulty, but that was the most important event which Liberia faced. That's my opinion. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Just to remind members that there's the Q&A box. Please put any questions in there for Dr. Chaudhry. I think we'll all agree that the rich detail you offer is really, really enlightening. Another question is that when the Organization of African Unity started, Liberia was represented by Tupman, was one of the strongest proponents of not reopening border disputes. Why do you think that, especially noting, as you pointed out, that the British and French had really taken a lot of Liberia's territory? Why would Liberia not think that it now had an opportunity to perhaps get some of those territory back under its sovereignty, but instead push very strongly to say, let's not discuss borders, let's take it as it comes?
You know, once you sign a treaty, it's difficult to go back on your words. Liberia did sign treaties with the British and the French colonial governments of that time. Liberia normally had a Black American surveyor demarcated the border for them. They didn't have any trained surveyors in the country. But if we accept that as your border, it's difficult to go back on your words and say, now we want it back. This was raised the Treaty of Versailles, the Peace of Paris, when the Liberian delegation went there. We will go on fighting about it. But after that, it was dead. Besides, Tubman was a person who got the benefit of a reasonably strong Liberia. And the things that Barclay had started, exploration of minerals, and they found that Liberia was rich in iron, diamond, bent of timber. Liberia became rich. In the 50s, Liberia had a GDP growth rate which was equal to Germany, sometimes surpassing Germany or Japan. So after you get plenty of money and the Cold War has started, what do? You're aligned with America, right? Liberia was always a friend of America. In the African politics, Liberia was part of the Monrovian group, as opposed to the Casablanca group, which led by the left group of African leaders, like Nasser and others. So after that, it's difficult for you to fight with your friends. France and Britain, both were part of the American group. Therefore, it would be difficult for them to fight against the friends who have embraced. That's, I think, was the reason why he did not raise these points. He was a happy man, happy to rule the country, winning elections all the time, till death. Okay.
Dr. Chaudhry, one of the things that, I mean, it's very clear that Liberia did send its citizens to Fernando Po. What's not clear whether it was official government action or private citizens, one. Two, I think it's also very clear, as you point out, that they were inhumanely treated. And so one definitely realized that Liberia deserves blame and reprobation for this. But I think you make a very good point that, on the other hand, the Spanish were not reprimanded at all. All of the burden was placed on Liberia, and to the extent, and correctly so, Liberia deserved condemnation, but the imbalance, if you will. And the other thing that's very clear is that Firestone definitely exploited labor, and some would argue justifiably so that it still does. So why do you think that Firestone has not formally been, perhaps more officially, been indicated for what has occurred over the years?
Well, again, America was always behind Firestone. Firestone created the Finance Corporation of America, forced Liberia to accept that loan. They were controlling Liberia completely, not just through the acquisition of 1 million acres of land, but wiping out all the previous loans, which means that American government, British, the French, who had put in money for that 1912 loan, nobody could do anything about it. So Firestone very cleverly cleared the slate place for them to rule, which they did. The Firestone is too strong a personality. Only Roosevelt, when he came to power, he said, it's not my job to help Firestone. He reversed the policy pursued by the previous administrator. I think Hoover was the previous president, and sent his personal emissary to Liberia and studied the situation and acknowledged Liberia after about 5 years. British took about 6 years, and he did not bear the brunt of Firestone's activities in Liberia. He said, "We're not bothered about that. Let him take care of it." So there was a difference between the different policy of Hoover, the predecessor of Roosevelt. Roosevelt, as you know, is a different person. It is not my job to help Firestone. Why should he condemn Liberia for nothing? He changed it. Firestone is still a very important factor in Liberia. Still a very important factor in Liberia.
Dr. Samuel Toll, you have a question. Do you have a live mic? If not, if you type it into the Q&A, I can ask it on your behalf, Dr. Samuel Toll.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, Joe, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shadri. I appreciate your presentation. I think you capture very correctly the dynamics at the level of the international order with respect to Liberia. I see Liberia also exercising truncated sovereignty very early on in its existence, particularly with the standoff with the British early on over issues of revenue. And then you make the point again immediately in the first quarter of the 20th century, there is another incident of truncated sovereignty. My question is, exactly what time in Liberia's history would you say that Liberia began to exercise full sovereignty? And I'm asking this question against the background of the dual moral orders that existed within the international system between the Euro-American world and every other societies beyond the West. At what specific time in its history would you say that Liberia exercised effective sovereignty? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Cho, for your question. If you look at the present African situation, it's difficult. The developing countries can exercise full sovereignty. We don't have old type colonial thing anymore, correct? But we do have other forms of association who control our policy, like World Bank or IMF. When a poor developing country, like you have in America, you have in Africa, you have in Asia, India is a developing country, they need money for development. And when they need money, what do? They apply to World Bank. They apply to IMF. IMF and World Bank will give you money only on conditions. There's no IMF or World Bank loan or gift without strings. Right? Harrison Ford's book, or many of the books written in the past, do the same thing. And you find that it's difficult for a developing country, a poor country, to be fully sovereign, exercise its sovereign right in all aspects. They have to bend depending on the extent of their weakness, extent of their need for loan or other help from outside sources. Liberia was very much a very important member of the American-led Western group during the Cold War. There are interruptions during the military rule, 1980 till the election of the lady. I was there in Liberia when the military coup took place. And I lost my job with LU because I signed a petition in favor of LSA. I was arrested and imprisoned. So I've seen that. That's the time when it was difficult. We didn't know whether Doe was in favor of America. He could be bought, so he changed his sides. So it's difficult for a developing country in Asia or Africa or Latin America to fully sovereign. And the country was respected parliamentarian comes from at Sekou Touré as a leader. When the American president, after the Second World War, allowed the French colonies to be part of the French Federation, he's the only one who said, no, I don't want, I want independence. He had the courage to do it, and he was punished for that. Guinea suffered a lot because of the stench of Sekou Touré. How many countries can do that? It's difficult. Okay, it's difficult to say exactly what shape did it take. But now this control is not visible. World Bank treaties are not published. IMF conditions are not known, not made public. But there are always strings. And that is the reason why developing countries have the problem.
Thank you. Dr. Malakpai wanted to commend you for your presentation and re-echoes my request that you really make every effort to make it available as a resource, and just wanted to re-echo that. During the course of this your transmission, there was some technical glitches, as he points out, and just want to make sure that that you please make it available to us. So based on your response, Dr. Chaudhry, to the last question, it seems like truncated sovereignty is a fact of life for the foreseeable future for countries like Liberia. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, I think so. For poor countries or developing countries, it's bound to happen.
Wow, that's really sobering to think about that. There's a question or a comment question from Dr. Verlin Stone, which I'll read. Thank you for your fine-grained keynote speech. During this LSA conference, some of the presenters have detailed various policies and actions of the Liberian elite to advantage themselves and retain power. Would you agree, based on your paper and understanding of this period you cover, that one of the reasons the Liberian elite compromised and truncated the country's sovereignty was also to advantage themselves and retain power?
Well, Liberia had its own problems. The government at Monrovia did not themselves treat the people of the interior well. That's a fact. They were not considered part of the group which controls the country. So if you yourself don't behave, it's difficult for you to expect others to behave.
Slide number 2.
Liberia did have that problem, serious problem, and still has it. So then it's difficult for you to expect that others should behave also. Any more questions?
Slide number 3.
Any other questions?
Dr. Gompu has a question, and I speak. Yeah.
Okay, can I speak now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Chaudhry, for your highly provocative, but yet compelling reflections on Liberian history. Although your analysis sounded somewhat bleak at the beginning, I thought that you ended on a highly inspiring and reinvigorating note when you said that even in the midst of poverty, it is still possible for nations to behave honestly with respect to their own sovereignty. I wanted you to please make some comments on some of the experiences in Liberian history, especially when it comes to the area of foreign policy. You touched on foreign policy and how Liberia had leadership had compromised foreign policy in E.J. Raw and some of the other presidents. And my question is about William R. Turbo. The Turbo foreign policy, especially with respect to Liberia's relationship with the rest of Africa and the non-aligned nations, and some of his speeches at the United Nations, sort of indicate a radical departure from where Liberia's foreign policy have been in previous years, and especially as you discussed. And because of that, some people have blamed him or blamed that foreign policy for inviting the 1980 coup. So I thought to ask if you could reflect on that and whether you agree with that analysis, or whether you thought that you agree with those people who think you were wrong for going the other direction. And on the issue of the economy, you describe how the country faced very difficult situation, destitution almost, and basically put its sovereignty on sale. But then going back to before the 1800s, there are documentation on how productive Liberia was in agricultural resources, agricultural products, to the extent that due to its success with the trading with the Portuguese, Liberia was named the Grain Coast, indicating something about some of the export of its products. But then in the 1800s, in the early 1900s, it seemed like there was a shift from the kind of agricultural production have been in the country to producing mainly for export, basically cash crop, coffee, cocoa, rubber. And it appears like this kind of radical shift also contributed to some of its problems with respect to the revenue problem and the poverty problem, which remains today. So I thought to just raise those to see if you could comment on them. And then finally, is it possible that we could reopen some of those issues with respect to the land grab? Thank you.
Thank you for all these questions. Let me try. About Liberian foreign policy vis-a-vis other countries' pursuing policy towards the rest of the world in African countries. Liberia always had a different thing to say.
These conditions.
It was a member of the OAU. It was also when it belonged to the $9 movement. But most African countries did not recognize Israel. Liberia did. That kind of difference always was there. Not only because of Tolbert's policy, it began in Tubman's time too. So foreign policy by Liberia, different other African countries, some other African countries, vis-a-vis Israel. I've seen Liberian students going to Israel for studying medicine on Tubman scholarship, Israeli scholarship, coming back. And that will not happen to another country of Africa. Israel was not a desired member of the African group. But whether the foreign policy of Talbot was possibly a reason for the coup, I don't understand that. No, I don't think that was much anything to do with the foreign policy of Talbot. Talbot's foreign policy was continuation of Tubman's policy, being towards America. Ambitious man. He wanted to be the OAU president. The country didn't have money. So they invited the Rockefeller. And we were asked to give an honorary doctorate to Rockefeller, David Rockefeller. The University of Liberia was there, attending that dinner. The government borrowed $25 million from Rockefeller, State Manhattan Bank, to build a African villa for about 52 African leaders to hold the OAU summit. He could be the chairman of OAU. That kind of lavishness and peculiar way of looking at the the way money should be spent. That was the reason. And the basic reason was the depriving a large community of people of their legitimate dues. The coup was staged by army, not the senior members of army. The Samuel Doe was master sergeant, a very low-level army man, paid very little salary, living in virtual slums. These things are the factors, the grudge against the American Liberians built up over the years. So it is not foreign policy which had anything to do with Colbert's assassination and the coup of 1980. About the shift from agriculture to something else in Liberia and subsequent problems. Grain cost is true. The Europeans divided the region according to the commodity they got there. Yeah, Ivory Coast, Grain Coast, Gold Coast, etc., etc. That was because of not grain, just Malagueta pepper, a particular item which they got there. It does not indicate that Liberia was a rich agriculturally. They had one item which was, for some reasons, preferred by the European sailors who came. Maybe they had a market for it somewhere. It was not because they had plenty of grains of different kinds in Liberia. The settlers came to Liberia. They did start cash crops, coffee, sugarcane, cotton, etc. Because that brought money, immediate money. As I mentioned in the beginning of my talk, they are short-lived. The Brazil, Venezuela, later on Ivory Coast, they started growing coffee. Fernando itself, cocoa, and the market for that in Europe everywhere was great. That went on. In Liberia, if you go to Liberia, you will find that the elite don't eat locally grown rice, which they call it Pusava rice or something like that, Pusava rice. They'll eat imported American rice, Carolina, etc., the American rice. So my wife was allergic to American rice, so she had to eat cassava, which was not chemically adulterated. Because of that, we ate it and liked it. So it is not a place known for growing great agricultural things. Did I answer your questions or try to answer your questions? What was the third question you had?
I think you've reflected on the questions well, but I have a little problem with the issue of that.
Dr. Gumpo, yeah, listen, there are a couple of questions that came in, and I think we really need to get to them within the last 6 or 7 minutes. I really apologize.
Thank you so much.
These questions came in the Q&A. I appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Gumper. Really great, inspiring questions, especially around this thing about Talbot's foreign policy that still is maintained amongst a lot of Liberians as the groundwork for the coup. Dr. Chaudhry, there's a couple of questions here that I want to combine because they're related. One is that would you agree that even some developed countries, Germany, South Korea, Sweden, for example, that have very relatively weak militaries, also have truncated their sovereignty have truncated sovereignty because they're dependent on the United States as the primary mode of defense. And so that's a form of truncated sovereignty. Would you agree that's a form of truncated sovereignty in respect to developed countries? And regarding developing countries, are there any sort of strategies you think that they can employ to mitigate some of the worst aspects of challenges to their sovereignty?
In the foreign policy of a country is determined by a variety of factors. Sometimes domestic needs, which become very urgent. If they force the country to adopt a policy, it's difficult to avoid that. Even if the policy might not be technically accepted by another foreign sovereign country, they're forced to. And when a crisis comes, that becomes a necessity. Soviet Union, America did not talk to each other. After the 1917 revolution, they're bitter enemies. The Second World War came, they found a common enemy, Adolf Hitler, Benito Mussolini. They joined hands and beat the enemy. After the war was over, they won, and again they started the Cold War. So foreign policy is determined by the doctrine of lesser evil. If we have, they sometimes make strange bedfellows. You may have to share the bed, though you don't like the person you're sharing the bed with, but circumstances will force you to do it. I'll give you the example of Stalin and Roosevelt, President Churchill. Churchill hated communists, but he had to shake hands with them. So that is why even the developed countries have to shift sometimes their priorities in terms of foreign policy. I tried to share my opinion on this. We have not explained all the things I would like to say. Any more questions?
No, sir. So, Dr. Chaudhry, I couldn't, on behalf of all of us, thank you for your participation. Again, I cannot overscore, if you will, how enlightening, how informative, how instructive your presentation has been. Really appreciate it. And many of your students who are part of this remembered you very fondly and wish you all the best as you continue your great career. Thank you very, very much. And we look forward to receiving your paper. Thank you.
It was a great pleasure talking to you, and all the best. All the best. Bye.
Jackie, turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chaudhry. We will move now to a 5-minute or 3-minute break for the next section.
Jackie,
Yes.
would you mind if I discontinue, because I have difficulty continuing this?
Yes, Prof. Do you want to go to the attendee or do you want to leave?
I want to leave. Yeah, is it okay?
Yes. Thank you so much, Prof.
I'll leave with your permission.
Yes. Thank you so much, Prof.
You permit me to leave?
Yes, Okay, I'm doing it right now.
Jackie, I'm here.
Yes, and the other analysts are here also, are there also.
All right, great. You're going to be on call in case I can't. No, it's all just chat and Q&A, right? So,
Yeah, I'll need to be able to share my screen. So
okay.
not currently
I
enabled.
think, Jackie, do I control giving others or?
It looks like it's
Post-
Jackie. She's the
It's
host.
you,
They have it
Jackie,
already.
yeah.
Everybody
Okay,
has
cool.
it. Don't worry about it.
All right. Okay. Excellent.
I can't share though.
All right.
Rebecca, you cannot?
Mm-mm. It says the host has disabled the participant screen sharing. So you might
Oh,
want to double
okay. So
check.
I'll give you permission. Don't worry. Okay.
Thanks. No, Zoom is, it's our life. It's the water we swim in, but it's still
Yeah. Okay. So it's there. It's there.
perfect.
Um,
Thank you.
and Susan also has it as well.
Great.
Thanks so much.
Yep. All done.
All right. And are we giving people a few more minutes or do you want us strictly on the schedule?
Maybe a few more minutes. I think it's supposed to start at 11:30, so we are making good time.
Okay.
You have 2 people on your panel instead of 3, so yeah, we have time.
Yes,
Okay.
We only have an hour though, correct?
I believe so.
Yes.
And then another session starts at 12:30. So,
I'll try to stick to I think I plan for like 12 to 15 minutes, but I have a tendency to just start talking and
sure. We all do. I'll send, it's supposed to be 20. So I'll time
Okay.
it at 20 and send you a 5-minute, a 5-minute thing.
okay,
If
I'll
that's
try to pay attention and I'll try
Okay. I'll do it
stay
in
with
the chat. So if you have your chat on the side, and then that way we'll have some time for questions and
Yeah.
feedback. And thank you very much for sending your paper ahead, Rebecca. I enjoyed it. I got
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess, but I meant to send it earlier. I just
through.
wasn't
That's
sure what would
fine.
happen.
That's cool.
It's nice to meet you. I don't know if we've met before, so
I don't think so. Susan, have we met? You look familiar.
Yes, I think we did at a previous LSA conference. I've spoken once before there, so.
That's what I thought. I mean, I
Yeah.
recognized your name and and when your picture came on, I was like, yeah, I know her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good.
My hair's different, but
Yeah, mine's on the way to be
Yeah,
different.
yeah. I decided to give up the color, so yeah.
Same here.
it's a great
COVID
color
thing.
anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Yeah. No, I'd love to be
Turned out
back.
okay. It's kind of a wild guess when you do it. You don't know how it's gonna look,
Really. And Rebecca, you're in where? Oh, in Colombia.
Yeah, in Colombia, in Bogota.
All right.
And I'm
that's-
coming to you from Portugal.
Oh,
Woo,
gosh. And I'm in upstate New York.
exciting.
Okay.
So, all right, we are quite the cosmopolitan group. All right. Now, one thing is,
And Mary, I'm planning on advancing my own slides. That's what Jackie said, so,
yeah, okay.
okay.
Perfect. All right. So if we are about to start now, I want to welcome everyone to our session Women, Public Policy and Society. We have 2 presentations today, and hopefully there will be time for discussion and questions afterwards. Our first presenter is Rebecca Cristina Nielsen from the Universidad del Rosario in Bogota, Colombia. And her paper is on secret societies and public politics, progressive and conservative women in post-war Liberia and Sierra Leone. And I'll turn it over to you.
All right then, good morning. Thank you to all of the attendees for being here. I've been extremely busy, but I look forward to watching them later. I'm also really happy to have Mary here, who does some very relevant research on gender issues in Liberia, although she's likely to disagree with me on some points. So it is hard to explain a process tracing paper in a 20-minute talk. So if you would like to see the draft, you are free to request it from me. All right, so this project originates from a question that is not unique to Africa, but where African countries are often prime cases. So many studies have started to look at the connection between violent political conflict, especially civil war, and subsequent increases in women's political engagement and political representation. Usually this is descriptive representation, which is the number or percent of women who are in legislatures or in other positions of power. So theories argue that war degrades social norms and delegitimize existing institutions, which creates a window of opportunity for progressive women to make space for themselves in politics. And you can see this in places like Nepal, which is where these photographs are from, Rwanda, Uganda, Angola, and so on. But not all post-conflict countries show these same trends. So it seems that conflict is interacting with other factors to produce this result. And one suggestion is that this factor is gender quotas, which certainly have an effect. But I think this is only a partial story, as some of these post-conflict countries get gender quotas on the basis of women's organizing. So it's actually an outcome, not necessarily the cause of women coming together. Another suggestion is that in some places, women just don't mobilize fast enough or well enough in order to take advantage of this window of opportunity before it closes. But the reasoning and the methods for these arguments here are a little bit circular. So if women's organizations fail to get women into politics, then we say that they are weak. So I compare Liberia with its northern neighbor, Sierra Leone. These countries share a lot of similarities. Now, some of you might be like, oh, they're also very, very different. But if either country is going to have like a closest sibling, it's probably the other country. So both countries speak English in some form. Personally, I find it easier to understand Sierra Leonean Creole than to understand Liberian high school students talking to each other. They're surrounded by former French colonies. They have very similar indigenous cultures, and they were both settled by former slaves. Both countries experienced civil war during the 1990s and the early 2000s. Both countries have pretty minimal history of women's political leadership. Liberia has Swakoko. Sierra Leone had female paramount chiefs, especially after the 1898 tax war, where the British decided that it would be easier to work with female chiefs because they would be more malleable, more cooperative. So famous paramount chiefs include Madame Yoko. Now, neither case is exactly a poster child for descriptive representation of women after war. Both countries hover around 11 to 12% representation in the legislature. Neither country has adopted national level gender quotas, although both countries have discussed it. However, there are some notable differences, especially if you're on the ground, with Liberia showing much higher levels of women's political engagement, even if descriptively there's not as much of a difference. So Liberian women's organizations, as you probably know, are often credited with pressuring former President Charles Taylor to attend peace talks that ended the Second Liberian War. And Lema Bowie won the Nobel Peace Prize for her role in this. And then women campaigned to elect Ellen Johnson Sirleaf as the first elected woman head of state in Africa. Liberia also has hundreds of women's organizations, many of which are networked across the country, including urban and rural areas. Women in politics in Liberia often express interest in trying to help other women get into politics. So here are just some pictures showing women's organizations. Here's a recent article from May talking about women trying to get more women into politics. Now, this is not to say that Liberian society is not patriarchal or that men don't nominate, but in my experience, people didn't often question women politicians on the basis of them being women. So here's a story. I probably shouldn't tell this story. I don't know exactly who's in the audience, but it kind of illustrates how Liberian female politicians deal with difficult men. So you might be familiar with the man on the left here. This is Martin Johnson, who was and maybe still is the Sergeant at Arms for the House of Representatives in Liberia. And I first arrived in Liberia maybe a month after he'd had this physical altercation with the mayor of Monrovia, Mary Bro, who you see in the center of this photo here. The guards at the Capitol building like to tell me this story, and they thought it was pretty funny. But anyways, Sergeant Johnson, for whatever reason, did not like me. And whenever he saw me in the Capitol building, he would kick me out for dress code violations. Now, it didn't really matter what I was wearing, he would still kick me out. So one day I was in the Capitol building and he came and grabbed me and like brought me outside, and he was like, your skirt is too short. Even though my skirt was past my knees, it was almost to my ankles, but he was like, it has to go all the way down to your ankles. So he was standing outside the gate of the Capitol building, watching to make sure that I wouldn't go back inside. And so I called up one of the members of the House who I was supposed to interview. And I was like, hi, I'm really sorry, but like, I'm going to be late because I need to go change my clothes for a dress code violation. And I was just like, oh crap, because I was living in Painesville at the time and I didn't want to go all the way back. And she was like, no, wait there. So this member of the House of Representatives comes out and she's dressed beautifully, and she has this beautiful dress and a matching lapa over her shoulder. And she walks right by Sergeant Johnson, doesn't look at him, doesn't talk to him, just pulls the lapa off of her shoulder, hands it to me. Of course, I like wrap it around my waist really quickly and it goes down to my ankles. And I just followed her back through the gate. And Sergeant Johnson was furious. He was so angry, but he didn't say anything either. And for the rest of the time that I was working in the Capitol building, he never bothered me anymore. So in Sierra Leone, things are a little bit different. Women's organizations are likewise run by very dynamic, very committed women, but they often struggle to have influence outside of Freetown. Women in politics in Sierra Leone did not necessarily have the interest of other women in mind. They would tend to kind of pull up the ladder after them, we would say. They really dragged their feet when it came to creating gender quotas, for example, and they were like, this will create more competition for our positions. And there was a lot of friction between women in politics in Sierra Leone and women activists, women in the non-government sector, which led to a lot of tears and a lot of like frustration. As Sierra Leonean women's activists compared themselves to Liberia, and they would always ask, like, why is Liberia so much more successful than Sierra Leone when it comes to mobilizing women? So I wanted to study this difference. And I found fairly quickly that women politicians and activists in the two countries had very different relationships with rural women, and specifically with traditional women's organizations like the Sunday Society, or Bondo, as it is sometimes called in Sierra Leone. So if you're not familiar with Sunday, it is an all-female association in Sierra Leone and Northern Liberia. Most rural women will join the association as part of becoming an adult, and it trains women to be good wives, good mothers, good members of the community. It's sometimes called a secret society, and that is the source of the title for this paper. Now, I want to be clear, I am not trying to criticize Sunday, and I'm not defending it either. So I know that some of you might have really strong opinions about Sunday one way or another, but I think it would have been very difficult for me to do this research if I didn't take a pretty neutral position. But clearly, Sunday is a conservative women's organization. And I think that conservative women are often overlooked by political scientists who tend to focus on progressive women, or women whose ideas align with Western feminists. In fact, we really lack the vocabulary to talk properly about women who are not progressive in this very specific Western way. So I use the word conservative, but there's a lot of possibility for variation within conservative women. So by conservative, I mean women who generally support conserving the social political status quo. They accept some level of male dominance. And probably the majority of women in the world fit into this category. Yet for some reason, political scientists tend to ignore these women. I think first, we tend to assume that conservative women are irrational. They don't support their own interests, or they're hypocritical. Second, we tend to believe that conservative women don't have a political impact because most conservative societies believe that women should not be political leaders. But really, many conservative women are socially or politically active, just in ways that aren't immediately visible. It's often within their communities and not on a national level. So I borrow some from Denise Gandiati, who in 1988, she coined the term patriarchal bargains. Patriarchal bargaining refers to strategies that women use to manipulate a patriarchal system where men are dominant to their own advantage, but without challenging the system. In fact, women's organizing within these systems often reinforces the system, and women will pressure other women to also uphold that system. So a common manifestation of that is women creating woman-only spaces where women have a lot of power, but it tends to be hierarchical, with the best behaved women becoming the most powerful. And it's really hard for women to break out of these systems once they're created. For powerful women, the basis for their power is in patriarchy, and for less powerful, so they don't really want it to change. And less powerful women, for them, these organizations often include their personal networks, their family, their friends, their mentors, etc. So if they reject this system, they're rejecting their entire support system. So I would argue that Sande is a good example of this type of patriarchal bargain in a woman-only space that is also supporting the patriarchy. Now, during the civil wars in Sierra Leone and Liberia, Sande and its male counterpart, the Poro, took on very different roles in the two countries. So Charles Taylor, the main insurgent leader in Liberia, tried to work very closely with Poro and Sande in northern Liberia to recruit fighters, to gain local support. And he talks about this actually at length during his war crimes trial. So in fact, when the Sierra Leone War starts, the rebels in Sierra Leone actually borrow some of the Liberian soldiers who are a little bit more experienced to fill leadership positions. And these Liberians start calling the bases for the rebels in Sierra Leone Zo bushes, Zo being the name for a leader of a Sande or Poro society. Now the Sierra Leoneans didn't know what they were talking about. This isn't what they call Sande or Poro leaders. And also there's no Z in Mende, the Southern Sierra Leonean language. So they just started calling these Joe bushes, and they had no idea that it had anything to do with the secret societies. So here, I'm sorry, I'm not reading the quotes, but we're not low on time. So I find actually that this close relationship between Charles Taylor and the Sande and Poro societies in Liberia harms them, harms the societies, perhaps not permanently, but many communities felt that these organizations should have done more to protect civilians. They shouldn't have worked so closely with Charles Taylor. And in some people's view, Sande and Poro or Bondo lost some of their prestige. Physically, they lost some leadership because they kept being attacked by anti-Taylor militias throughout the war. So in Liberia, Sande has been a little bit more open to government regulation. Sande tends to be less reactive to criticism by politicians, including commentary about female circumcision. They've allowed the government to ask them to suspend initiations for a certain time and to move Sande sites outside of villages. And generally, they're willing and happy to work with non-government organizations on development projects. Some female politicians in Liberia do have strong Sande affiliations, but it's not really the basis for them becoming politicians. In Sierra Leone, in contrast, these are some Sande women in Sierra Leone campaigning for the former president, Ernest Garoma. Sande did not become involved in the conflict in Sierra Leone, and afterwards it actually emerged as a major symbol of returning to peace with a lot of mass initiations. In fact, Sande became a major political tool. where if you were a politician, and still if you are a politician, you want to win an election, you have to go to Sande leaders and convince them to vote for you and to get their women to vote for you. If you want to hurt your opponent, you can tell Sande that this rival doesn't support Sande, and they will mobilize all of the women against him or her. So you won't find a politician who will publicly say something against Sande. And they're often very cautious about taking on projects that promote women's rights or Western feminist ideas of women's rights, because these might be perceived as going against Sande. Women's NGOs, especially those that get money from the United Nations, which is seen as very anti-Sande, have basically are unable to work with women in the rural areas or do projects in those areas. Some of these organizations, like 50-50 Group, this is Nemada Mijex Walker from the 50-50 Group, and she tries to kind of align the group with the rural women and with Bondo or Sande. So this poster is her protesting a woman who was not allowed to become a chief because she was not from Poro. And she says it's Bondo that gave birth to Poro. So some of these organizations do try to work with rural women, but it's very difficult in some cases. So basically my explanation, or at least for some cases, is that it's not necessarily that Liberia is different or has stronger women's participation because women's organizations are stronger in Liberia, but actually because conservative women's networks are weaker in Liberia. So that's why you see more political engagement. Now, I have a couple of other conclusions that I just want to mention really quickly. So I think that this is kind of a lesson for the international community. When they attack conservative women's organizations like Sande or Bondo, it often puts them on the defense. There can be kind of a backlash, and maybe it makes them more resistant to changes that they might otherwise be open to. So here's a Sande or Bondo society in Sierra Leone protesting, and you can't really read their poster, it's also backwards, but it says, Bondo business is not your business. Basically, stay out of our society, stay out of our business. And I think that maybe the international community could have navigated these issues a little bit more sensitively. Also, and this is a more general point, not necessarily to Liberia, but I think we need to reconsider some of the ways as political scientists that we examine descriptive and substantive representation. So substantive representation is usually defined as the extent to which policies in a country reflect women's interests, but those interests are almost always defined as feminist progressive interests. But if we truly have descriptive representation of women, that implies inclusion of conservative female politicians who often have very different or opposite views of what constitutes speaking or acting for women. And they may be less collaborative with other women. So in general, conservative women may not really want descriptive representation. They may not want women to represent them in politics. And that creates an inherent contradiction in representing people who don't want representation. So I think we need better ways to classify and talk about women's activism other than women's Western feminists and like the rest as a classification system. So there's a lot I didn't discuss here. So of course I welcome questions, comments, critiques, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Rebecca. That's really fascinating work, and I'm sure we're going to have a great discussion. Before we get to that, our second paper is by Susan Lindsay, who is an author and historian. And Susan, there you are. Great.
Hi. Do you want me to go ahead and start?
Go ahead. You can,
Okay.
you should be able to share the screen, I think.
Yes. Oops. Okay, I clicked on share screen. Share. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, so I want to talk today about the role of Black and white women in the colonization of Liberia. I think it's interesting to note that 45% of all immigrants to Liberia in the first 20 years of colonization were women or girls. And many were widows or single mothers. Now, some of those women clearly, for women who had been formerly enslaved and were now free, being in Liberia, having their freedom, that's a huge difference for them. But even for the women who were freeborn in the United States, once they got to Liberia, they would have some rights that they would not have had in the United States. For example, single women were eligible for land grants, and the property of married women was protected from their husband's creditors. They could not vote, but they did have some more rights than they would have had in the United States. I want to profile just a handful of these women. The first is Harriet Graves Waring. She was from Virginia. She arrived in Monrovia in 1824 with her husband, Colston, and the couple's 6 children. But just 11 years later, her husband and several of her children had died. She ended up remarrying in 1839 to a man named Nathaniel Brander, and many of you may know that name. He became the first vice president of Liberia. But probably her most critical contribution to Liberian history was that she was the mother of Jane Rose Waring and Susanna Elizabeth Waring. Jane ended up marrying Joseph Jenkins Roberts in 1836. And of course, he was Liberia's first president. So she became Liberia's first lady. In that role, she had a number of official duties and social duties that she fulfilled. She was an intelligent woman. She spoke French. She was described as well-bred and refined, a beautiful and interesting woman, a thorough lady. Her sister was Susanna Elizabeth Waring, and Susanna was married to John Ann Lewis, who was the editor of the Liberian Herald. But Susanna herself played a role in the ceremony in 1847 celebrating the new Republic of Liberia. The women of Liberia designed and sewed the first Liberian flag. And then as a group, these women descended a flight of stairs to where Joseph Jenkins Roberts was, and it was Susanna who handed him the new flag. And of course, he was her brother-in-law. And then she delivered a stirring patriotic speech. Amelia Roberts was born in 1789. She had 7 children. We don't have a record of who their father was, but 6 of them bore the middle name Jenkins, so I'm sure that's a clue. She ended up marrying James Roberts, but by 1829, when she migrated to Monrovia, she was widowed. However, she must have done something incredibly right as a mother. Her sons included the first president of Liberia, a bishop of the Liberian Conference of the Methodist Episcopal Church, and a physician. Martha Ann Harris Ricks was perhaps my favorite of the women that I researched. She was born into slavery in Tennessee. She came to Liberia in 1830 with her husband, a man named Sion Harris. He was actually quite a character. He had quite a sense of humor, and some of his letters that still exist really paint an interesting portrait of him. However, he had a tragic death. He was struck and killed by lightning. And after his death, Martha ended up marrying a man named Henry Ricks. Now, some of you from Liberia will know that name. Henry's brother was the one who started Ricks Institute. Martha was a farmer. She raised turkeys, ducks, and sheep. She was a lifelong advocate of Liberian agriculture and industry. She was also an inventor. She invented a new kind of loom, and she was invited to be an exhibitor at the Chicago World's Fair in 1893. She's maybe best known for having made a quilt for Queen Victoria, whom she greatly admired. And the quilt has an image of the Liberian coffee tree on it. Later in her life, Martha traveled to London and was able to deliver the quilt in person. Emily Hooper was not anyone famous, but I think that her story is very interesting. Her parents were named Marshall and Rachel Hooper. They were both enslaved. They had 19 children, also all enslaved. And the parents were able to earn enough money to purchase their own freedom, but they could not purchase the freedom of all of their children. So they made what must have been an incredibly difficult decision to go to Liberia without them, because they thought if they could get there, they could start businesses and they could more quickly earn money to purchase their children out of slavery. A few years later, her father returned to the United States to buy Emily's freedom. Emily was 16 and they decided it was important that they get her out of slavery. And so she and her father returned to Liberia, and the other siblings remained in the United States. A few years later, Emily petitioned her former owner to return to America and live as a slave. This seems extraordinary. The explanations for her actions varied tremendously depending on whether you were reading Northern or Southern newspapers. The Southern newspapers characterized her decision in that she had been tricked into going to Liberia by abolitionists who had promised her all these wonderful things. And when she got there, she found out it was all lies, and she wanted to return to the kind, benevolent bosom of her former owner. The Northern papers reported that her parents had made a very big success of their move. They were successful people, but they both ended up dying. So there she is, still a young woman in a country where she doesn't know many people. Her parents are gone and all of her siblings are in the United States. So I could not find any records that indicated whether she actually did this or not, but we do know that she made the request and that the state legislature actually passed a law to allow her to return as a slave. Agnes Harlan, whose story is I tell her story in my book, Liberty Brought Us Here. She was a slave in Kentucky. Her husband, Enoch Harlan, had been enslaved, but had then been freed by the brothers who owned him. But he died before she migrated to Liberia. She migrated to Liberia in 1836 and took her 7 children with her, 5 boys and 2 girls. I think she must have counted on help from her oldest son, who was 16 at the time, help with getting established and clearing land, and help with the other children. Unfortunately, he died within just a few months of their arrival of malaria. By 1851, 4 of her 5 sons were dead. Her only surviving son was named John Wesley Harland. He ended up adding a D to his name. He became a minister in the Methodist Episcopal Church and later a representative for the assembly from Grand Bassa County. Her 2 daughters also survived, Anne and Sylvie. So let's talk a little bit about some of the white women who were involved in the colonization movement. 90% of all slave owners were male, only 10% were women. And yet 21% of slave owners who freed people for colonization were women. So women were more likely to free people, they were more likely to engage in multiple acts of manumission, and they typically freed a greater proportion of their enslaved people. Emily Thomas Tubman was one of these women. She was born in Kentucky. Her father died when she was very young, and she became a ward of Henry Clay, known as the Great Compromiser. He was a very well-known politician in Kentucky and nationally. Emily ended up marrying a much older man, Richard Tubman, who lived in Georgia. Richard was a wealthy man. He owned several plantations and he owned a lot of slaves. But on his deathbed, he made Emily promise to free them. Now in Georgia, it was illegal for slave owners to free their enslaved people unless those people then left the state of Georgia. So Emily went to her enslaved people and she said, she gave them a choice. I will free you and you can go to Liberia, or you can stay here in Georgia with me, but you will remain slaves. However, I will provide land for you and I will pay you wages. I will treat you as though you are free. And in the end, 40 of them went to Liberia. The rest remained in Georgia. Emily kept her promise to them. She went on to become a wealthy businesswoman and a philanthropist. She built churches, she built schools, and when the Civil War was over, she built low-income housing for those women who had been widowed during the war. The grandson of one couple she freed went on to become Liberia's President, William Tubman. I want to digress just a moment and talk about the idea of plantation mistresses. Those of us who grew up in the United States probably got our notions about what that meant from the movie or book Gone with the Wind, which the main character was Scarlett O'Hara. This is romanticized fiction. That is not the reality for most of those women. Most of them raised very large families, 8, 10, 12 children. That was very common. They had extensive household responsibilities. They had very few legal rights. They didn't have a vote. They had no political voice. They were isolated on these large rural properties out in the country. And of course, education was not valued for girls. And so they were often poorly educated. They were completely under the control of male relatives, physically, legally, financially, and first under the control of their fathers, then their husbands. And when their husbands died, they were under the control of their sons. And of course, all they had to do was look around the household and see children who were of mixed ancestry to realize that often their husbands or sons were sexually assaulting female slaves. This was not a blissful Gone with the Wind life. Anne Randolph Page was one of these plantation women. As you can see, she does not bear a resemblance to Scarlett O'Hara. She was a Virginian. She was related to George Washington's family, Robert E. Lee's family, the very famous Custis family. She was a deeply religious woman. She supported emancipation. Her husband did not. So after his death, she freed at least 24 of her enslaved people. But she not only freed them, she educated and trained them for various trades, including shoemaker, cooper, wheelwright, and blacksmith. She wanted them to be able to earn a living when they left. Mary Berkeley Blackford has been called the best known and most active woman in the work of colonization in Virginia. She also had a husband who refused to free the family's enslaved people, but she still wanted to do something for the colonization movement. So she founded a female auxiliary colonization society, and those women raised money. They raised funds to start a school for girls in Liberia. But all of Mary's 5 sons served in the Confederacy. There was a real split in the motivations of people who supported colonization. Margaret Mercer was from Maryland, also a very well-educated woman. She was an early and very prominent supporter of colonization. She taught all of her enslaved people to read before she freed them. She paid for medical education for at least one of them, and she sent at least 14 of them to Liberia. The American Colonization Society ended up naming a ship in her honor. Now, some of these women had support from their families and their spouses, and some did not. Many of them paid a very heavy price. They were shunned socially. Some of them were threatened. There was a story of one woman in Mississippi who a group of armed neighbors, hundreds of people in the county, came to her home and threatened her because of her decision. And many of them suffered huge financial losses. John Hartwell Cock was a very prominent colonizationist. He's mentioned in almost every book on the colonization movement. But when his wife got involved, he didn't like that. And so he wrote to a friend, "We must put down the petticoats, at least as far as their claim to take the platform of public debate and enter into all the rough and tumble of the war of words." So this is from my book. Through stories of these particular women and some others survive, most female immigrants to Liberia lived, labored, and died in obscurity. Sometimes by dint of hard work and luck, they survived and built new lives. Often they and their children lived in poverty and died without leaving a trace of their existence. So why don't we hear more about the women? Then, as now, men held most official positions of power in the United States and in Liberia. Also, men typically wrote the histories, and they focused on the actions of other men. It is harder to uncover the stories of these women because their actions weren't always recorded and because many of them were not literate. But I think that it's vital, and I think it's worthwhile because their contributions count. Clearly, there are limitations to my presentation, especially in the brevity of the profiles. The time period that I've covered here is from about the early 1830s to the early to mid 1850s. And I focused on women who were literate or who had a historical voice in some other way. I would love to see further research on this topic. And I would love particularly to have more stories of earlier and later immigrants and the indigenous women and what their thoughts and actions were at the time. So with that, I'd be happy to take questions.
Okay. And could you stop sharing your screen?
Yep. Yes, I'm trying to.
Susan? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We still
Yeah.
seem to.
Yeah. Hang
We
on.
still seem to have it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are questions filling up in the Q&A, and I could start on some of those. And I have a couple too. These are two such rich presentations, and it's very exciting. Susan, we've still got.
There we go. All right.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Good. Okay. I'm going to read. Can everyone see the questions in the Q&A? I can read them. First is George Toto. And this is to Rebecca Nielsen. Do you think it is because of Western education that makes conservative women's organization weak in Liberia?
So I don't have a great answer to this question. Honestly, this is actually part of a book project. And in this project, I argue that before the war, women's organizations, Sunday organizations in Sierra Leone and Liberia were very similar in terms of their strength, and that the war is the main thing that made the difference in the weakness or strength of the societies after the war. But this idea of education is actually really interesting. It's definitely something I should be looking at. I think it's also related to the factor of religion. So Sierra Leone is a little bit more Muslim, Liberia is more Christian. And in Sierra Leone, you can even see the split between the North and the South. The North is more Muslim, the South is more Christian. And women are more acceptable in politics in the South, partly because of the religion, but also their access to education because it is more Christian. So it's not something I specifically studied, but I think it's definitely something that I should be looking at for that project. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. This is from, oh gosh, there's a whole bunch of them, and I want to get to mine. But anyway, from J.C. Carr, thank you for your presentation. Similar to the 6th chapter of my dissertation, where I conduct a comparative historical analysis of Poro and Bundu Sandi in Liberia and Sierra Leone as they evolved politically within the colonial system. In Sierra Leone, Poro was active in trade union agitations against the British colonial governance. Your theme of mobilization is also my central theme, the ability of the mandate to mobilize voters through Poro. Could you please expand more on mobilization if possible?
Thanks, JC. And so I'm not going to take too much time. This is something we can definitely talk about further later. But I think this is so interesting, this idea of how Poro is used, or Sunday is used to mobilize people for politics or for conflict. And it's actually one of the sort of surprising things about this contrast that you find between Sierra Leone and Liberia is that historically, Sierra Leone, Sunday, well, not Sunday so much, but Poro societies in Sierra Leone have been much more associated with mobilizing for conflict. And yet during the Civil War, Poro societies in Sierra Leone did not mobilize for conflict well they did in Liberia. So I think this is like, I'm so glad that Jay is studying this for his dissertation, and I'm really looking forward to reading it. But I don't have anything incredibly interesting to say about it right off the bat, but thank you.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions now for Susan. One is, did any of the women who settled in Liberia go to other parts of Liberia besides Monrovia? And maybe I'll also just slide in the second one. Have you read They Were Her Property, White Women as Slave Owners in the American South by Stephanie E. Jones Rogers? And is there a question here? It reveals how deeply complicit slaveholding white women were in upholding the everyday cruelties and barbarity of racial slavery. And actually, this comment makes me think of Rebecca's point about women within very patriarchal, women within very patriarchal systems being conservative in the sense that some of their activities uphold those institutions, but may also be doing things internally to both enhance their own agency or maybe even unsettle those patriarchal relations.
The first question is easy to answer. Yes, these women did live in other parts of Monrovia. I can't recall off the top of my head where they all lived, but I know that Agnes Harlan, for example, lived in Basse Cove. And I know that some of the others lived in outside of Monrovia. I have not read that book. My book would have been already at the publisher by late 2019. And, as they go through the editing process and review process and all of that. So I haven't read it, but I would like to read it. It looks interesting. And I fully believe that, yes, there were women who upheld everyday cruelties and barbarity. And I think that your point, Mary, is an excellent one, that, they were functioning within a patriarchal society where they had little control, and some people reacted in a humane way and some people didn't. So they were looking to uphold their position, many of them.
I do have another question from Mohamedou Jones, but I want to get my points in. Okay. So I have one question. I've got actually one for each of you, because this is so much fun and so interesting and very much in line with work I've done. For Rebecca, you started out by saying I wouldn't agree with you. I completely agree with you that the language that political scientists in particular have used really needs rethinking. And of course, that goes for other social scientists beyond.
Please help.
Okay, this notion of conservative, it's so drawn from, conservative versus progressive. One of my questions to you, and the place where I would intervene if I was like peer reviewing your article, is, okay, Sandy's there and we have this differential thing between Liberia and Sierra Leone. Great. And that's super important new research to do that comparison. But my understanding of the Liberian women's protests during the war is that, yes, their public face were middle-class professionals like Lowy, but the feet on the ground, or we might even say the slippas on the ground, right, came from pre-war networks and most fundamentally market women's associations and the prayer bands. And even the iconography of the women in white comes directly from the prayer bands. that church congregations had. So you have networks that have overlapping memberships, right? Because any given woman is both a member of a prayer band and is selling in the market, and she has kin that have their own networks. And that the mobilization, in other words, getting the thousands in the streets and at the airport and at the mansion was coming from there, you know, and that wasn't the middle class social workers. And to call those, I wouldn't call those women conservative, you know, even with their connection to organized religious congregations. In the United States, we see a connection between religiosity and political conservatism. I don't think we can translate that directly to Liberia. And then the other question I kind of had for Susan is there's been a long-standing kind of theme, and I'm trying to remember if people have published it or not, but there's been this sense that because of the way settler colonialism happened in Liberia, where you've got a small group of colonists who are a numerical and demographic minority holding on to power, that women had unusual prominence in that group, because rather than open the doors to men of indigenous background into the elite, into government, into business, you draw on the female members of that small minority. And that theory has floated around because, again, and this is what I feel like I've been beating my head against for years. Prominent women as political actors did not emerge in Liberia with the war. There is a really deep history of this that goes well before the war. And that's why it has always driven me nuts that Charles Taylor was taking credit for opening all these opportunities for Liberian women. I'm going to stop there. I'm seeing more and more questions coming up, but I'm going to let you two respond.
Mary Felix has a question. He can speak.
Sure, let's hear from Felix too.
Felix?
Did he put it
Like
in?
he's calling from Liberia, so he might have connectivity.
Okay, if he
So you
could
can-
put it in the chat.
Excuse? Hello, no, I didn't want to make a comment. Something happened here inadvertently. Excuse.
We just heard you, Felix. Can you speak to us some more?
Oh, what happened here?
Should we let the presenters reply to my comments while Felix sorts
Yeah,
out
I
his
think
audio?
so. Yes.
All right, okay. All right, please go ahead, Susan and Rebecca.
Rebecca, you're welcome to go first if you'd like.
Okay, I'll try and answer several questions really quickly. So in response to Mary's comments, I think you're absolutely on the money. I definitely don't like this dichotomy of conservative and progressive women, and I need to do something about that with this paper, but I honestly don't even know where to start. Yeah, your comments, I think we should talk a little bit more because this is where I think you and I have kind of very different ideas about women's networks and kind of the role that they've played. So my theory is that of course, women's networks have existed in Liberia for a long time, but I sort of think that without the removal of the Sunday networks and some of these very conservative networks, it would have been difficult for these other networks to actually mobilize women broadly across the country in the way that they did, but I might be wrong. So I'd really love to pick your brain on that. A couple of other things. So if you are interested in this paper or in another paper that's kind of related to Jason's question about mobilization, you can email me. I'd be happy to send them out. They are not great papers, so please don't circulate them to everybody. Should I answer Mahadu's question?
Have you got it?
So,
Oh, yeah.
Or should I, Susan?
About the secrecy?
Yeah, I can say a few things about that, but
okay, do that
yeah.
quickly, and then we'll go to Susan.
So yeah, it's definitely challenging to study secret societies, especially in cultures that are where secrecy just in general is like something that people value. So I mostly worked with politicians. I wasn't always, but I did talk to and interview Zos and Soways and other people working directly with the secret society. So I was not specifically studying secrets. I wasn't trying to find secrets out about the society. I was studying how they functioned in society and functioned in politics. But people tended to be very suspicious of me at first. Then they'd get used to me. I would like cook with people a lot and like eat with them, and that kind of opened people up to me. And when they realized I wasn't like very anti-circumcision, I wasn't trying to preach to them, they tended to be a little bit more comfortable with me. When they saw I was a really bad cook, they felt bad for me and they would tell me things. But the very first village that I ever went to study Sunday, I was asking people all these questions like, does it ever meet? Like, how often do you guys meet? Like, and people were like, oh, never, 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 not since the war. And like, I was there for a few days, and over the weekend, one night from like 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., they had a massive Sunday dance party, just like drumming all night. And I was like, I thought you guys said that you didn't do this anymore. And they were like, eh. So they were just like lying to my face, because they were like, what is this like crazy lady doing? Like asking us about secret society. So it was definitely a bit of a process.
Okay, there's a question here about, first of all, to your question, Mary. My book was not, I was not trying to approach the whole history of women in the settlement of Liberia in my book. My book really focuses on two families, but I did devote a chapter to women involved, women who were involved in colonization. I think that theory is certainly possible. They definitely did not want Indigenous people to be a part of that power structure. So I think that that theory makes sense, but I can't, in all honesty, say that I've researched it at all. There's also a question here from BK Robertson. Did ACS migrants to Liberia somehow are responsible for the current division in Liberia, the so-called Congo versus country? I think that the people who migrated from the United States to Liberia did what every immigrant does. They carry with them the culture and attitudes and beliefs from the place that they came from. And in their case, most of them came from the American South. So there definitely were viewpoints about race and superiority and inferiority that they brought with them. And so I think that, yes, they, in many cases, had an attitude of superiority or an attitude of arrogance or dismissiveness toward Indigenous people. But I also think that there was a practical aspect to that too. The ACS held the purse strings for those first couple decades, at least. And I think that even if they had been willing to try to break down cultural barriers and dress like Indigenous people, eat like Indigenous people, learn those languages, that they had a fear perhaps of offending those in power and having their supplies cut off. And the bottom line is they probably couldn't have fully integrated anyway. You know, they were always going to stand out. Could they have behaved differently? Absolutely. But I think that there are a lot of factors that play into that. In terms of how can it be corrected, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, great. Thank you both. There are a few other comments. I think Rebecca is trying to type an answer to Wilma read.
Okay.
We're
can try to
also,
finish. It's
we
a
have
bit
2
hard.
minutes according to my.
I can, Wilma, if you like, I can give you a really, really brief answer. If you're interested, we could talk about it a bit more. You can send me an email. So basically, I think this is a really interesting question. Of course, as you point out, so she's asking about kind of the relationship of sexual violence with politics and with the secret societies and with the conflict. So my research isn't specifically about this. I actually set out to do a research project on sexual violence, and then I realized I was not the person to do that. I didn't have the training, and it was just really uncomfortable for me to interview people about subjects like sexual violence, and I didn't know how to give them the right support. So I am interested in this, and one of the things that I found, just kind of generally speaking, was it seems like Sande has been forced, especially in Sierra Leone, to kind of be more accepting of issues of sexual violence because it was so widespread during the conflict. And so there were former soldiers, women who had been sexually assaulted as soldiers, and also civilian women who had been sexually assaulted. So there are some like interesting ways to kind of talk about this and how the society has become more open and more accepting of this. And I think it also contributed to the belief that women would make good leaders because they had not, actually in some cases, they had participated in perpetrating sexual violence, but they weren't so strongly associated with that.
Okay. I think we have actually managed to bring this in precisely on time. And we got through really, I think, all the questions, although I want to keep talking to both of you, but we can't do that right now. But we've had several compliments on this panel, and I want to thank both participants. And I look forward to reading a lot more of your work. Do we all applaud? And Jackie, are you there and ready to take control again so that we can get the next panel in?
Yes, we have about a 3-minute break for the next panel.
Oh, we have 3 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
All right. That sounds terrific.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you all.
Bye.
Thank you,
Thank
Mary.
you, Mary.
Okay.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thanks, Susan.
Bye.
Jay, how are you?
Dr. Toh, how you doing?
I am doing well, my brother.
Forward to your presentation.
Right. You never finish, I guess.
JCN,
Yes.
I cannot see Samuel Toh. What name does he have? I don't see him.
Dr. Samuel Toh.
Okay, doctor. Okay, that's why.
So,
Okay. I was looking on the S. Okay, they're all there now, Jason. Over to you.
okay, so should I start?
Yeah, you can start. Is
Okay,
Dr. Broderick there? Do you have Dr. Broderick?
Dr. Cyril Broderick. I don't see him. Dr. Broderick, are you there?
Okay, what
Yeah,
is
he's
it?
there. Okay, okay, all done. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this next session of our LSA meeting. We have three presenters. First will be Dr. Samuel G. Toe. He's presenting his paper on growth without development, a revisit of Flowers' 1960s thesis. Dr. Toe is the director and associate professor of the Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida Graduate School of International Studies, University of Liberia. Next, we'll have a presentation by doctoral candidate George Kemototo. He's presenting on the impact of housing on the economic development in post-war countries, a single case study on Douazon community, Liberia, West Africa. And finally, we'll have Professor Cyril E. Broderick Sr. He is Associate Professor of Agriculture at Delaware State University. And by the way, George is a doctoral candidate at the College of Doctoral Studies, Grand Canyon University. Professor Broderick will present on the need to retain and expand the Hiva rubber heritage of Liberia. Gentlemen, I would say we would take about 20 to 22 minutes each. That'll give us, about close to 20 minutes for Q&A at the end of the session. And Dr. Toe, it's on you.
Thank you very much. I am going to attempt to share my screen. Who's disabled participant screen sharing?
Only for you, Samuel, just hold on 1 second. You will soon get permission. Okay, you can. Yes, you can share it.
All right, I will attempt to share my screen. Okay, my screen is being shared now. So forgive me, let me get set up. All right. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Samuel G. Toe. I'm currently the director of the IBB graduate school at the University of Liberia, and I am associate professor within the program. My focus is on Liberian politics, Liberian history, and international political economy. Today, I hope to present what I consider a review of one of the most influential, the most potent, the most enduring, and the most seminal work in Liberian economic history, and that is the Growth Without Development thesis. I will say a little bit about the thesis, I will say a little bit about the work, and I will express some disagreement and criticisms of Clowes and his associates' work. But for today, this is what I have as an outline. I will give a little bit background about the paper itself, how it developed. I will talk about the development of the Growth Without Development thesis, what my paper is and what it isn't. I mean, Growth Without Development is an enduring that there is hardly any Liberian scholar who has not embraced this particular thesis. And so I have to tread carefully in my own criticism of the central premise, although I'm not the first person to do so, but I do so for some different reasons. I will talk about some of the early criticisms of the work itself. For some Liberian scholars, I will speak generally about the evidence that I found within the period 1950 to 1960 and how they conflict with Clowes' own findings. My critique of the work is basically ideological, and I will state that point and I will conclude. Basically, the background of this paper, it actually developed from my PhD dissertation at UAE. I was interested in the phenomena of the rentier state, particularly in Africa. The rentier state has several different prepositions. The idea that rent leads to underdevelopment, that rent leads to authoritarianism, that it leads to institutional decay, and that it leads to political violence and conflict. My PhD dissertation actually examined these key prepositions across Liberia's entire state experience, but particularly in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War. That was the moment in Liberian history when we experienced the highest inflow of state rentierism on account of export of iron ore and rubber. This does not suggest that state rentierism did not exist. In fact, I argue that state rentierism was quite permanent in the first quarter of the 20th century, particularly with the export of native labor. What one American advisor called the invisible export. That was at the time when British and American control over Liberia's revenue within the custom area had only provided an avenue for the government of Liberia to get revenue from labor export. And so labor rent featured very permanently in Liberia revenue structure. And so my findings surprisingly contrasted with some of the key prepositions within the rentier state theory. So for example, I argue that, the rentier state, in fact, is a liberal critique of the state's position in markets and economy. And its pejorative notion is very recent, is as recent as the post-Washington consensus. I argue that rent is an unfortunate oxymoron because all states are rentiers when we understand the term of rent as gains from assets, whether those assets are tangible or not. Particularly in the case of Liberia, and this is where this paper comes in, the evidence that I review, particularly for the period that Chloe examines, do not agree with Chloe. So for example, I realized that the external revenue, particularly from the export of natural resources, rubber and export, were very instrumental in and very pivotal in and very constructive in the dynamic post-World War II processes of state and nation building. And so rent play a very positive role as opposed to the general preposition within the scholarship that rent is more deleterious and it undermines development. In fact, my evidence found that Liberia was actually developing during the precise period that Chloe is saying that we are experiencing growth without development. And so I became very concerned. I mean, Chloe is a big academic Northwestern team, and I appear to be going against the green. So I said, wait a minute, am I making some mistake? And so I go back to Chloe's 1996 book, and I go back to Chloe's, not 1996, I'm sorry, 1966 book, and I go back to Chloe's 1962 report based on the economic survey. And I find some very interesting, very surprising conclusions. And so I want to talk a little bit about what the growth without development is. Essentially, Chloe and his team argued that Liberia was growing, but it was not developing, and that the growth was primarily due to the export of iron ore and rubber. That was true, of course, but the conclusion of growth without development did not seem to pan out. There was another author who was actually very influential also, and that was Dalton, George Dalton. And essentially Dalton was saying that, the cultural and political institutions at the time in Liberia were the inhibiting forces of development, and that all that was required was a total rearrangement of the social practices, the social organizations, and the political institutions. My paper is not necessarily, my paper is essentially a critique of Chloe's central conclusion that there was no development, only growth. I do not refute his other conclusions about income and wealth inequality, for example, about the external orientation of the Liberian economy, and other conclusions that he made. My criticism is mainly on the key conclusion of growth without development. And my criticism, unlike many other criticisms that are based on the interpretation of the economic statistics and the data at the time, even though I agree with other authors that disagree with Clower on that basis, but my criticism is more ideological in terms of the framework that Clower uses to gauge development in Liberia. Of course, there have been many critiques. I would just mention a few. For example, the author Paul Huber, he said, Clower's thesis of growth without development is based in part on an unacceptable value judgment and in part on a mistaken belief that political and social institutions in Liberia are static. It is the inability of Clower and his associate to recognize the rapid social changes occurring in a backward social structure, which constitutes a major flaw in their book. Now, another author you may be familiar with, who I think has a more sobering, have a clearer understanding of the Liberian experience, is Martin Lowenkoop. Lowenkoop was more direct. Lowenkoop said that this survey is not merely growth, but it is development, even according to Clower's own definition. And he goes forward to give Clower's definition of the structural change in line with productivity. Now, another criticism of Clower's work was another UN report that appeared in 1975. In fact, when the team entered Liberia in 1973, they said the Liberia we found in 1973 was strikingly different from that of only a dozen years ago. Development now widespread, the team said, and there is a genuine commitment to it on the part of the government. The Tobo administration has made sweeping reforms, but many of the forces of change were already at work. So again, this in fact, the team titled its report as Growth with Development, in direct contrast to Clower and his team. And so what does the evidence really show? One of the misunderstandings that many scholars have about Clower's thesis is that Clower's thesis is limited to only a 10-year period between 1950 and 1960. Clower's thesis, I would argue, has very little relevance beyond that period. But many Liberian scholars seem to understand Clower as describing the economic situation in Liberia pre-1980. And what I find in my own research, and Clower agrees with much of this, is that most of the social and economic indicators, including the human development indicators, were all trending positively in terms of school enrollment, in terms of the literacy rate, in terms of net money income in the tribal household. In fact, that quadrupled. The mileage of all weather road quadrupled, rapid expansion in public buildings, new public health programs, anti-malaria, anti-leprosy, vaccination program, expansion in social services, sanitation, welfare. All of these economic and social trends were on the increase. So it wasn't only about growth. In fact, it was also about development. Now, my key criticism, I have two major criticisms of Clower's work. The first is that Clower's 1966 book contradicts a key finding in his 1962 report. In his 1962 report, the closest Clower came to the growth of all development is to say growth. There was more growth than development, which is more comparative. And then he said, before attempting to draw firm conclusions about growth versus development, I'm reading directly. This is a page that comes directly from Clower's 1962 report. He says, before we attempt to draw any conclusion about growth or development, however, we must take a closer look at certain aspects of contemporary scenes. And then he goes to admit his ignorance, or his team's ignorant of the processes of development that have been ongoing. He says, since we view Liberian social and economic life from an essentially alien standpoint, we may easily overlook elements of improvement that are clear and obvious to people who have lived in Liberia. In many events, Liberia's expansion dates back little more than a decade. Even if significant changes in techniques and organization are currently in process, the forces generated by these changes will have to be vigorous enough to make themselves felt so soon. For the moment, and I want to emphasize this particular quote from Clower, for the moment, we merely observe that there is no clear evidence on this matter of growth without development one way or the other. Clower admits this. He says, we have not enough evidence and we cannot make any decision one way or the other on the question of growth without development. However, in 1966, Clower and his team come back and say growth without development. Now the question is why? I have included here Clower and his team, one of the key references in terms of their understanding of growth without development was from the author John Kenneth Gilbreth in one of his very influential articles he wrote called The Non-Affluent Society, and it appeared in the A Digest. So I went after that article and I found it eventually in the Department of Agriculture somewhere in DC. Gilbreth himself was an advisor to the US government during World War II, and he was also an advisor to Kennedy. I mean, one of his most influential books was The Affluent Society. Now in '62, Gilbreth wrote an article in A Digest entitled The Non-Affluent Society, where essentially he adapts William Rostow's construct of the stages of development. And for Gilbreth and for Clower as well, Clower team adapt, I argue, a flawed modernist conception of economic development, which views it as a corollary of modernity that is incompatible with an African traditional society. That Liberia was still in its traditional stage, and until its social and political systems were altered, it could not be described as developing. So despite the fact that that period was one of the most transformative, it was one of the most progressive, all of the social economic indicators were pointing upwards. Clower and his team could not agree that development was ongoing because of the construct of the development, because of the ideological underpinning of development that they were carried by. And that was Rostow's framework of stages of development that saw development as a linear and rigidly sequential process where you must move from a traditional society and goes to preconditions for takeoff and maturity and high consumption. And to see countries, and this is Gilbreth speaking, and you see some of the languages in Gilbreth's 1962 article appearing almost verbatim in Clower's book. And he says, to see countries of the world not as divided between developed and underdeveloped, but as spaced along a line representing various stages of development is important for obtaining an accurate view of the problem. And then he says, at each stage along the continuum, there is an appropriate policy for further advance. What is appropriate at one stage is wrong at another. And the reason why I believe that Clower and his team were carried away by this definition is because some of the many recommendations were influenced by this understanding. The fact that if you were in a certain stage of development, you were essentially incompatible with certain economic policies, and you could not develop until you have overcome what was termed essential preconditions. So for example, on the issue of education, Clower had some really ridiculous recommendations to make. He suggested, for example, taking Liberian children out of their indigenous societies and carrying them in more civilized societies, for example, to educate them. He suggested the abolition of the universal education law that Liberia had, and he also suggested again that Liberia adopt the French mode of education, where only a small elite of the population were trained and developed and educated, and the rest of the people were left aside. I mean, the French model was only educating the chiefs, the sons of the chiefs, and everybody else. He was suggesting a creme de la crop preposition. He criticized the opening of a university, for example, because he said that level of education was incompatible with the largely traditional society that Liberia found itself in the 50s and the 60s. He criticized, for example, the agricultural research and extension program under President Tubman, because he said tribal farmers did not have the adequate training, and in fact, they were more attached to traditional methods, and therefore they could not use it. On the issue of health, for example, he said Liberia should only focus on anti-malaria programs, and that JFK was a waste of money, for example. So you see all of these examples that attest to this particular Willem Rostow stages of development model that Clowell had adapted, and that obfuscated his view in clearly seeing and understanding the rapid economic and social transformation that were underway. Now, the question is, why has Clowell's thesis remained so dominant for almost 55 years? Now, at the international level, for example, this thesis seemed to reinforce the prevailing rule about Black and African inability for effective self-rule. Let's not forget, this was a period of divergent moral orders, where there was one set of rules for America and Europe, who constituted the West, the liberal societies, and there was another set of rules for the rest of the society, mainly America. The African societies had to gradually approximate the liberal capitalist ideals before they can be considered developed, or before they can be considered developing. At the domestic level, at the domestic level, Clowell's theses resonated with the anti-American Liberian and the anti-TWP progressive forces, mainly because they took an anti-imperial, and they view the American Liberian rule as oligarchic. Of course, it was. And many of the actors who were in support of Clowell's theses had political and academic careers and fortunes to make. And so Clowell's theses until now is still very potent. And I conclude to say that Clowell's growth for development, not only is it an incorrect reading of the data for that period, but is Eurocentric, is modernist, is colonial in a way, it is teleological, and is rigidly sequential. On the basis of the empirical evidence and this flawed conception of economic development, I would suggest that we revise Clowell's thesis, or we completely abandon it, because in my view and the evidence that I have seen, it is incorrect. Liberia's contemporary development landscape still continues to reflect this flawed paradigm in its insistence upon the rearrangement of traditional social practices as essential preconditions for development, and its reliance on transfer of capital, particularly from outside. And so in a way, even though we have what I consider to be a master fiction, one of the many master fictions of the Liberian studies, it still appear to be very important, because there have been both academic and politicians who have become over the years vested in this view of development. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Toh, for that very informative presentation. And we will get to the questions at the end. But right now, if we could please have George, can you turn your camera on, please? George, are you there? Excellent. And okay, in about 20 to 22 minutes, and you have the floor. Dr. Cook, can you turn your video off, please, sir?
Yeah, thank you. Please permit me to share my screen.
Yeah, you should be able to share your screen on the bottom. It has share screen in green.
Yeah, okay. I think you guys can see my screen, right?
Not yet. In the bottom, it has share screen.
Yeah, already. I already did. I already shared my screen.
I don't see anything. No, it's not sharing.
Yeah, it's not sharing, but you have permission, George, but it's not sharing.
Oh, let me. Let me see.
Yes.
There you go. Okay, excellent.
Let me try to see what I can. Oh, you got. I want to do the like a slideshow or something. So, anyway, let me see what I can take this off from on here. Okay, you guys can see, right? Okay, thank you so much. Let me take this time to say thank you to the moderator and also to the Liberian Studies Association for giving me the opportunity to be able to talk about the work of my dissertation. My dissertation is like a work in progress. I just completed my data collection, and I'm in the process of completing my chapter 4. So just bear with me. This is my topic. My topic is the impact of housing development in post-war country. It is a case study, and I narrowed down my research work to Dwaso community. As you know, Dwaso is a post-war community. So the way my focus is. So this is the abstract of my dissertation. As you all know, Liberia went through 14 years of civil war. According to that, we have a decline in our GDP about 90%. This is a cool report from 2009. We're talking about housing development in post-war country. And we see that the construction of housing and ownership have influenced economic development in post-war country in terms of investment, employment opportunity, labor productivity, and saving. And investment will enhance economic performance and competitiveness in Liberia, especially in terms of poverty and segregation. So this is the introduction of post-war conditions. You all know where to Liberia. Post-war is a time of recovery. You know, this is for the literature of Miller and Rasmus 2016. You know, and we talk about poor economic development. While poor economic development do with lower productivity, we have fewer investment in the nation. And according to a report from the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, reported that about 68.5 million people will be forcibly displaced from their very home. You know? So the background was steady. The background was steady. Take me back to World War II. You know, World War II, if you go into the history of World War II, it was a time of massive infrastructure period at that time. The Industrial Revolution and other stuff were occurring in the part of the world at that time. And we know what happened during the war. Japan was one of the major actors in the war. Japan was complete. They had a lot of infrastructure breakdown. Other countries, especially in Asia, like Korea and other places. So it have a significant impact on country at that time at the end of World War II. And then at that time, that's the time so Adam begin to have to do some research in housing. And, you know, and we saw in other countries in Europe also too, like the US or the Institute, the US Marshall Plan. And also we saw in Belgium, we saw in Netherlands, there was a development at that time in Europe booming, at the center in Asia, also in Japan were picking on to putting their infrastructure development together. And even in the Far East Asia too, Israel got to the fought of Civil War too. And after that war, they tried to enhance their whole ownership too. And they started getting some activity. And even our African developing country, Rwanda also too, we can see the pace at which they're going today. You know, they have the genocide. And then, but despite all these development are going on around the world at that time, when it comes to home ownership, economic development, so status, they did not really see no much interest in it. Only their focus on after disaster. When they talk about home ownership or home development in places, they talk about maybe like in America, yeah, for example, we talk about hurricane. With hurricanes struck places that you see a lot of, you see home destroy all that stuff. That's the time you see people pay more attention to home ownership. But in terms of war or civil war, people much focus on that only. Whilst was out of making the argument, you find country, agency, other people there to be particular about providing, giving food to people, or to start carrying ration or refugee camp, displaced camp, giving water, sanitation, or thing. But when it comes to home ownership or where the people reside, where they sleep, most they are focused on that order. So that's the reason why they didn't have much interest in it. So this is my problem. My problem statement, first of all, study is a qualitative case study. And I tried to focus on a single organization, the Housing Authority, because you know the Housing Authority is indicted by law in Liberia to carry on the housing policy, housing program in Liberia. So my research was to engage the Housing Authority to get their perspective on the role of home ownership and economic stability in Dwazo, Liberia. So this is my problem statement I have. It is that how Housing Authority official describe the role of home ownership on the economic stability of the post-war region in Dwazo. And my literature review, I broke my literature review into 6 different sections. The first section, I discussed the history and the background of the impact of housing on economic development in post-war country. And the second aspect of the literature review focused on the gap. And if you go through the gap in the literature when it comes to home ownership in post-war country, you'll find out that there's no much literature in that particular aspect, but there's some standard that gives some research work on the way on the gap in the literature, which my dissertation try to focus on. And then when it comes to Liberia, when it comes to the whole ownership, so we don't have much literature in Liberia. So as a result, that's why I choose to do a case study to look at other countries, the model that they use, they did a comparative analysis and bring it back to Liberia. So the third session focused on the theoretical foundation and provide a lens through which for me to view the study. And then the fourth session of my literature review, we focus on housing the economic development. The fifth session, we focus on individual when it comes to economic or their perspective and view. In the last session, I look at other literature and look at the methodology that they use, the instrumentation they use to qualify their data, and they draw a similarity and brought it back to Liberia, because for a kind of Liberia, they have one literature on home development. I think it's only one guy, or Aku. I think it's only Aku that so far he did some work on home about home ownership and home development Liberia. But he worked for a while, especially if you do the dissertation. My university want like a 5 year period within the content that collected by information. So Aku did a very good work where like the literature is kind of very old. So this is my premise in there. It's a qualitative case as I said. We try to deal with housing authority. So the development, my theoretical foundation that I used were the developmental state theory, which I focus on Liberia. The development state theory is a theory that was associated after the war, during the time of the World War II. They play a massive role in infrastructure and home development in Japan. As you know, Japan was one of the countries that were badly destroyed during the war, and also in Asia. So the development theory, the DS theory, it was associated in Singapore, in South Korea, Japan, and other places today. So I brought that to Liberia. You know, if I to see us, we can use that theory as a model in Liberia also to enhance our home ownership and economic development in Liberia, also to most especially narrow it down to Dwazon. So what are some of the expected practical significance of this area, what I do with this area? This area will offer significant suggestions for research and government on the role of the economy, the state, the social stability, and understand the impact of housing on economic development. And they will be able to make recommendations that will help countries to move more quickly to recover from conditions in post-war setting. You know, so these are just some of the practical significance that must will provide. And then the research methodology and design. I use qualitative methodology to investigate how housing authority officials describe the role of ownership on the economic stability. The rationale I use, the methodology is to establish the requirement of owners and participant perception and their experience, most especially the guys at housing authority. In fact, I have a set of criteria in which to interview this any participant. So they like to hear from their perception, their own experience, and there's some of the difficulty that they encounter when it comes to home ownership and while analyzing my data. And normally, if you go through case study, researchers normally recommend, especially my research question is focused on how and why. So these are some of the reasons that maybe to use the qualitative methodology. And the design, the research methodology and design also continue the design for it's just a single case study, which is focused on housing authority. And these are some of the reasons why I use year 2016 to kind of give some of the reasons why I use case study and to look at some of the similarity and other stuff. Initially, I was supposed to do a qualitative, I was supposed to do a descriptive study. But looking at the context which I found Liberia was in, and looking at the difficulty getting a lot of literature, I wanted to do a descriptive case study. So it was difficult for me to do a descriptive study. So my focus, that was through my committee, my chairman, so we have to use do a single case study. But this is my research question that I have two research questions. How do housing authority officials describe the role of ownership on the economic stability of post-war region? And how do housing authority officials perceive the role of war the economic distortion who not share Dwaso Liberia. As you all know again, recently what Dwaso, I choose Dwaso for you know Dwaso, one of the emerging community in Liberia, very a new community, and Dwaso is strategically located in a place that attract a lot of investors, and it attract or home buyer who own up on the buy land today. And I was in Liberia this summer, I went there to take a trip there, and I visited that area. That community is growing a lot. You see people building a lot of construction going on. People building modern houses in the Dwason community, and it's really improving. And if you look at the distance from Dwason, from Monrovia, you have the Pinsville, built right there. Then you have the international airport right there, Ralphie. I think it will take you about 20 million, 25 million ride from there to go to the airport. So it's like a new community that can already impact the economic development in Liberia in terms of home ownership. This is the population sample that I use. The general population for this area will consist of government officials in Liberia, and my target population was 12 officials for National Housing Authority, people that serve in mid to senior level management, that involve in housing decision making. Those are the people, and the sample size were 12, that I used to interview them to collect my data. And these are the exclusion criteria that I use. Retired official of the National Housing Authority that lie in this research. People that serve at administrative level, and people that have no experience implementing the housing policy and national housing policy. So those people that involved into this area. I use the proposed sampling to select the 12 housing authority officials those are participating in this area. And the rationale for using that sample was, I know it has some limitation, but it helped me to find participants who really understand and understood the topic, especially when it comes to housing authority. That's the reason why I use the proposed sampling method for. And those were the recruitment process that I used. Because the COVID-19, initially my research was about to do a face-to-face interview, but the COVID-19, there was a big changes in the protocol. So I recruited people through email, and invitation was sent out to them. They signed an agreement, a confidentiality agreement, and they were given a consent form to sign. These are some of the ethical procedures that I use in my research. They were voluntary. They were not forced to take part in the research. We make a case to them. And also, we try to protect them, not to have their identity to be exposed or coding was given to them. So in terms of my data sources, I collected data from 3 different sources. The first one was a semi-structured interview online through Zoom. I did a one-on-one interview with the 12 participants, one at a time. I think it took me almost about 1 week and a half to complete the interview with everybody, one data to be able to talk to them. And then the second source of data was through a questionnaire, a survey questionnaire that was done through SurveyMonkey, which they say to a participant to try to, there's a case study. So I needed these 3 sources of data to try to get more information from them. So I got the SurveyMonkey, and then also to the 3rd source of data were documents that were related to the National Housing Authority, especially the mission statement, their annual report, their strategic plan, which were given to me through email, through the authority of the National Housing Authority. And then through the 3 sources of data, which are working or trying to analyze my data, trying to do the coding, and also to the team. The data collection instruments, as I said, were done through Zoom, SurveyMonkey, and then the document were given to me through email. These are some of the instruments that I use to collect the information from, especially when it comes to the demographic question, which was the pre-demographic question. I asked some of the participants their age, the educational level, how long they've been working in a host authority, their management position, and their work function, just to get to know them. So appointment made through Zoom, and then after that, we transcribe the interview, the Word document, and this was one of the most difficult parts for me. Okay, to interview about 12 questions, and then you have to listen to the audio, you have to transcribe that audio into a Word document, and you have to run your code and do your team. No, that was one of the difficult part for me in the research. These are some of the limitations of the wing there. Every study has some limitation of wing there. The selection of 12 participants may raise questions. Somebody may ask, but why do you use 12 questions? Why do you select 12? The rationale for that is that it would not be generalized a large population because of the small size of the sample. And also the geographical limitation of the study in Liberia. Because of the COVID-19, I could not go to Liberia. I had to do my interview through Zoom. And the study was delimited in terms of the selection aspect. I would focus on senior level manager from housing authority, because somebody may ask a question, why you didn't focus on senior level? So these are some of the limitations and weakness that I found in my study. And the potential practical application, this study will help establish a permanent housing or help the general or the general economy to improve faster at a faster rate, and which will help both the financial well-being and the housing's ability to those that live within the affected region. That'll be one of the more practical significance of this area.
2 more minutes, 2 to 3 more minutes left.
Yeah, so I've done already. Yeah, so these are my references. Thank you so much again for giving the opportunities to be part of the discussion.
George, thank you very, very much for your presentation. Very enlightening and informative. At present, if we could please have Dr. Broderick. So are you ready? Turn your camera on.
Jason, we have to stop sharing the slide first.
Oh, sorry. George, can you please stop? Here you go. Excellent. Dr. Broderick, can you hear me? The floor is yours, sir.
Can you please hold on? I want to change my computer, please. Hold on.
Certainly. In the meantime, I will read some of the questions so that the panelists can start thinking about them. I think, Dr. Tu, you've already answered Dr. Paley's question. I see you typed the answer. Dr. Covenant Ward had a question for you here. Very interesting presentation. Dr. Tu, are there models of development that are African-centered rather than Eurocentric? So to think about that for the Q&A session. And you have a question here also, Dr. Tu, from Wilma Red. Thank you, Dr. Tu. When I think of development, I think about roads, education levels, healthcare access, communication, etc. I was wondering if the growth with that development compares Liberia's development with that of similar countries, Sierra Leone, for example. So these are questions Dr. Tu that you can, think about. Okay, there we go. Dr. Broderick, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to introduce myself, and again, my name is Cyril Broderick. I'm originally from Liberia, and I'm at Delaware State University, where I'm a professor. And I've been there for a number of years. And I have, over the last few years, I've acquired a promotion to professor. So I'm a professor there now. And I have worked in Liberia at the University of Liberia and at the Firestone Company in Liberia. So those are some of my portfolio I wanted you to know. So the topic today is a very important topic for me, and I wanted you to be part of it. Can I start now?
Yes.
The share button should be at the bottom in green.
At bottom green?
Yeah, share screen. It's a little green box with an arrow. It says share screen.
Okay, hold on, let me see. Can you see it now?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, let me.
You see it has participants, Q&A, chat, and the very next is share screen.
Okay, no, I don't see it so far.
So look to the very bottom of your computer screen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the mute video, start your video? You keep going across, it has participants, Q&A, number 3 on there, chat, share screen in green.
You see my close. Let me see. 1 second.
If you press Alt plus S at the same time, you can also share.
Out.
And S.
Out. S and what?
Alt first and S. The letter
Out, where's out?
The alt.
Oh, alternate.
Yeah.
Oh, alternate and
S.
S. Okay. Hold on 1 second. I'm on okay, alternate and S, huh?
Correct.
You see it?
No.
Alternate S, I did that.
Jackie, is there another way we can get the screen?
He can send me his PowerPoint and I can show it while he gave the presentation.
Okay, Doctor, can you please send your PowerPoint to Jackie and she can
Okay.
work it that way. While we're waiting,
Jackie,
I'm waiting for it, Prof.
yeah, okay.
Jason, you can answer some questions while I wait, while I get.
Sure, sure. Okay, so Dr. Toe?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, so do you want to answer the, try to answer the, Dr. Covington's question, which was, are there models of development that are African-centric rather than Eurocentric?
I mean, considering, can you hear me, Jason?
Yes.
Considering the widespread capitalist model across the entire continent, including Liberia for that matter, is difficult to see an economic model that is historically African-centric. But what was unique about the economic development in Liberia post 1945, post World War II, was that, in my view, there were concerted and I believe genuine efforts to bridge the social gaps that about which there were much criticisms, but as well as to introduce the structural processes of development that would have included over time the larger population of society. Let's not forget, I mean, development is a process, and anybody who understands the post-1945 transformation undergoing in Liberia will agree that that was the period of the most accelerated processes of social, economic, and political transformations. I mean, the number of Liberians who entered the wage economy, increases in income across the board, both for skilled laborers and also for unskilled laborers who were largely indigenous people. In terms of education, Rabtel asked the question of qualitative progress. And there have been many documentations about qualitative progress. And my own research document and uncover qualitative research in education, for example. In 1965, Liberia's literacy rate stood at about 20%, and that was far ahead of Sierra Leone and Cote d'Ivoire and Guinea, for example, in terms of literacy per capita. The number of school enrollment, the number of educational facilities, as well as the quality. We come to health, sanitation, and social welfare. I mean, we think about the PRO, for example, the Public Relations Officer Program in Liberia, as a spy institution. Yes, it was a spy institution, but it was a major mechanism of social welfare. I mean, many people who were being compensated through that program were literally simply drawing a government paycheck, even though many of them were sending political information to the government as well. And then you think about the other social programs that existed. For example, Liberians were being paid to have children during that time. If you had a certain amount of children, you could go for a check at the maternity center, for example. And infrastructurally, of course, Clower himself documents the vast infrastructural transformation that occurred during that period. But Clower's key problem was the fact that he viewed the Liberian society as the time as largely traditional. And according to the framework of stages of development, at that stage of development, you could not agree that that society was developing. But in fact, all of the evidence point in the opposite direction. Transformation was both qualitative and quantitative. And I can point to the Liberian situation as a slightly different one, even though it's capitalist in its historical origins.
Okay, and quickly, Dr. Patey mentioned in regards to this question, she mentioned Julius Nyerera's Ujuma model. Right.
Well, yes, I mean, some of these models, I would agree, are Afrocentric in their origins, or perhaps are mixed. We are all now captive to the capitalist model and very much the liberal model of development. So it's always a mix where we depend on external capital, technology, and economic organization. But yes, I agree. Some of those models can be originally African, but there is always a mix of the liberal capitalist ideas at its center, mainly because of the heritage of colonialism, not only across the rest of Africa, but in the case of Liberia as well, given its history with the West.
Thank you. Jackie, do we have the presentation?
No, I called him just now and he said it has been sent. I'm still waiting.
Okay, well, we'll do another question here for.
I sent it earlier, and I hope you got it because I sent it already.
Okay.
And
yeah. Okay,
Dr.
I have it.
Toh.
I have it.
Excellent, excellent. Dr. Toh, can you please silence your camera, please? Thank you.
Okay, so 1 second. Uh-oh. Okay. Just 1 second.
I read it, Jackie?
Just 1 second. Yeah, it's opening now. It's taking a while.
Okay, okay. Dr. Toh. Dr. Toh?
It's ready. It's ready, Prof.
You say you were with the University of Liberia?
I am, sir.
Okay, we need to talk.
Okay,
Okay,
Professor, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. The need to retain and expand the hairy rubber heritage of Liberia is my topic. And rubber is very important, and for a number of years, rubber was more than 50% of the GDP of Liberia. So rubber is very important. And the next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Should I advance?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, history, introduction.
Yeah, it's
two.
I know. Okay.
Liberia is a tropical country on the west coast of Africa. And Liberia is the 102nd ranked country on earth by size, occupying 111.4 thousand square kilometers or 43,000 square miles. Liberia has a population of some 5.2 million people on approximately those acres and that number of hectares and that number of acres of land. So Liberia is very important in that regard. Thank you, Jackie. Now, but there's an urgent need to retain and promote the economy of Liberia, and every legitimate means needs to be retained. And for many years in the economic history of Liberia, rubber has been a major contributor to GDP and national income. But circumstances have changed. Nevertheless, it is important that the contribution and income are retained. The need is important, and everyone must be involved. The question is, how? So that's a major part of it. How to promote rubber production in Liberia. One is to expand rubber production. That means everybody who can should produce rubber. Establish some local industry that involves rubber and obtain new markets for Liberian rubber and rubber products. The Middle East, China, and India are additional markets. We have a market to the United States and Japan already, but we need to expand those markets. Okay, so those are things that will be talked about. The Gardner in 2018 reflected on the historic Liberian economy and records and records of productivity and contributions to national income. Where we put it, he reported that the national adoption of the British shilling between 1847 and 1943, but our records were quite poor. In addition, he also reported that a whole lot of records from that time have been lost in the Civil War during the 1990s. More importantly, he explained that currency use had changed from the shilling to the dollar in 1943. So you see that we always talk about the dollar, but the Liberian economy used to use the shilling one time. I remember my grandmother used to call 25 cents a shilling. And I want to ask them then why you call it shilling? So we changed from the British currency to Liberian to the American currency. So that was very important. And I'll go down to results and discussion. But the other stuff that was important and significant here, and I heard the other gentleman talking about Doison. He didn't say it was in Sano County, but I know Doison. I've been there. And that's where rubber can also be produced. But look at Liberia's rubber production. And started in 1961, it went up, and it was in 1990, it was reaching the highest point there. And then the war happened, it dropped. See how badly it dropped? And after the war, it went up again, but because they were attempting to destroy the trees, and now it's going all the way down again. So Liberian rubber has been terribly hit. Liberian rubber has been terribly hit. I don't know. It's moving too fast. The slides are moving. Okay, rubber is an important commodity. Not only in Liberia, it's for Liberia, it's for income and also for use. And rubber use is mainly in the with means of tires, rubber tires. But there are other things we use it for rubber gloves and other rubber tires, rubber gloves. And please take it back one. Yeah. Rubber tires, rubber gloves, and many other products. But I want to explain to you certain things as we go along. And as you see here, the rubber is producing almost at a level that was being produced in 1960. And we can improve it. But there are certain things that are complicating the fact. Please go ahead again. Now, rubber consumption worldwide. You see here, this is Asia. This is the Americas. That's Europe. Okay? But this is mainly for natural rubber. Okay, go ahead. Next slide. But this is the total rubber use. And we have the natural rubber and the synthetic rubber. But you see how they move together? The rubber utilization is similar between the two of them. Go ahead. Next slide. Next slide.
It's taking a while to load.
Oh, okay.
It's not showing the formula, although I can see it.
Oh,
I don't know
okay.
what's happening to the slide. Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, very good.
Blank slide, yeah.
Now, is it a rubber? It's a hydrocarbon. This is the main thing. This isoprene is an isoprene. It's a polar isoprene. The isoprene molecules are joined together to form rubber. And this is the natural rubber. But the artificial rubber is a competitor. Has a different chemical structure, but similar. It's also a hydrocarbon. But isoprene natural rubber has some certain advantages over the other rubber. The other rubber is made from petroleum. They seem to make gasoline from. And because it's liquid like that, it can be changed easily. But natural rubber is more difficult to change. So it can put in a lot of different things that natural rubber cannot be put into. But natural rubber has very, very, very good advantages. Many of the cars that are used in everyday driving, the small cars and the small trucks use natural rubber. But the big trucks and the heavy duty use natural rubber. So every time you fly, the tires on your plane are natural rubber. Natural rubber also is very, very important for medicine because medicine in surgery and stuff like that, the body will react negatively to synthetic rubber. So natural rubber is used in medicine. And also when you buy condoms, condoms are also made from natural rubber. So in medicine, they use natural rubber and then other things like that nature. So this is the basic structure of isoprene. And isoprene, long molecules of isoprene. Next. The history of Liberia is available in many documents, notably the Food and Agricultural Division of the United Nations, seen in WW, USCIA, and US government sources like USAID, Ministry of Agriculture annual reports, other organizational reports, commercial journal. All of these were sources to confirm what I've been talking about. But it's very important that we continue to produce natural rubber, in addition to producing stuff like oil palm, cocoa, coffee. It's very important because I see that the Liberian economy is suffering very, very much. Let's go to the next slide, please. Yet we have to watch this plantation mentality. Plantation agriculture is defined by the term plantation, as explained by Lundberg 1968. In plantation agriculture, people work virtually for free, except for small handouts from the owner. Farmers enjoy this for many years, and a change in that mentality is inevitable. Between 1920 and 2005, Firestone leased land for 5 cents per acre. 5 cents an acre. Imagine that. In 2005, the rate went up to 50 cents per acre. But that is still too small. That rate is still too small. I'm sorry for this mistake there. But rubber is a usable price. And I'll show you that Liberia spends a lot of money on rubber. We have farms in Salala, Nimba, in Firestone, Firestone is in Margibi, and many other like LRC, Liberian Rubber Corporation in Bassel, in Grand Bassel, and even the Kavala Rubber Corporation in Maryland. So we have rubber all over the place. There are small owners of rubber also. We need to encourage them to produce it. Okay, so those make a headline, make Liberia in an enormous headway, benefit from natural rubber. There are many products that can be produced locally, including house coverings that can be waterproof, long-lasting, and durable. Now, monoculture may be non-feasible also. It should also include stuff like cocoa and oil palm implanting the schemes for planting, because, like for instance, cocoa and the area in Africa that produces the most cocoa around the world that make chocolate, and the price of chocolate is always going up. So we need to adapt more cocoa production, because like Ivory Coast and Ghana make billions of dollars from cocoa. Liberia can begin to get more money from them. So we need to expand that. So the price of rubber is there. We have to base that price on our price and expand our agricultural production.
Professor, we're coming up on time.
Yeah, the last slide, please. Now, these are selected references that I want you can use up, and including this one here, the rich and the super rich, a state of power of money. And this is these are some of the references that you can look at in appreciating the role of Liberia. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Broderick, Dr. Tu, and Mr. Toto for these very informative and remarkable panel. I'm going to open up the questions here. George, can you unmute yourself? You have a few questions, and then I'll get to Professor Broderick. Okay, George. Is George there?
Yeah, I'm myself.
Okay, so there's a question here from Dr. Covington Ward. Says, Mr. Toto, thank you very much for your informative presentations. Do you have any preliminary results in terms of your answers to your research questions? That is from Dr. Covington Ward.
Yeah, well, thank you, Dr. Ward, for that question. I have already some results from my data analysis. And some of the result I'm getting so far is like the policy that they have, housing authority. Housing authority, they have three major policies in terms of home ownership. They have the mortgage, they have the mortgage system, they have the right to own, and cash to go. The cash to go is some people that have the money, they get paid for the home when housing authority build a home, and then they have some people that are the SS. They have right to own, and they have the market system. So one of the things I get it, the market system not actually working in Liberia because people don't have stable employment in Liberia. And there's only one bank in Liberia, according to my research, that provide mortgage loan, the Liberian Investment Bank, LBDI. And the protocol that they set, the criteria that they set, is very difficult to get loan to people because people don't have stable job in Liberia. And one of the things that come out of my research also to investment. And most of the participants that I spoke with, investment are not really making use of the market in Liberia because of corruption. The justice system is not fair enough. You know, when it comes to hearing cases, corruption. So because of that, corruption plays a major role for investors to invest in the housing market in Liberia. Those are some of the preliminary results I get in my data analysis.
Okay, thank you very much. The next question will go to Professor Broderick, and it's from Dr. Paley. You ready, Professor? And she says, Dr. Broderick, can we say that rubber is one of Liberia's natural resources with a question mark? Someone told me recently that rubber cannot be considered a natural resource of Liberia because it is derived from trees that must be planted in Liberia, trees that do not grow naturally in Liberia. I wasn't sure how to respond to this point.
Yeah. There's an original rubber in Liberia, one fituma, but the rubber in Liberia, the tree is from Brazil. And the name of the tree is Hevea Priscilliensis, that's a scientific name. Hevea Priscilliensis. It's a very important tree. And the tree was originally taken out of Brazil by Mr. Henry Wickham. And he took it to England. And England had the Kew Gardens, and they grew the seedlings, and the British government distributed it among all the colonies at the time. And at the time, they said that the sun could not set on the British Empire, and they had colonies all over the world, and they planted in almost all the colonies, and including Malaya at the time, Malaysia now, India, Indonesia, and even Nigeria, Ghana. But they even though grew well in Far East, Liberia was able to get a little bit of that in Mount Barkley, and that was a plantation in Lower Mount Barkley. Then, Firestone started to make bicycle tires, and and the rubber from Firestone were expensive. And he learned that the rubber could grow in Liberia. So that's how he became interested in Liberia and invested in 1926 with the American government in the Firestone Plantations Company. So that's how it came. And Liberia, and they found that rubber was doing very well there. During World War II, the Japanese conquered the whole Far East. And the Allies could not get rubber. Liberia in that time played an enormous role in supplying rubber to the Allies. And the rubber from Liberia made the tanks, war tanks, and airplanes possible. And Liberia contributed significantly to winning World War II because of the rubber. So rubber is a major resource of Liberia. You cannot underestimate it. It comes in so many ways to help, and including the income from rubber, but it's an enormous resource.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think we have time for one last question, and this one is for George. And this comes from Mr. Franklin Wheeler. Says, Mr. Toto, thank you for your presentation, which was very rewarding in terms of housing development. However, I was wondering how land has been acquired in the area under review, especially so when land issue is a hot topic in present-day Liberia. A recent issue in Nimba County is a case in point. Secondly, were you able to make some contacts with the Ministry of Public Works in the planning process of this new settlement?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. I did not engage the Ministry of Public Works in terms of what they're planning to do in terms of housing development, but my research was really focused on like the economic stability of home ownership, and that's why I engaged the housing authority. But however, some of the questions I will ask, part of my questionnaire that were involved on land issue, and I did also went to the land commission, and I spoke to them, and I got some information from them. But some of the questions that I asked in my questionnaire to the housing authority, how do they really get the land, to construct the houses they own? What are the policies they have in place to get land? And they told me that they go through like any normal individual that go and buy land from people that sell land, and they go there, project the land, and then or through investment or investor, and then start carrying on housing construction there. And that's what they do. When you tell more going to public work and come to land dispute issue and things that they want to happen in the market, no, that was not part of my research.
Thank you, George. One more follow-up question for you. Quick question, Dr. Broderick. I know I said this is the last, but Dr. Paley wanted some more clarifications. She says, but it's rubber a natural resource. Can you give a few seconds to that, and then we'll shut down to get ready for the next session. Sir, can you please unmute yourself? Unmute.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Like the plants can be native to an area, or it's a resource. Now, rubber has been growing in Liberia for more than 100 years. So because of that, and because of its role in the economy and in the lives of the people, that can be said it's a natural resource. It's been there long enough. It's not native there, but it's been there long enough. So it's now a natural resource. It grows well there, it does well there. So it's natural resource now.
Thank you very much. Well, this concludes our panel. Great conversation, gentlemen.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator, can I just be a 30 second?
Go ahead.
Statement? I think somebody asked why I didn't prefer government official instead of homeowner in Toronto. That was part of my initial study for when I was trying to do the descriptive study. I wanted to talk to homeowner in Toronto, but because the literature, I was not really getting good support in terms of the literature. That I can switch my study from the descriptive study to a single case study to focus on a particular organization. That's how I can use housing authority, and then I had to interview them, and then I can engage government official. And then also too, just a 30 seconds, so I hope that Dr. Toole and Dr. Bright, a budget for the University of Liberia to take into consideration. Liberia is a very difficult place to do research work. I have very difficulty. They have an R&B board at the University of Liberia that you have to go through in terms of data collection, and they are very difficult to work with. But they charge $1,000. You will talk, you will kind of say, okay, say your Liberian will pay $500 to before give you the clearance to collect your data. I mean, it's very frustrating. I know so many folks that live in the US to go Liberia to do their research, they come and they change their topic. I think you guys need to really look into that.
Okay, thank you very much, George, for your insight. Okay, gentlemen.
George, are you from Sino?
Jackie, I think we're ready.
I'm from Bon County, Tututa.
Where is this Dwazon?
Dwazon is the one on the Rawafi Highway, on the outskirts of Rawafi in Margibi.
Okay, there's a place in Sino named Dwazon also.
Oh, okay.
Jackie, I think we're ready to turn over to you.
Okay, we will have a 2-minute break so I can bring the other panelists on. Thank you very much.
Okay. Professor, can you turn off your camera, please?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Um, Before we begin, I would like to announce that the president has sent a message that the board members should please check and respond to an urgent email that was sent to them a few minutes ago. Thank you. Is Mr. Woods here?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you a panelist?
Yeah, I'll be presenting with Zulika, so we'll be using one screen.
Oh, okay, good. That's why I was looking for you. Okay. 1 minute, please. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you again for being with us today. We're going to start the last panel, and the last panel deals with education. Education, as you know, has been a very important subject in Liberia, and now it is a critical topic. We've seen outsourcing Liberia's educational system. We've seen the lack of quality in the educational system, and we've seen the lack of context in the reading materials and the other educational materials. So today we have an esteemed panel that will be discussing these issues. So the first, if you would remove the video so we can all see you before we start. Okay, thank you. So we will start with Mr. Johnny C. Woods and Ms. Sulika R. Woods. And these two are the LSA Mary Antoinette Brown Emerging Scholars for 2020-2021. We're very glad to have both of you, and they will be speaking today on determining our path, a comparative analysis of higher education structure in Liberia and other West African Anglophone countries. We ask the other panelists to please turn off their videos and mute themselves as we listen to Ms. Sulika Woods and Mr. Johnny Woods.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you.
We've not been given the permission to share our screen yet.
You have permission to share.
Thank you. Okay, so as you've already said, my name is Zuleka Woods, and this is my partner, Johnny Woods. We're both PhD students with background working in higher education in Liberia. And we will be talking today about our paper we submitted on a comparative analysis of Liberia higher education system in comparison with other Anglophone West African countries. A little background. Governments have been more invested in higher education in consideration of their pivotal role and being instrumental for national innovation and economic prosperity. I think, as Jackie already said, we know that higher education play a big part in development and a lot of different things in developing countries. A lot of people have agreed, a lot of scholars have agreed that moving forward or for development to occur, there has to be some sort of education-driven mentality and a lot of education initiative. In most African countries, the coordination of higher education is inherent in the state-driven governing bodies. So there's Commission on Higher Education, there have been some Council of Higher Education and some accrediting boards. For Liberia specifically, the system of higher education in Liberia is heavily influenced by the US due to Liberia's history and formation. Beginning with Liberia's College, now known as the University of Liberia, higher education in Liberia has not been standardized until 1989 with the creation of the National Commission of Higher Education Act. For people who are in higher education in Liberia, you will be familiar with this act. It comes a lot. There's been a lot of conversations about it. There's been a lot of debates on whether or not it needs to be reformed, and that's some of the things that drove this paper specifically. Prior to 1989, governance of higher education structure were primarily by institution coordinated by the Ministry of Education. There were also still this conversation about some of the institution from the states or some of the board from the states that had relations with Liberia College or education institutions in Liberia. So a lot of colleges in Liberia were still connected to the American system, as I said earlier. Current trends in Liberia, the call for a periodic evaluation of higher education system and governance in Liberia is essential to reflect the needs of the government, institution, and the public. The system of higher education is strongly challenged with issues of infrastructure, lack of adequate trained professors, funding. I can speak personally from my experience at working at Tubman University. Being a rural area or all the way in Harper, Maryland, there's a lot of challenges getting goods and services to the university. There's a lot of challenges in recruiting professors and getting people to go all the way to Maryland. There's a lot of problem with retention in keeping them once they get there. There's a lot of problem with having even trained professors. As someone who were at the university, I know a lot of times for us to be able to offer certain degrees, we needed maybe up to 3 people with the same degree at that level. And sometimes it's very hard to recruit people within that field. One example being environmental science. To get people with master's degree level in environmental science to come and offer that degree at a university was a challenge that we faced. Also, higher education has a central role in shaping the national development to conform to national and global standards. As we know here in the US, higher education plays a huge role in a lot of things that we want to do. And I think that the role of higher education in shaping national development in Liberia is crucial, especially now that we see a lot of different universities popping up every so often in Liberia. Our objective for this study was to assess the Commission of Higher Education, as I said, especially with the Act. We looked at West African Anglophone countries specifically. We looked at them primarily because these are countries that we can compare Liberia to across the board. The comparison was to look at the differences and the similarities within these countries. And also we come to understand that these are countries that all across the board use the WIAC examination for testing and assessment. So these are countries that would be easily compared to Liberia, as opposed to other countries, maybe saying like here in the US or other countries in Africa specifically. Our approach, we use a content analysis, a qualitative approach. We looked at higher education governing bodies, specifically looking at digital sources, so their website or any documentations that they had online. Analysis of their websites, their council described by their structures, function, policies, implication, and role in higher education governance. So again, we looked across these countries, specifically looking at similarities and differences to Liberian higher education structure. The countries that we looked at were Nigeria, the Gambia, Sierra Leone, Ghana, and of course, Liberia for similarities. These had to be English speaking, as I said, Anglophone countries. We looked at these countries that have governing bodies, some sort of higher education equivalent, commission equivalent like Liberia. We looked at governing boards and commission. They must have a board for us to be able to consider them for this study, and an act that establish the governing specifically. So now I will turn it over to Johnny, who will talk about our findings and some recommendations from this study.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's good to be here. We are delighted for this opportunity. So as you can see, across the 5 countries, there are different structure in terms of governing bodies. In Ghana specifically, you realize at the time we did this study, I'd like to acknowledge that we did mention in our paper that Ghana was at a place where they had proposed reform in their own structure, because at the time Ghana had 2 parallel structures. Ghana did have the National Accreditation Board, and at the same time, they had the National Council of Tertiary Education. And I think drawing from experiences and the way things were going, probably they had come to the realization that there was a need for harmony. I think because there was some overlaps between the 2 structures. So as much as we didn't include within this paper, the GTEC, which is the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, this is a commission that was proposed at the time through an act and actually passed through an act of legislation January of this year. So as much as this wasn't captured in our document, we thought to highlight this because at least Ghana have been able to make this reform. In the Gambia, we realized that there is a Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science, and Technology. But at the same time, I mean, through reforms, the Gambia have been able to establish what is now the National Accreditation and Quality Assurance Authority. And in my opinion, this is something that must have mirrored what Ghana did initially, that is trying to decouple the policy formulation from that of the quality and accreditation procedures within higher education. And I think reading the news a couple of days ago, I also realized, I think Dr. Herrick Tokpa, former president of Kwatito University, is now, I think, trying to propose that Liberia moves towards the direction of considering a Ministry of Higher Education. How that goes, we are going to see how that works out. In Nigeria specifically, there is a single body, which is the National Commission, National University Commission. But this commission has a lot of, is autonomous with a lot of semi-autonomous directorates. And so there is a string of a directorate that has a kind of a robust mandate for accreditation aside from just the chartering and the formulation of institutions. In Sierra Leone also, there is a single institution, which is the Tertiary Educational Committee. In Liberia, as some of you may know, there's the National Commission of Higher Education. But what is also important here is, as my colleague mentioned a while ago, Liberia's higher education structure is inherent in the US. And looking at these countries come from different backgrounds in terms of their own formation. And so I think sometimes Liberia is probably caught along the lines in terms of determining which direction to go. And we have to realize that indeed where we are situated to be able to make a decision that is really relevant for our own betterment and practices moving forward. Thank you. Now, the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, like I mentioned, it's just 2021 this reform occurred. And I'm highlighting this point because literature has it that higher education structure and system of governance should be periodically evaluated for relevance and currency with global trends. And as I indicated, the two initial commissions in Ghana, which is the NAB, the National Accreditation Board, and the National Council of Tertiary Education, were initially enacted into law in 1993. However, I mean, looking at current trends, Ghana decided that probably due to their own overlaps or some system observation and realizing that things weren't functioning as they anticipated, decided to bring these two bodies, collapse these two bodies into one functioning body, which is now the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. The Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science, and Technology, I think one of the conversations we listened to not too long from Mr. Toto mentioned that the situation he experienced with research in Liberia. Like I mentioned, Dr. Tokwa is trying to propose such a mandate, but at the same time, this commission or ministry being established with higher education responsibility in 2007 led the people of Gambia and the stakeholders in Gambia to make a decision that there was a need for a separate body to work with this institution in terms of standards, enacting standards, developing standards, formulating policies to ensure that there was quality within the system. And so indeed in Ghana, as we've seen Ghana initially that just made the change, we see a similar system ongoing within the Gambia. In Nigeria, why we realize that there is a single body, like I mentioned, there are very strong directors within this body. However, they have also been able to undertake some reform. And stretching this point, coming back to our own context, Liberia, because we've realized that the current instrument we have in Liberia has not been able to experience this level of reform, has not been able to go through a process of evaluation to realize whether we are responding to current trends or what are the things that we actually need to amend to be able to have a robust system of higher education as we administer that within the country. Yeah. And so some of the things we realize in our findings, I think like my colleague mentioned, we're interested in looking at similarities or differences. We're also trying to look at how the instruments we came across on the institutional websites were actually connected towards the development and national growth of the countries. And we realized that across all the countries we came, including Liberia, there is a strong mandate that talks about the act and the responsibility of this governing structure being highly aligned to national development. We also realized that there are different nomenclature of the different bodies. Some of them have explicit responsibility for accreditation. Some of them don't, as in the case of Liberia, there is anything explicit in terms of accreditation. With my own experience, having worked in the sector for a couple of times, I am aware there is a division in the Commission of Higher Education that takes on the responsibility of accreditation. Again, coming back to the act and the structure of the act, whether this is something that mirrors kind of a national mandate, those are things that I think we still need to juggle with as we look at our own system. So in terms of similarities, I think the previous slide when I talked about it, we look at there is two different systems that was functioning in both the Gambia and Ghana, unlike the situation with Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Nigeria. And I think as Ghana has been able to make that progress, we also see Gambia is also doing something different. Gambia is doing a reversal. Gambia came in 2015 from a single institution coming towards a kind of a decoupling a single institution into two bodies with the responsibility of trying to monitor the system of higher education and govern higher education within the country. This has not occurred yet in Liberia, and I think on my next slide I will expand on this a little. And so, like I mentioned, the Act of Higher Education takes steps in the Liberian context in terms of prioritizing national needs. In the 5 countries, we realized, yes, these similarities across the various bodies, no matter how they were called in some places, accreditation board in some places, Council of Tertiary Education, but we realized that there is this level of similarity in terms of proffering a direction towards aiding a national development. And I think this is important as just a sidetrack a little, because on too many occasions, the things we do in Liberia, there isn't a kind of a holistic involvement of higher education. And I'll go back to the current crisis with COVID ongoing. I was in Liberia when Ebola struck, and when the National Task Force was established, there wasn't anything, I mean, the higher education sector wasn't involved. And so it depends on how our country sees higher education. How do we actually involve higher education in trying to ensure that we are trying to involve think tank and our national professionals, I mean, from academia to be able to contribute towards the prospects of the nation. And so I think previously I mentioned some reforms have occurred already. We realized that the Act in Nigeria from 1974, there was a reform in 2005 with the National Accreditation and Quality Assurance Group in the Gambia. We realized there was a reform from 2007 to 2015. Now with the GTEC in Ghana coming from 1993 towards a modification in 2021. This hasn't occurred yet in Liberia. And as this has not occurred, Liberia is still lacking behind in terms of currency and in terms of relevance to existing global trends, and how do we try to structure and include higher education in ensuring that higher education is better positioned to be able to make the significant contribution that has to occur within the state. And so on the basis of that, I think we came up with our conclusion and recommendations, and some of the things we came about. There is a need for an immediate reform within the higher education system in Liberia. And one of the ways to do that is to begin with a structure. Because come to think about it, I think I read, there was something I came across on social media the other day, and a very good friend of mine, Isaiah, who's in Paris right now with the embassy there, was questioning how some of the institutions in Liberia even being chartered, if possible, accredited and given license. I think about a few days ago, I also read in a newspaper that since 1989, Liberia Higher Education Commission has just been able to develop a document on licensing, a licensing document. And so these are things that are, I mean, they are puzzling as we move forward as a country. These are directions we have to be able to make a concise, I mean, definition as to how we want to move forward. And I think a national conference of educational stakeholders in 2010 arrived at a point in Liberia where I think this decision, there was this resolution that the Commission on Higher Education, I think, needs to be decoupled so that one entity has the kind of overarching responsibility for maybe policy formulation that is working explicitly with the Ministry of Education as a liaison for higher education institutions, while another took on a kind of autonomous role in terms of accreditation. That act, I think as a result of that, that act was, I think, drafted and sent to the National Legislature. I think in 2012, there was a similar reform I'm aware of that was initiated in 2016. I'm aware the foreign president of Cornell University, Dr. Elizabeth Davis Russell, I think took on, developed a working paper on the process of decoupling the entity. But again, something happened somewhere. That act has languished in the legislature since 2012. It's about 8 years. And if you go back, well, 8 to 9 years, if you go back to the establishment of the National Commission on Higher Education, the act itself is not holistic, even in terms of determining the structure, the setup of the commission itself. And these are things I think major stakeholders, I mean, like even the LSA, the Association of the Liberian Universities, these are things we need to go back on to be able to look at. And so in this recommendation, we talk about any efforts that has to take this initiative must be as a result of a holistic approach from all stakeholders to be able to arrive at a path for higher education in Liberia. And I think This is really relevant in determining how we can position ourselves to be able to contribute significantly to the development of our nation. I think this concludes our presentation. We look forward to any questions following subsequent presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really, very insightful. Thank you. And now we will move to the next presentation. And the next presentation is titled Challenges and Tensions of Liberia's Education in Relation to the Global Education Context, Prioritizing the Teaching Profession and Reforming the Curriculum. And our speaker is Michael Adolu Warner. He's the Associate Professor of Education in the Department of Teaching, Learning, and Diversity at Chicago State University. And I am supposed to show a background, and I will switch now to the PowerPoint. Mike, just give me a minute.
Thank you.
Trying to get it. Okay. Let's see, there it is. Okay, so okay, Mike, I'm going to start sharing my screen now.
Good. Thank you, Jackie, for that wonderful introduction. And I also want to thank Johnny and Zulika for the wonderful presentation on higher education in Liberia. How you guys getting documents from Liberia, but you were there. But just as Mr. Toto said, it has been a really difficult task to get documents from Liberia. But today I want to do a work on the challenges and tensions of Liberian education in relation to the global educational context, prioritizing the teaching profession and reforming the Liberian curriculum. My presentation is looking at
Mike, are you there? I think, is he having connectivity issues, I think? Can you all hear Mike? Can you unmute and let me know if you can hear Michael?
No, I cannot hear him.
Okay, so maybe while he's dealing with his connectivity issues, we can give him about a minute more, and if not, we can then start with the other presentation and come back to him. So let's just give him a minute, and I will try and see what's happening. So I spoke to Mike, and he's trying to bring his internet back. The internet has gone off in his home, and he's trying to bring it back on. So we will move on to the next panelist, and then we will come back when Mike gets his issue settled. So the next panelist, Jessica, are you ready?
I'm here, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, so Jessica Farrell is at the University of Minnesota in the Twin Cities, and she will be speaking today on educating the country's leadership, 19th century vision for Liberia's college. Okay, it's all yours.
Thank you. Can I have the ability to share my screen, please?
Yes, you do have, yes.
Okay, great, thank you so much. All right. So thank you everyone for the opportunity. I can't quite see here. Hopefully I will not have any internet connectivity issues like Dr. Wana had. I actually came into my office to deliver this today because the power went out at my house this morning. So here we go. So switching gears a little bit, still in the realm of education, but going much further back. My presentation is educating the country's leadership, 19th century visions for Liberia College. As was said, I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Minnesota, and I'm currently the predoctoral fellow at Hobart and William Smith College's Fisher Center for the Study of Gender and Justice. And so that's, I'm speaking to you from Geneva, New York. I like to start with a quick land acknowledgement statement, just to say that Geneva is on the ancestral lands of the people of the Great Hill. In English, they're known as the Seneca people, the keeper of the Western Door, part of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. I also like to start with a quick audio description, a practice to help accessibility for people with visual impairments. So just a quick summary, I'm a white woman, long brown hair, sitting in what looks to be a very empty office. I don't have any books behind me. This work is part of my larger dissertation, which is entitled Recapturing Empire, a reconsideration of Liberia's precarious sovereignty and American empire as an exception in the 19th century. And the work I'm presenting today is specifically from my time at the Massachusetts Historical Society through the Andrew W. Mellon Fellowship. And it's very preliminary. I'm really just getting to a new chapter in my dissertation, so all feedback is very welcome. All right. So in 1850, then President of Liberia, J.J. Roberts, was approached by the Massachusetts-based charity, the Trustees of Donations for Education in Liberia, about the possibility of establishing a college in Liberia. Roberts was unwaveringly supportive of the idea, writing back, "Without education, we have no security for the perpetuity of our government or our free institutions. An intelligent community only can maintain a republican form of government." This paper focuses on the articulations of both the American and Liberian visions for Liberia College in the years before it was established and through its inauguration, in order to explore what kind of state the establishment of an institution of higher education was supposed to engender. As I will argue by comparing the documents and speeches produced on both sides of the Atlantic, one observes strikingly similar expectations for the institution's priorities and the types of people its graduates would be. From both perspectives, Liberia College should be a non-denominational Christian liberal arts institution comparable to such institutions in the United States or England, which would help prepare its students for the responsibilities of public and personal citizenship. In particular, it was anticipated that graduates would have a significant impact in the field of education and as community leaders. Both Americans and Liberians also argued that Liberia College would provide an important opportunity to prove the intellectual capacity of people of African descent. But it was in assessing the potential significance of this assertion that the difference between these two perspectives becomes clear. The Liberians believed that by educating people of African descent at an institution comparable to those attended by white Americans and Europeans, it would open the door for a more radical equality and end the paternalism and supposed dependency that defined 19th century race relations. Liberia College was the product of over a decade of campaigning by a charitable organization from Massachusetts called the Trustees of Donations for Education in Liberia, which was associated with the Massachusetts Colonization Society at its founding. The group was founded in 1850 based on the stated opinion that, quote, "the Republic of Liberia ought to have within itself the means of educating citizens of all the duties of public and private life, among which means a college is indispensable." Soon after its establishment, the Trustees of Donations for Education in Liberia reached out to the government of Liberia in an effort to collaborate and acquire the government's blessing in the form of a charter for the envisioned institution. The Liberian legislature agreed about the necessity for such an institution of higher education and passed an act to establish Liberia College on December 24th, 1851, at which point they also created the Liberian-based Board of Trustees of Liberia College, not to be confused with the pre-existing Trustees of Donations for Education in Liberia based in Massachusetts, which I already spoke about. So for the sake of clarity in this presentation, I'll refer to these two boards as the Liberian Trustees and the American Trustees, since they share such similar names. Despite this momentum in the early 1850s, it would be over a decade before Liberia College was ready to open its doors to students. The American trustees had anticipated that there would be an initial time lag while everything was being set up, and they even thought that this would be beneficial, since they said that they were, quote, "perfectly aware that it would be impossible immediately to establish in Liberia an institution which would deserve the name of a college in the US, because they did not believe Liberia was producing enough qualified high school graduates to fill a college." This statement was perhaps foreshadowing the problems to come, as the American trustees never seemed to think that their Liberian students were good enough. But I digress. These setbacks in time, the time lag that was happening, exceeded their expectation for how long it would take to set up the institution. There was a seemingly endless cycle of legal battles over where the college should be located and seasonal delays in constructing the physical buildings. The project appeared to be perpetually getting postponed. These challenges and the associated discussions about what options there were in response and the eventual decisions that were made helped to illuminate what was truly important in the vision for the college, and thus where the groups would not compromise. One such point where compromise seemed to be off the table was in relation to the question of partnering with a particular Christian denomination's mission school system. As the physical construction of the college building kept being delayed, there were conversations about implementing various courses of action which would have drawn the college into a direct relationship with one of the many missionary programs. For example, it was suggested that the college could start temporary operations from an already existing mission school while waiting for their building to be erected. But these suggestions were quickly quashed. This was a point on which the American and Liberian trustees agreed. Liberia College was to be non-denominational. However, it is also critical to recognize that non-denominational did not mean not religious. And in fact, Liberia College was envisioned as being a specifically Protestant Christian institution. This was even written into its charter. Section 5 of Liberia Legislature's Act incorporating a college to be called Liberia College explicitly stated that the college should be designed in such a manner as shall most effectually promote Christianity, piety, and virtue, the knowledge of languages, and of the liberal and useful arts and sciences. This section was edited as the act incorporating Liberia College was amended over the years. The legislature came back to it several times, and the word Protestant was added before Christianity, but the sentiment remained unchanged. It was to be, in the words of the 6th report of the American trustees, an unsectarian yet religious college. This commitment to being a Christian college reflects the ways in which adherence to Christianity was seen as a marker of quote unquote civilization in the 19th century, both for Americans and the settler Liberian population. Take for instance this passage from the 3rd annual report of the American trustees to illustrate. They write, quote, "There is in Liberia, including in Maryland colony, a nominally Christian population of probably 10,000, which is increasing and will increase still faster, both by immigration and by accession from the native tribes. The nominal Christian population of Western Africa, including the British possessions, was established in the first report of this board 2 years ago at 60,000. A British estimate founded on parliamentary returns for 1851 gives 60,000 as the number of natives reclaimed from heathenism to the outward profession of Christianity. All these need the beneficial influence which the college is intended to exert." This passage is instructive as it shows that Liberia College was to be particularly concerned with those who were, quote, nominally Christian, or who had been, quote, reclaimed from heathenism to the outward profession of Christianity. This suggests that while the college was not to be an institution aimed at converting its students, it would be within the college's scope to encourage and teach a more robust commitment to Christianity as part of its commitment to produce the desired future leaders of the country. In this way, we see that the national vision was tethered to Christianity. But while it was considered essential that Liberia College be a Christian religious institution, this was not the focus of its actual instruction, to which I now turn. When the school was finally inaugurated in 1862, there were 3 members of the faculty. Attention to the subjects they were assigned to teach reveals the college's curricular priorities. First, there was J.J. Roberts. Having finished his term and stepped down as president of the country, of all of Liberia, though he would ultimately be elected again later, Roberts agreed to both teach and serve as Liberia College's first president. He was designated as the professor of jurisprudence and international law. Next was Reverend Alexander Crummell, professor of intellectual and moral philosophy, as well as English language and literature. And finally, Reverend Edward W. Blyden was the professor of Greek and Latin languages and literature. Additionally, until more faculty could be hired, Reverend Crummell was tasked with teaching logic and rhetoric, as well as history, while Blyden was asked to teach both Hebrew and French. Furthermore, together Crummell and Blyden were assigned mathematics and natural philosophy. Looking at this list of their points of scholarly focus on the left, as well as what was deemed important enough to teach, albeit not important enough to merit hiring a specialist in that particular field into this original group of 3 professors. So that list on the right, those things that were still being taught. So looking at these 2 lists is helpful in trying to understand what was considered essential lessons in preparing students for all the duties of public and private life. The left-hand list is entirely composed of humanities fields, and the right-hand list is not much more diverse. This suggests that the leadership of the college was committed to a mission of liberal arts, modeled after the tradition of universities in the United States and England. And in fact, the Liberian legislature designated funds for Liberia College professors to, quote, visit foreign colleges for their improvement, something both Professors Roberts and Blyden did within the first year of the college, after the college had been inaugurated. As then president of Liberia College, J.J. Roberts stated in his address at the school's inauguration, as to the studies to be pursued in this institution, though of necessity limited at present, it is proposed that they shall embrace as perfect an acquaintance with literature, science, as is generally requisite to academical education, including everything important to the advancement of society, or that can make science of great practical utility as applied to the arts. In a word, it is proposed that Liberia College shall impart to the youth of our country such an education as will fit them for all the useful employments of life. In Roberts' formulation, and particularly his concern that the curriculum provide, quote, everything important to the advancement of society, we can see that the vision for Liberia College was centered on providing the means through which people of African descent could demonstrate their intellectual abilities and stake a claim for equality. While both the American and Liberian trustees shared this vision of how the college could be used as a mechanism of empowerment for people of African descent, it is within this context that we see the 2 boards of trustees' ambitions for the college's emancipatory potential differ. I would like to juxtapose statements from the American and Liberian perspectives to demonstrate. Writing in 1853, when the work of establishing the college was still new, the American trustees wrote in their 3rd annual report, "There is nowhere on earth such a college as the best interest of the colored race demands, and no country except Liberia where such a college can be established with any reasonable prospect of success. Nowhere else can it be a part and instrument of their own organized nationality, an object of patriotic regard, an incentive and an instrument of generous intellectual rivalry with other races. Nowhere else can a college concentrate the best energies of the race in the most advantageous manner for its own elevation. They need a college that can do all this." As this statement demonstrates, the American trustees recognized the emancipatory potential of the college and envisioned it as a tool through which people of African descent, both in the diaspora and on the continent, particularly in West Africa, could prove their equality and advance their interests. They recognized that while this institution should be situated in Liberia, its establishment had implications for a much broader population of people of African ancestry. The Liberians involved in the college's administration would certainly have agreed with this, but they pushed it further. We can see this demonstrated clearly in the speeches delivered at the college's inauguration on January 23rd, 1862. Chief Justice of Liberia, Boston Jenkins Drayton, spoke first. Representing the Liberia trustees, Drayton made several bold statements about how the inauguration of the institution must also inaugurate a period of more radical and significant independence. Explaining the stakes of this work, he argued, "From this time henceforward, the vigor and energy of manly action may more clearly show itself than ever. That is our duty and purpose, to man the chariot of state, the church, with a wholesome education and go on to perfection. Do it of ourselves, do it with a will and determination to achieve what we came to accomplish, even if we die in the struggle. Drayton was not alone in his assessment that the new institution opened up possibilities for an enhanced independence and a reallocation of the mechanisms of governance and leadership. President of Liberia College, J.J. Roberts, spoke after Drayton delivering the inaugural address. In his speech, Roberts declared that he was firm in the conviction that through Liberia College, the long neglected land of Africa would become, quote, the domain of an enlightened Christian nation composed of millions of free men standing erect in all that ennobles and dignifies man, a nation whose voice shall be heard and respected. As should be clear, both men would agree with the American trustees that Liberia College opened the possibility for organized nationality, which would concentrate the best energies of the race in the most advantageous manner for its own elevation. But they went further, seeing in Liberia College the potential to radically alter the world's status quo. According to Drayton, this would be a struggle, perhaps even with the stakes being death, words not often said of an institution of higher learning. Combined with Robert's words, this would be a struggle to, quote, stand erect in all that ennobles and dignifies man. In these terms, we can see that for Liberians, establishing the college was a radical act of independence and of equality, and thus of considerable import in the project of pushing back against white paternalism and imposed African dependency. To conclude, as this presentation has shown, the vision for Liberia College at its establishment was framed by the larger context of the 19th century world. As such, both the Americans and the Liberians involved in creating the college were confident that it would be a critical factor in shaping the future of Liberia, its graduates working to further the aims of Republican government and to teach others so that the country would be full of educated citizens ready to contribute to the betterment of their community in a way that would increase the country's international respect and prestige. But while the vision for the Americans involved stopped at the level of general national elevation, for people of African descent, the Liberians involved recognized a more radical potential. They saw in the founding of Liberia College a chance to forever change the relationship between the races and rewrite the role of African descended peoples on the world stage. They saw a way to craft an embodied argument against the paternalism and supposed dependency that defined race relations at the time. While it is not within the scope of this paper, it is worth mentioning that the structure of Liberia College, with its funding being controlled by the American trustees, was certainly a product of the status quo that Liberians were fighting against. And these conflicting beliefs between the Americans and the Liberians involved in the college's administration would very quickly prove to be an insurmountable point of tension as the work of the college got underway. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Very interesting. Dr. Wana, are you ready?
Yes, I am, and I'm so sorry for the internet glitch. So right now I have both my cell phone and my school computer running. So just in case it happens again, I can turn to my cell phone.
Okay, so I will reintroduce you and try and put the point back up. So in case it's been a while, Michael Wana is the Associate Professor of Education in the Department of Teaching, Learning, and Diversity at Chicago State University. And he will be speaking on challenges and tensions of Liberia's education in relation to the global education context, which is prioritizing the teaching profession and reforming the curriculum. Michael, it's all yours.
Yeah.
I am going to share the screen again.
No, you have to put on my logo.
That's what I'm doing now.
Okay, good, good, good. While Jackie is doing that, I want to again apologize for the internet glitch. In teaching in this technological world, these things happen, and I take full credit of it. And I also want to thank Jessica for coming to my aid for doing her presentation. My study is a comparative study. In fact, I'm a comparativist and a teacher by training. And in my studies, I'm not looking at Liberia in relation to a particular country or in relation to particular countries. I'm drawing from documents from the United Nations, the World Bank, and the USA, and also Liberian document on reform, the Liberian Educational Reform Act, the Liberian Educational Sector Plan. I'm drawing from those documents. My presentation is in no way intended to criticize any of the Liberian government regime, but to highlight the importance of addressing the shortage of well-trained teacher, well-trained, qualified, and motivated teachers, and reforming the outdated curriculum and inadequate textbooks as highlighted in the Liberian Educational Sector Plan of 2010. My study is still in progress. I plan to, I'm getting a grant from my university to go to Liberia early next year to do a lot more research and to do some pro bono teacher training there when I'm there. Globally, looking at education, Article 26 of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights states that everyone has the right to education, stressing that education, at least at the elementary level, should be free and compulsory. The World Education Forum held in Dakar, Senegal, from April 26 to the April 28, 2000, welcome and reaffirm the commitment made by several international countries in 1990 in Junction, Thailand, in an educational conference called Education for All, referring to the right-based approach to education that is supported by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, it is so important that we note that Liberia was a participant of both the Junction Thailand Conference and the Dakar Senegal Conference. However, the world made commitment to providing education for all, and Liberia was to work on a document that is still in its draft form since 2014, and it was, I think the draft was done by Dr. Evelyn Kanaka. So what's the need of Liberia being in the global context? One of my mentors, Sonia Nieto, defines globalization as the interdependence and connectedness between systems, issues, problems, cultural awareness, beliefs, and choices for future around the world. However, Nieto assessed that because of globalization, neoliberal policies, including privatization, marketization, and standardization, seem to have shifted the goal of education from one of being civic engagement and productive citizenship to individual gain. Something we see a lot in Liberia right now. We see a lot of schools popping up in Liberia owned by individual citizens, and most of those schools do not have well-trained teachers, but they just pop up because of individual gain and money making. There are several laws and policies in Liberia that recognize education as a right. Going way back in 1973, the Liberian education law recognizes the right of every child to education. In the 1986 Liberian Constitution stays away from declaring education as a right. However, in Article 6 of the Constitution, it makes provision for equal access to educational opportunities and facilities for all citizens to the extent of available resources, and places emphasis on the mass education of the Liberian people and the elimination of illiteracy. The Ministry of Education in the Liberian Education Sector Plan concludes that this talks about the right to educate Liberian. The act to adopt the education law of 2001 goes a little farther and actually makes the attainment of education free and compulsory. In the same token, the Liberian Education Act of 2011 recognizes that education as a right and stipulates in its objective the promotion and protection of the concept of human rights for all Liberians, both with respect to access and opportunities for quality education. However, there are challenges in providing this qualitative education. These challenges make it difficult for Liberia to reach its commitment, like the education for all, and for providing not only education as a right, but free and compulsory. The Liberian Education Sector Plan of 2010 notes that challenges in the Liberian educational system exist because the Ministry of Education is constrained in implementing and enforcing many of the educational policy enacted by the law. Now, it is important to note here that when in the United States, when legislatures are made, education law, most of them are mandated, and the federal government expect the state to carry on those laws. But in Liberia, it is not the case. The Liberian Educational Sector Plan enumerates several other challenges that education face. One being the inadequate and undefined sources of finance that will enable the sector to keep pace with the ever increasing demand for quality and relevant education. Weak capacity for management and governance for central to the local level, an outdated curriculum and inadequate textbook, chairs, desks, and school supplies. And this is one of the things I really want to highlight in this presentation. And insufficient numbers of well-trained, qualified, and motivated teachers. The United States Agency for International Development laments that Liberia is significantly behind most other African countries in nearly all educational statistics. For example, the primary school net enrollment rate, the percentage of primary age students attending primary grades is 44%. And this was lastly updated August 19 of 2019. So it is important to prioritize teacher education and the reform of curriculum. Prioritizing the teaching education, teaching profession is an essential element in a global educational reform. UNESCO, a recent UNESCO brief on building peace in the minds of men and women, posed that teachers are one of the most influential and powerful forces for equity, access, and quality in education, and teachers are key to sustainable global development. So that means that teachers are really important. However, UNESCO emphasized that the training, recruitment, retention, status, and working condition of students, teachers remain very worrying. So the World Bank also warns of the shortage of qualified teachers and learning materials. In Liberia, the 2010 Liberian sector plan enacted 6 policies for teacher education and strategies to somehow heal to this warning of the international agency. The 6 policies highlighted by the 2010 Liberian education sector include to provide adequate training and professional development programs for teachers, to put in place an arrangement and framework that result in teachers becoming motivated, to make provisions for the deployment of teachers to rural and underserved areas, to upgrade the status of the teaching profession in Liberia, to increase the number of females in the teaching profession, and to improve efficiency in teaching management. That plan also included strategies to implement these policies. The strategies include development of curriculum for training of teachers at the pre-primary and the secondary levels, development and implementation of an in-service program to upgrade and update trained teachers, among others. I'm stopping right there because those are the 2 I want to focus on. To address the shortage of teachers in Liberia, the Liberian government posted in 2017 that 1,100 early grade teachers were trained between 2010 and 2015. The Ministry of Education also said that it established a B certificate teacher program to increase the number of secondary teachers. While this is an excellent effort, and I want to applaud the government of Liberia for this, these programs need to continue as professional development of teachers, and they cannot be stagnant. There's still a lot to be done in Liberia. In her thesis on analyzing educational reform in sub-Saharan Africa, Catherine Egger argues that to facilitate the creation of an effective school system, education policy must focus on more appropriate reallocations of funding, improve teacher training quality through a rural, applicable, and localized areas. Having said this, I want to note that the training of teachers to meet global expectations should include the reform of the curriculum, which will allow teachers to be equipped with the use of curriculum. These 2 things have to go hand in hand. So in the absence of one, students will struggle. Cunningham argues that changes to the curriculum have largely failed to change what goes on in the classroom, with teachers remaining largely didactic and students' accusation of basic literacy, basic literacy low. So I'm suggesting that these challenges that the Liberian reform documents talk about and the United Nations speak about, I'm suggesting in order to address these challenges, the Liberian government should do, I'm suggesting should undertake the following. That is, increase the provision of trained teachers by investing in more teacher education programs. I know they had a RTTR before. I'm suggesting that the government reopen those institutions and more institutions to train our teachers. And at the same time, the government also put in money to reform the curriculum that will be aligned to the standards that the teachers will use in the classroom. So I suggest also that the Liberian government create avenues to update those curriculum that will not only align with the standards that we have in Liberia, but also with WIAC standards. I also suggest that the Liberian government include most of the teachers on the WIAC board when it comes to drawing tests, assessment for the Liberian students, because the United Nations knows that the Liberian students, our students are lacking way beyond WIAC. So I suggest that the Liberian government put in money to provide student-centered teacher. And one of the things, this concept I came up with is that in some of my training of international teachers, because I'm involved in training teachers from Saudi Arabia, from the Dominican Republic, from China, is that we train teachers that will be culturally responsive, taking into account what I call the 3 C's of teacher training triangle. They are content, concept, and context. That is, we train teachers not only to know the content, but the teachers to conceptualize what the content is and put it into the context of the students. What I mean by this is, when I was a very young teacher in Liberia, teaching at Katira High School, teaching religious education, we used American books that highlighted the Christmas story, highlighted the white Christmas. And as a young teacher at that time, I have not traveled abroad. I was teaching white Christmas as being during Christmas time, everybody wear white clothes or the best clothes. That was really a disservice to my students because I could not conceptualize the concept, and I could not contextualize the concept I was getting from the content. It clearly meant that, hey, white Christmas meant that during Christmas, snow fell and the grounds were white. So looking at most of our work from WIAC being drawn from Ghana, most of our students need to contextualize what comes in the WIAC. For example, a math question from Ghana would state, if Kweku has two doguns, and if we took one dogun from Kweku, how many dogun do Kweku have left? That is not in the context of our Liberian students. Our student cannot contextualize that particular one. Suppose we have Liberian, instead of using dogun and Kweku, that says, Bayoga has 3 kara, and I'm the Liberian name, and Bayoga has 3 kara, and Sonema took 1 kara from Bayoga. How many kara So our students can relate to Bioga and Sonema, and our students can relate to Kata. So our teachers should be trained not only in a content or intellectually, but our teachers should be trained to contextualize the concept they are getting from our students. So these are suggestions I'm making to the Liberian government, and sometime I'll be in Liberia early next year to kind of like advance material in training teachers to meet with global curriculum, because now everywhere globally in teacher training, we are training teachers in a way that prioritizes their culture. So what that means is this: when I'm teaching Chinese students, I take into consideration my Chinese students. So I can say, Ayon Hanseyon, even if I do not know how to go beyond that, then we talk about the Chinese culture and how our content will relate to the Chinese culture. The same thing with my Dominican student, the same thing with my Saudi student. So we need to train Liberian teachers to be Liberian. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wana. Very, very interesting. We will now have our next panelist is Donald Cassell. And Donald Cassell is Senior Fellow at the Sagamore Institute. He is also Director of the Liberia Initiatives, and he's an adjunct professor at Anderson University. He will be speaking today on education as development, the Liberia case in Africa. Welcome, Dr. Cassell.
Hi, how are you doing? I did send you some time ago my PowerPoint presentation. You needn't put it up, but can I put it up myself? Is that the thing here? So.
Yes, you have access to do that.
Okay, and I talk about sharing screen, but the host disable participants sharing screen. So how should I do that?
You do have permission. You do have permission to share your screen.
Okay, now I do, I think. And I'm trying to see how I do that advanced option. How do I get to sharing my screen? How do what I'm wanting is trying to download my PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
I did send that to you, but
okay. So maybe I should. Do you want me to?
If you can do that, that may be just as well. But if I could do it too, that's all right also.
Okay. So let me just get it, and I can do that for you. Please hold on 1 second.
Okay. In the meantime, I just wanted to say that I'm in Liberia. Many times I'm in the United States, and I come to Liberia about once a year or so. And this time I'm in Liberia in Ganta. And we have, I hope this connection remains in place. We've lost current several times, but I'm hoping all goes well for now. Yes, very good. Could we fill the screen with it?
Well, you send it as a
PDF. Yes.
So let me try and see if I can.
That's all right. I think it's fine the way it is, but.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Just wanted to say that that's the theme. Education as development, the Liberian case in Africa. And wanted to say that we have a research partnership with Anderson University, and I often get some good research that come through them. And going forward, I intend to continue with that and maybe intensify that. Let's go on to the next slide.
Okay, let's see.
So I did mention some of my research team there on the first page, but the second is fine. We can stick here. The full recovery in post-conflict situation requires a large educated class. So many of the things that have been said before, some of them will be, there's some overlap here of what people have had to say in the past presentation. So we do know that we really need a large educated class to deal with the post-conflict situation. And the emphasis here is on equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. Learning to all classes of people within a nation. Education is a crucial aspect of human freedom. It's almost intuitive, so to speak, but that is something that I did get from the great Indian economist Amartya Sen, which I will be using him here, saying some, quoting from him a little bit. Education as development, which is education as development is actually a play on a title of a book he wrote, Development is Freedom. So education as development provides for the full spiritual and material flourishing of a people. Next slide. The context here, the Liberian history. I think going forward, it's hard to say this, but we really need a unity of purpose. And I think that is emerging. It's not emerging in terms of a committee or anything like that, but I think it's emerging in terms of study and the people themselves in the country and looking back at what has happened in our history. I think within our history, and some books are coming up and trying to correct that, it's a sort of a bit of a problem in interpretation of the country and the meaning of the state and whatnot, not fully appreciating the Pan-Africanist project. So we need to rethink that identity. Is Liberia a Pan-Africanist project? Was it so? And does it continue to do so? Or is it having a different purpose in Africa, in our own lives? What is it that what is our vocation as a nation state? So I like to think of it as an African people sort of building a city, a modern city in Liberia, or a modern city on the west coast of Africa, and intend to do that. The growth and expansion of the franchise is what I like to think of the state and the purpose of Liberia. The growth and expansion of the franchise of the modern city, including all of the lands of Liberia over a long period of time. We have, I think that was the thrust of it in many ways, and definitely has been stated with some of the presentation here. Christianity was an integral part of that. We can debate that now, especially within our modern partners, but not necessarily Liberians themselves, that do not think as depreciatively of that interest, even now, as our international partners sort of have at best, an ambiguous relationship to that kind of interest. Well, we suffered disruption and decline, and now I think, at least I'm hoping, that we are moving toward restoration and growth. The next slide, please. This is a quotation that I like from these two Indian scholars, because I think sometimes the whole notion of Afrocentrism gets in the way sometimes. He says here, this is from Amartya Sen, it is necessary to note the fact that cross-cultural communications and appreciation need not necessarily be matters of shame or disgrace. We do have the capacity to enjoy things that have originated elsewhere, and cultural nationalism or chauvinism can be seriously debilitating as an approach to living. And I put this here so that we can look at models from all over the world and adapt them as best as we can. The statement from Rabindranath Tagore, the sort of Nobel laureate for literature many years ago, I think in the turn of the century in India. This is what he had to say: whatever we understand and enjoy in human products instantly becomes ours, wherever they might have their origin. And this is a thing that I'm entirely sympathetic with. I am proud of my humanity when I can acknowledge the poets and artists of other countries as my. Let me feel, I'm having some problems here. This is not the best. Okay, let me feel with unalloyed gladness that all the great glories of man are mine. And the idea here is that William Shakespeare, I have a right, because I'm a part of the human race, I have a right to claim him as mine and my heritage. That's the thrust here. Let's go on to the next slide. Yeah, and some policy consideration has been brought up here with other people mention the same thing.
Please give him a little time. He's having connectivity issues in Liberia right now. So while we are waiting for Professor Cassell to rejoin us, maybe we can take some questions. So I guess the first question is from Dr. K. Moses Nangwe, and anybody can answer it, I guess. How can higher education institutions make themselves relevant? After all, if they are not assertive, no one will easily recognize them and give them a significant role in conversations on national development. So, Zulika, would you like to take that question?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think for me, it depends on how we define relevance, because I think higher education institution, I can only speak for Tubman University that I've worked with. I think they are making significant strides as far as being part of the national conversations. When there was for example, when a Chinese company had come to Hopper to do some road work, and I do know that the university had tried to work with them, getting internship for the students that were in the engineering program there. But again, I think it depends on what exactly relevance means. But the conversation today with this paper, I think, center around how we can have a standardized approach, having this body, the Higher Education Commission, regulate how institutions in Liberia are relevant or gain some sort of relevance in the national conversations about development. But as of right now, it's just a lot of individual conversations. And I think to have a coherent conversation, something that comes from this governing board would be important in getting them to be a part of the national conversations about development.
Well, if I may just add to that as well, I think about a few while ago, the University of Liberia also, I think, rewarded some of their faculty members who have been involved with several publications in several outlets. I think such culture is very relevant. I think the culture of research is, I may be very cautious as I say this, it's a little weak in our own context. And I think such an approach from the University of Liberia is something that is worthwhile. And I believe if we have a national conversation around the role of the National Commission on Higher Education, I think this is something that is very much relevant to probably propelling such a culture across the nation. So these are things that are very relevant. But again, the body of higher education is responsible to structure and help those institutions become assertive and represent them as liaison with the national authorities, for example, the Ministry of Education and the national government.
Thank you. While we're waiting for him, I'm afraid to start another panelist presentation, just hoping that he'll come back. So maybe we'll take one more question, and if he doesn't return, and then we will go to the next panelist. So the next question is from BK Robertson, and to Sulika Woods and Johnny Woods again. What is currently the process of approving a degree program at any university? How is that program accredited in Liberia? Considering the currently e-learning environment, are students taking classes or enrolled in online degree programs meet the NCHE requirements? University, yeah.
Well, thank you. Again, I cannot speak definitely to the issue of online learning, but I'm aware that I think the University of Liberia, I think last or current semester has some form of online learning. And I don't know how did that match up with the standards by the National Commission on Higher Education. I mean, but what I would say in terms of accreditation though is, like I mentioned along the presentation, there is a subdivision within the Commission on Higher Education, while as much as that is not standardized from the establishment of the commission in terms of the act that has responsibility for accreditation. And it's important to also, I think, disclose here, one of the challenges that the commission faces is that the commission itself is understaffed. The commission doesn't have, I think, the total employees of the commission will probably be less than 10 people. So that alone is challenging. And so the commission collaborates with other stakeholders, for example, institutions, and look for people that have expertise to help them utilize their own standards in the process of accreditation. But key to say also is the commission also has done also with the commission in Nigeria leverages the expertise of specific national bodies for specific program accreditations. For example, in the in nursing programs, the Liberian National Nursing Board and Midwifery has that delegated responsibility for programs accreditation at institutions that are involved with nursing. So those kind of conversations, I mean, that's what I'm talking, having a national standard, a national approach, how we move forward is very significant. And it all begins with the act, because there's an act that was established for over 33 years, approximately 33 years, that Liberia has not been able to come back to the drawing table. The last attempt was 2012, and that approach has been resisted for some reason. I am not really close with the overall reason, but there has been some resistance. That act went to the legislature since 2012. It hasn't been able to pass. What Liberia has primarily done is to address access. And as we did that, we also affected and impacted the quality of education at the higher education level.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So I think we will move on, and I will try and get Professor Cassell back. So our next speaker is Brooks Mammon. Brooks, hi Brooks.
Hi.
Hi. He's a PhD candidate at the Center of African Studies at the University of Edinburgh. I saying it right, Edinburgh?
You're saying it right, but I'm very
Okay.
happy to report that I've just finished up. So I'm now research fellow at University of Pretoria.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Brooke. Okay, so I laughed when I saw your title because I had gone to the Amish quilting place where they weave the cloth. So I know what the warp and the whoop means. So, so I know. Okay. So you'll be speaking on the warp and the woof of the University of Liberia, J. Max Bond's quest for light in darkness. So I'm turning it over to you.
Great. And perhaps a bit of good news with Mr. Cassell. I think my presentation is fairly short, unless I've misjudged. So let me try to share my screen. Do I have the authority? I have a pop-up.
Yes, you have permission. So okay.
I got disconnected. I'm sorry.
So yeah, we waited for you. So do you want to continue or do you want, because we were answering some questions and then Brooks was about to begin. So do you want to just end your we'll come back to you. Brooks, do you mind?
Whatever works.
Okay,
no
okay. So
preference.
let's just finish with Professor Cassell and we'll come back to you. I will share the screen again. And
Sorry about that, Jackie. I don't know
oh,
what happened.
no. I mean,
mine.
I know you're in Liberia. Sometimes those things happen. Even here, it happens. So yeah, we can continue. Here's the slide.
Okay. Yes, free and no vocational option after junior high school. The MOU website, I'm still having problems. I hope it doesn't go again. The new Educational Reform Act, everybody had talked about, is very good. Teacher pay verification and ghost teacher, which was a part of that act, has also been a very good thing. There was a whole lot of teacher training that occurred between 2010 and 2015, I think about 11,000. And the partnership schools for Liberia, which was a more innovative, one of the more innovative approaches, but something that many people had issues with. Let's go to the next one, next slide. The crime and corruption issue is a real problem, but basically at all levels of society, class, culture, religion, and that's all levels of society. Liberia is at 3.8% of GDP that is used for education versus Ethiopia, 4.1%, and Kenya, 4.5%. So Liberia is lagging behind there significantly. No verification of learning outcomes, at least for 1 through 6 primary school. Female students are really a difficult situation for them, especially just all kinds of sexual and gender-based biases against them, which it's really well documented, sex for exchange for grades and all that kind of nonsense. Teacher accountability, we'll deal with that a little bit more, it's still a real big issue. And I think it really does, in fact, come down to the question of vision and will. Next one, next slide. Next slide.
Yeah, yeah, well, it's having.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Teacher quality, basically inadequate and unqualified. I think the previous speaker, Michael, dealt with that thoroughly. Most teachers are in fact unqualified. High school turnover rates are very great, high turnover rates rather, in terms of the teachers. It is really remarkable the amount of people that have been trained, and really I'm not sure why they got to training. I don't think really they want to be teachers. Maybe this was just something not to fill their time, but a way to further their chances professionally, and then they left it very quickly for something else. It's a platform to a greater thing. Poor working and living conditions, of course, and maybe that's what is not attracting them so much. Low morals and low motivation, not a sense of high calling, absenteeism, and a poor management. Next one. Curriculum relevance. this is what I think, again, some of our speakers before me dealt with it and probably more extensively. They how it is that there are insufficient instructional materials. Let's go back to that. I'm sorry. Insufficient instructional materials for teachers, no learning assessment, of course, as I said before, from grade 6, 1 to 6 for literacy or numeracy, and learning outcomes for literacy is low. And I know that because I run a leadership workshop, and I'm amazed with people of various levels and some of the things that they're doing, and they struggle really to read. Center for Curriculum Development and Research not established. We think that's a major error. That center should be established. Next one, next slide. Ministry of Education. I think my researchers felt they were trying. The pass rate West African examination for 9th grade is about 60%, for 12th grade, 47%. That is the West African Examination Council. And then the overage student is still a real big problem. Pre-primary school is about 74%, primary school 82%, and secondary 85%. I would say that I wonder about the statistics. I do think it's stabilizing. The more stable the country becomes, the more you see less of an overage problem. Let's go on to the next slide. Partnership schools for Liberian initiative. People have referred to it, and in many ways, I guess it is true that the education was outsourced for at least 93 pilot schools. Private partners are basically for-profits and non-for-profits. And why it was not an unqualified success, there was some success. They had the evaluator, the Center for Global Development, which is a well-recognized think tank. I think about 60%, there was about a 60% increase in learning outcomes. And in fact, it did earn the World Bank commendation. People saw substantial growth from about 2016, 100 schools, to 2018, about 200 schools. Next slide, please. Partnerships that we think that could help the school system in Liberia. Liberian Philanthropist Secretariat, which is sort of, I think is in an ambiguous state right now, but it would be good to revitalize that. We could get a whole lot of substantial partners through that. You do have NGOs that are also helping in this. International organization, religious organizations have always played a very significant role in Liberian education. And then from some of the great states in the world, US, China, Turkey, Hungary, Nigeria, and Cote d'Ivoire. Next slide, please. Some of the models that we did look at was South Africa. We did spend a very large percent of its budget, and it's sort of like there's a better attitude toward it, though they have some challenging outcomes, even though they spend that much larger. Rwanda, because of very strong leadership and a sense of direction there, spends less than South Africa, but do have better outcomes. And of course, Singapore is really a sort of gold standard model, strong leadership, strong state purpose. Benefits of reforms, we think. This is nothing new to the panel and to the publicist audience. Health benefits, economic benefits, improve human capital, capacity building generally, and social and moral formation. And I don't know whether that is, yes, that's the end of my slides here. Thank you. I ran through that so I don't have to suffer another breakdown.
Thank you. Thank you. Please keep putting your questions in the question and answer. And now we will go back to Brooks, who I can, if I may, I can reintroduce as a research associate at the University of Pretoria. Brooks, we're sorry for the delay, and it's all yours.
No problem at all. Yeah, certainly when I was in Liberia, I had my share of vicissitudes with IT, and even here in South Africa as well with the load shedding. I was struggling with the sharing screen option. Let me try again. Are you seeing, I do only have 2 slides, but are you all seeing a slide?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. Yeah, so most of my work now does focus on Southern Africa, particularly the liberation struggles, but my master's thesis focused on Liberia College at the turn of the century, that being the late 1800s, early 1900s. So I was very interested in Jessica's presentation, and the LSA was my first ever academic conference back in 2008. So today I'll be talking about J. Max Bond Sr., who was first president of Liberia College from 1950 to 1951, and then president of what became the University of Liberia from 1951 to 1954. So Bond was very much a member of what Du Bois called the talented tenths, the Black American elite. His brother, his younger brother, was better known than him, Horace Mann Bond. He was long-term president of Lincoln University in Pennsylvania. His brother-in-law, Rufus Clement, was the president of Clark Atlanta University. So he came from sort of a lineage of university presidents. And just a bit on his biography. He had a PhD in sociology from the University of Southern California. At the time of his appointment to the presidency of Liberia College, he was the director of School of Education at Clark Atlanta. And he would go on to serve in a number of positions in Africa, Sierra Leone, Malawi. But at the time of his arrival in Liberia, his most significant experience abroad had been as education advisor in Haiti. So my core argument, and I recently published a blog on Africa as a country that sort of made something similar argument along broader lines, is that Bond's experience in Liberia was not really one of Pan-African solidarity. Certainly in his case, his nationality was more important than his race. It was very interesting doing the research for this and seeing the challenges he faced and thinking of my own experience of working in Liberia as a foreign helper and sort of these issues continuing to flare up. So Bond had this very difficult balancing act. And I think before I really get into the meat of the paper, one thing I'd like to foreground in terms of his precarity, while he was recruited by the US State Department, as far as I can make out, he was entirely accountable to the government of Liberia, and it was the government of Liberia who paid all of his salary. So just move on to a second and last slide. Just wanted to have some visuals for you all. I guess I should also mention sources for this research. It's not really an ambitious project, so there are a number of limitations on the source material. Basically, I am pulling from Bond's personal papers, which are at Columbia University, and then the main sort of secondary source I've used to supplement are the personal papers of St. Clair Drake, who is a well-known American sociologist, and he taught at the University of Liberia towards the end of Bond's tenure. And his papers are at the Schomburg Center, also in New York City. So there's 4 components. The first 3 deal sort of with Bond's relationships. The first one that I talk about, which is the one I have the least amount of information on, is that Bond apparently had a very difficult relationship with the US Embassy, at least during the ambassadorship of Edward Dudley, which lasted until 1953. And so really the only source I have for this is Drake's papers, and he talks about Dudley trying to get, constantly trying to get Bond fired, apparently some sort of dispute over Bond siding with President Tubman over the embassy about a function that was held on the campus. And this, I think, would have been more important than usual. I mean, certainly the US with its outsized influence in the country, but Dudley also was actually a member of the university's board of trustees. Don't know how long that practice continued with the US ambassador being represented on that board. That would be interesting to know. So the corollary to that challenge is that Bond was a very strong supporter of President Tubman. I'm unclear how close their relationship actually was, but Bond certainly backed him to the hilt. So one example would be during when Tubman was reelected in 1951. Tubman had maneuvered to have his opponent disqualified, so he was unopposed, and he got negative press in the U.S. So Bond was writing letters to the editors of various papers, supporting Tubman, speaking about the academic freedom on campus, being published by prominent outlets like the New York Times. Just another quick example to give would be when Tubman made an extended tour of the US in 1954, around the time that Bond left the university. But before he did, he used his contacts in the US to help Tubman with some of the logistics, making contacts, and even trying to arrange for Tubman to get awards from various civic societies. So one quote in a letter from Bond to Tubman that really gives the extent of his support reads, quote, "You are one of the greatest living men in the world today," unquote. So the third relationship that I look at in the paper, again, sort of opposite of the strong backing from Tubman, is his very tense relations with education officials, and that's both with the Board of Trustees, which was led by the Speaker of the House, Richard Henrys. He did not get along well with him or his American wife, Doris Banks Henrys, who was a lecturer at the university, I believe in English. But the conflict that's documented most closely in Bond's papers is his poor relationship with E.J. Yancey, Secretary of Public Instruction. I think, someone might wish to correct me, I think that would basically be equivalent to the Minister of Education today. And it seems that as soon as Dudley left Liberia in '53, that's really when Yancey took up the mantle, also trying to get Bond deposed. One interesting thing I thought, Yancey was not really very specific about his criticisms of Bond, other than Bond had generally been disrespectful. There was an incident where Yancey was trying to get students admitted to the university outside of the normal admissions procedures. Bond seems to have pushed back against that. I'm not clear what ultimately happened. Otherwise, the main criticism that Yancey gave was that Bond was not supportive of UNESCO's interventions at the university. Don't really have the number of figures available, but UNESCO was funding a number of lecturers, primarily from India, I believe, at the university. Bond rejected that accusation, but it's interesting because elsewhere in the papers, he is writing to the US Embassy and he's complaining about these UNESCO lecturers and how they're trying to divert the university from its sort of traditional American style system of education. And Bond leaves the university sort of, at least with Yancey, under a cloud. I thought this is very interesting for sort of broader insights into political relations in Liberia, given how Tubman is usually seen as this central figure with unchecked authority. But Yancey unilaterally hired Bond's replacement, another American, Kermit King. And so Bond is then scrambling to leave around October 1954, and there's a letter from Tubman apologizing for how Bond has been treated. So I wonder to what extent was Yancey's action done unilaterally without Tubman's knowledge or acquiescence. And the fourth and final component of the paper, I look at Bond's status as a Cold War warrior. I mean, so part of his intrinsic challenges is he is trying to balance two sort of irreconcilable perspectives. I mean, he's promoting U.S. interests and also trying to promote Liberian interests as well. And so there are letters from Bond to the officials at Firestone, and he's encouraging Firestone to take a greater role and have a larger presence in Liberian public life. He finds communist literature circulating on campus. He writes to the White House to inform them about this. And one of his cornerstones of his vision for the university, unrealized as far as I'm aware, was the development of an Institute of African Studies. And so he sounds out various American foundations on that. And the main selling point he uses is that it can sort of be a bulwark to preserve American influence. And he wanted an American to be the director of that body. So that basically takes me to the end of the paper, which I understand is either out or forthcoming in the Liberian Studies Journal. So Bond's experience was not really a sort of one of idyllic Pan-African solidarity. I would say, in fact, that it's sort of remarkable reading his papers to the extent to which he came off as stressed. There's a letter to his brother where he talks about really needing a job, wanting to get out of the country. And that was also something affirmed in Drake's papers. He called a letter to his wife, he called Bond, quote, a broken man, unquote. So, I mean, I think in terms of the broader perspective, I don't want to see Liberia's Pan-African connections dismissed. That would certainly be wrong. But I do think it's important, perhaps, to treat them with a little more nuance. Certainly, I think Bond's experience and his sort of two-edged contributions point to that. So that will be all that I have. Look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooks. Okay. So now we come to our last presentation of the day, and the placement of this presentation is intentional. It's giving us a little bit of hope. After all what we've heard, Sony is going to give us future paths, which is one of the phrases for this functional state. So I am pleased to introduce Sony Guse Osaji. She's the Director of Strategy and Operations at CNBC, and she's also a career coach at Columbia Business School. And so Sony will be, her title of her presentation is "The Future is Bright, Laying the Foundation for Educating the Future Generation of Liberians." So we have hope. So we're going to listen to Sophie now. The floor is yours.
Jackie, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I'm excited to be here. And I think just as I share my screen here, I just want to say how excited I am to be here today, in particular because I can remember my first my first Liberian Studies Association conference about 25 years ago in the early 1990s. I used to attend with my dad, my mom, and my older brother. So it is an honor to be presenting to all of you today. And I thank you for allowing me to share this bit of a case study today. As Jackie mentioned before, I work in the media industry for the Financial News Television Network, CNBC, and I am a career coach at Columbia Business School as well. And I'm here though today to talk about the Garden School in Liberia, which is an early childhood education school in Banga, Liberia. So assuming everyone can see my slides okay, I will go ahead and get started. So a bit about what I will go through, I'll introduce the vision and the mission of the school's foundational model. I'll then share a little bit about the framework for learning and the educational approach to nurturing healthy children and healthy minds. The community-based approach as well, where parents are part of the learning environment in a very active way. And then I'll also talk a little bit about the model of training the community's educators and this focus on conflict resolution education for Liberia's youngest citizens. So it's a bit of an in-process case study, so I will share a bit more with you now. So the Garden School, as I said, it's an early childhood school now in its 3rd year of operating. It is a community-based school, really focused on developmentally appropriate practices in early childhood education. In particular, the school focuses on children ages 3, 4, and 5. And it provides really a high quality educational experiences using a model called active discovery learning. So that means that children can learn by doing, by using their intuition and developing their imagination and creativity, and to start the discovery of new information throughout that process. This comes in the form of learning the alphabet, colors, motor skills, words, all of those foundational educational experiences inside the classroom, but also outside of the classroom. As the name of the school connotes, students can develop their natural and social skills with each other in the student gardens, which you'll get to see some additional photos shortly. And then also additional play areas that are available on campus. So this active discovery educational model for these children really helps them to build a foundation so that they will later enter primary school and continue their education with a strong foundation. So the Garden School consists of an experienced educational staff and also a supporting team. These educators are skilled, knowledgeable veterans really with many decades of experience in and outside the classroom. Each of the 3 educational staff oversee one of each of the 3 classrooms. So one for the 3-year-olds, one for the 4-year-olds, and one for the 5-year-olds. We have a principal who leads the school and is the chief administrator. We also have, and she is also serves a dual role as an in-classroom teacher. We also have a teacher trainer hybrid, and she in particular has decades of experience teaching in the classroom, but also teaching teachers, developing curricula. And then we also have a third instructor, a third teacher who started earlier this year and oversees our 3rd classroom. The staff are supported by a few additional members of the team, including a financial and administrative point person, an on-site cook, a groundskeeper, and also security staff. The school is also supported by a robust board of directors with deep connections to a number of subject areas that help to guide and advise the school staff, and also helps to inform operations and vision for the school. The school was founded by Mr. Stephen Griffith and his wife, Mrs. Christine Dickey. Mr. Griffith went to Liberia for the first time in the late 60s and early 1970s as a Peace Corps volunteer. And that's where he taught at Bova High School and met a number of members of the current board of directors, Dr. Allen, Mr. Howard, and Dr. Gusa. And, you know, forged deep connections and relationships to Liberia. Additional members of the board of directors include the chairman, Dr. James S. Gusa, professor at North Carolina Central University, Dr. William Allen, professor and administrator at the University of Liberia, Mr. J.B. Howard, who has deep career and educational expertise in civil engineering and construction, Mrs. Joyce Dunbar Sherman, who has deep roots in the healthcare field, particularly in public health, and myself with my experiences and background in business and communication. And so the board itself is an all volunteer board that supports the school, advises the staff, and contributes financially to the school annually as well. So I will move into a little bit more of the model, the model that's core and unique for the school. So part of the school's mission is really focused on developing the minds of young people with an early educational focus and really building that foundation that helps to foster productive, healthy children. So to that end, the Garden School provides 2 meals for students every day, breakfast and lunch. It's prepared on site. As mentioned, there is a cook as part of the staff. And it includes a mix of traditional foods, rice, potato greens, palava sauce, plantains, and more foods for the children. And you know, as you can imagine, and as research shows, meals, these really give children the nutrition that they need to focus and to continue to perform during these early, really formative years of learning. So I'll also talk a little bit about another aspect of this model for the school, which is the role of participating parents. Every child who is a student at the school has a parent who volunteers every 2 weeks in the classroom, on the grounds, really helping to enhance education and build school community. So parents volunteer in the classroom as classroom aides. They help give, you know, this helps to give them insight into what their own students, what their own children are learning and how their children are interacting with other students. Parents also volunteer on the grounds to help demonstrate and teach, you know, help to teach within the school gardens. And parents also help with cleaning and tidying after hours to help to support the school's operations. It's really part of an extended family model for the school, which also incorporates parent workshops. So these are times where parents can come together and teachers can share what exactly they're teaching in the classroom to their children, what they're learning. And you know, the hope is that these parents are also able to take these learnings home, continue to foster that educational environment, and you know, even share that knowledge with other children in the home as well, who may not be current students of the Garden School. As part of this community-based approach I've been describing, when the school is not in session, is also used for local teacher training. So through workshops, the school's teachers are able to share evidence-based teaching models to other educators in the community. There is also a guest house, the photo on the far right here of this page, and it's a place where guests who come on site maybe to help, maybe visiting retired teachers who travel from across Liberia or from overseas, to come and help for a semester and otherwise extended stay, can comfortably stay on campus and be a part of the community and the support team. A couple of other on-site features I'll mention for the school. So a water well for fresh, clean drinking water, And in process is building a state-of-the-art solar system for power and for light for the school. And as you can see from a couple of these photos here, you know, and what I've shared, there are multiple buildings that make up the campus of the Garden School. One of those special buildings is the Palava Hut, located right in the center at the heart of campus. And it is, as we all know, a symbol of optimism, of peace and hope, and really a place where the instructors and teachers can help to signal and actively teach conflict resolution for Liberia's youth. I will also mention that the school has, while it's located in Banga, there are students who come from a number of surrounding areas as well, including Phoebe and Swakoko and Cuddington as well. So it is really, again, part of this community-based approach and model. And so just to give you a little bit of insight into some of the vision and how you know, contributions to the school are helping with this model. $10 to $20 helps to fund a parent being able to attend a one-week workshop. So those are the workshops I mentioned that help give insight into what in-classroom learning looks like for parents, so that they can share that with the rest of the children in the home. $25 to $50 helps to teach a primary school teacher or educator in Bong County to learn some of these evidence-based teaching models. And you know, the vision is that these teachers will be prepared for graduates of the Garden School as they go on after ages 3, 4, and 5 into the rest of their education. And then $80 to $100 helps to cover 2 nutritious meals per day for a student for an entire school year. So as I mentioned before, this is an important component to the school and benefit for the students. So I will also share these links in the chat if anyone feels inspired or you know, inspired to contribute. But there are a number of ways to continue to contribute to this school, which is a nonprofit tax deductible arm as part of the King Baudouin Foundation. And I just want to say thank you all for your time today and willing to answer any questions that may come up.
Thank you so much, Soni. If you would please stop sharing, and yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for an insightful presentation. So we're going to start now with the questions. If you all could just come back on video so we can see you when you are answering the questions. So we've had 6 insightful presentations. They have run the warp and the woof of the history of institutions, comparative studies, capacity building, and future paths. So now we will open it up to ask questions about how to educate our young people. And I see a lot of hands, so maybe I should go to the hands first and then we'll go to the questions. So I'm allowing Cyril Broderick to ask his question. Dr. Broderick, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you can ask your question.
I want to ask the gentleman, the lady from Maryland County in Harper, Liberia. And how is the university, how is Tubman University doing?
We both have been away from the university over 3 or 4 years now. We're both attending school now in Virginia at Virginia Tech, and so I can't speak specifically for how the university is doing right now. I do know that in the last few months or so, just from social media, there was some unrest with the president, but I'm not sure. I can't speak specifically about the university as I've not been in the employ for over 3 or at least 4 years now.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Broderick. The next person is Dr. Gompu. Dr. Gompu has a question. Dr. Gompu, you're muted.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, great presentations. Thank all of you. I mean, great presentation. My question, I think I put that up on the founding of Liberia College. The mission sounded highly interesting, like it was nationalistic in terms of lifting all of Liberia higher, even though I don't like the religious part. But my question was, given that mission, why was the choice of Monrovia the appropriate place that was selected for the location of the college? I mean, if this was supposed to help the entire country. I mean, Monrovia, as it has turned out to be, and I would assume it was in the past, is highly inaccessible to most of the population outside of the vicinity of Monrovia. So people suffer a lot. I mean, I know colleagues who were homeless while trying to get an education at the University of Liberia because they came from faraway places like Saniquale and other places in Liberia. So although maybe the answer is implicit, I just thought maybe you might make some comment on that. And I want to thank Soni for her presentation there. That is really uplifting, that there are brighter days ahead. And the motto is really striking. And clearly, in my view, kind of a departure from the centralized decision-making structure, where you got an institute of higher education or ministry of education that makes all of the decisions, and then people sitting in the villages have to then follow. So I wonder whether she could comment on whether your model, whether it was intentional. The community involvement in the school, the community ownership, stakeholder in the school, it looks kind of highly decentralized. I mean, like community-based educational model. Was that really intentional relative to where Liberia is generally? So I'll start.
Thank you, Dr. Kopu. Okay. I'm going to answer the question and then we move on to the next one. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll start and then I'll turn it over. Thank you so much for the question. The decision to place the school in Monrovia was, well, okay, I'll say originally the legislature decided to put it in Clay Ashland, actually. And then they, when they went to actually build the building, they found that the land that they had was kind of swampy. Then they tried to move it, then it was somebody else's private property. So it was really debated, and eventually they decided to move it to Monrovia. But people in Clay Ashland were really upset. They thought that it would help their land values to have the university there. So, but again, I mean, still in the neighborhood of Monrovia. And there really was not talk about moving it anywhere outside of the center, because, at that point, in terms of the legislature, in terms of the international connections, Monrovia was, was the place to be. But there was a lot of debate about so it wasn't really debated, should it be moved vastly someplace different, but most of the debate was around, should it be located in Monrovia itself, or should it have more land, and so therefore should it be moved outside of Monrovia to potentially give the chance for agricultural work at the school. And there was a lot of debate about that. It was a real point of contention between the American board and the Liberian board, and it got into a whole sticky situation, but it was always going to be in the neighborhood of Monrovia.
And thank you also for the question regarding the community-based approach and model for the garden school. Yes, as I mentioned, the founders and really visionaries, based on their own time in Liberia, were able to, understand and recognize the importance and the value of a community-based approach, and really saw it as critical to the model of the school. Part of the community aspect means that there is an advisory kind of based approach too. And so even as the curriculum has been being developed, there are the staff members who have many years of training and rigor, and also have a support network of other seasoned educators really globally, again, to provide and to foster the ability to have multiple voices and many contributions to the ultimate, the ultimate execution. So yes, I certainly would say intentional, and as I mentioned, it is an in-process case study, but looking forward to continuing to monitor the students too.
Okay, thank you. So now we go to the question and answer box. We have a lot. So we'll take it, in no order. So the first one I will take, my question is this from Ralph Gipley, and he says, my question to Dr. Wana, specifically corruption in the classroom. As we know, it is prevalent. Sex for grades or bribes has been highlighted recently, especially in the media. So what must be done to fix this issue, as it is of major concern? Michael, that's for you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It is really a great question. And that is where the training of teachers come in place. And as I noted in my presentation, when you train teachers, you also have to pay teachers a livable wage. These things happen when teachers are not paid livable wage. So the Ministry of, according to the World Bank, Liberia puts only 12% of its national GDP. I'm not an economist. The economists can dissect that one, but put only 12% on education, and less than 10% of the 12% goes to training. So that means that teacher salary, I think, is only elementary school. I need to check the research again. The thing is about, for elementary school, it's about 20% or so. So money the government of Liberia has to do a lot to train teachers. And then when teachers are caught cheating in this kind of manner, when they are paid livable wage and they have done everything to be trained and avoid these things, they have to put in a code of ethics. And when teachers do not abide by the code of ethics, then they get out of the teaching profession. For example, I've been teaching in Illinois for the last 15 years at various universities, from North Park to Concordia to Chicago State University, which is a public institution, and we live by code of ethics. I cannot accept any gift from any student. Accepting gift from student would mean that I will lose my job. But at the same token, the university I work with pays me a livable wage, something that will not encourage corruption. Thank you. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you, Mike. The next question is for, okay, so we go, Dr. Marmon, this is from Councillor Jones. What was the most significant contribution of Max Bond beyond being the first president and in spite of all his tribulations?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's always hard to identify singular contributions. I mean, certainly that presiding over the transformation of the college into university is the most obvious one. Taking it back just in comparison to my master's research, I mean, it was quite the improvement over the last American, I believe, who was president of Liberia College in the late 1800s. A white man, Orator Cook, was appointed, and the school effectively closed under his watch. But I guess what did come out, and I don't talk about it so much in the paper, but it is there in the archives. He does seem to have had a genuine relationship with his students. They seem to have been quite close to him and to have cared for him. Not able to figure out the exact nuances, but I mean, he, as I mentioned, Bond left very abruptly. He resigned. He gave his letter of resignation on October 20th. And then 2 days later, the students are organizing quite this fairly elaborate program for him. So I don't know, I mean, even if they had slightly more than the 2 days notice, I mean, there was a ceremony, it had song, it had dance, it had performance. So there's certainly the impression that they really cared about him.
Okay, the next question is for Jessica. This is from Virgil Slade. You spoke about how the Liberian leadership imagined Liberia College as contributing to emancipation. Can you give us insight into what kind of emancipation? And before you answer, Jessica, I just wanted to remind the other panelists, feel free to answer the question. You can type in your answers, and some because we might not get to all of the questions. Okay, Jessica.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of envisioning education, well, I think we can all agree that education is an emancipatory thing. And so they envisioned it to, one, it was a liberal arts education, which they saw as being critical to Republican forms of government. So making sure that the graduates were prepared to be civically engaged and the future leaders of the country. The other thing was that they felt that they needed more qualified educators in their school system. So this would enable them to use Liberian educators in the Liberian education system, as opposed to missionary schools bringing in a lot of American educators. And then, of course, the idea was that Liberians could show that they could meet the same standards of education that were existing in American institutions or English institutions, et cetera. We can definitely recognize the problematics of that, of privileging a European or a Western standard as kind of the gold standard, but that was the international expectation at the time. And so it was their way of saying, we have the same capacity as everyone else, and using education as a way to show that. So thanks for the question.
Okay.
And Jackie, I just want to expand on something because someone wrote in a comment, I hope Dr. Wana is not suggesting that low pay is justification for corruption. No. I just wanted to add that. No, I'm not suggesting that at all. But what I'm suggesting that a well-trained and a well-paid teacher will not be easily tempted. I know when we talk about well-paid, we here in the United States, I'm not paid as much as my colleagues who are medical doctors or who are lawyers. No, I mean lawyers. but the moral and the joy of teaching is not in the gratification is not in getting money, but if you get a livable wage, that temptation will stay away. That's what I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting that is justification for corruption. No way I would ever suggest that.
Thank you, Michael. So the next question is from Mark Turner, and maybe Professor Cassell can answer this question. Can a panel, okay, you say, how are the limited funds expended on education? How are they distributed? allocated throughout Liberia? What are the spending priorities presently?
I don't think we cover that. I'm so very sorry. They do not prioritize spending very much in terms of education, but in terms of how it is done, I'm not sure we went into the detail of that. In fact, looking through the research before we came here, even the long and the shorter version, I did not see that. They do have for the PSL schools, I think they did increase it considerably, but that was also to attract some of the contractors. I think it was about generally, and some other people might know, but I think about $100 a student or something. And I think 50 of those, of that money went toward teachers and things like that, and 50 went on the students. But if you combine the teachers and the students, of course, everything's going toward the students. So I wanted to also mention that I think Professor Nangbe mentioned there in the writings that the dealing with education from my standpoint was pretty discouraging. I did not mean to portray it like that. I think if people had read the paper, I don't think they would have felt that way. We did come up with clear recommendations concerning the Liberian Philanthropist Secretariat, concerning work with NGOs, and concerning work with religious schools, which is really very encouraging. They're doing a whole lot of good work, and concerning work with the international community, which has to do with some of the great nation states in the world. And those things are relatively encouraging. I think if we were to pursue those policies, we will move toward a really significant structural solution to some of the problems that we're having, using very strategically our partners that are out there.
Thank you, Professor Cassell. So I see a lot of the panelists, they are typing their answers. There's one for Sony from Dr. K. Moses Nangbe. He says, I'm interested in a parental component in sustaining the garden school. How intense has parents' collaboration been? Would you recommend a replication of the active parental roles?
Thank you for the question. So the requirement is that every child has a parent that contributes or volunteers on site at the school once every 2 weeks. And so, collectively, we have about 20 students in each classroom. And so the hope and the vision is that with this kind of a rotating schedule, it is not too demanding on any one particular set of parents or parent that is volunteering, but that community can, one by one chip in and be able to distribute the workload effectively. And in terms of replication, I think that is the foundation on which this is built. Obviously we're testing this the early childhood development, but really the idea around the local teacher training is such that this model of education will start to spread around the community. And so for, as these children get into primary school and secondary school, they'll come to expect a certain level and quality of their educational experience. And so I think that will be, a big part of that will be potentially parental involvement, the idea of parents feeling invested and teaching that investment early on so that later it will more naturally as their students are growing and progressing in their education.
Thank you. And feel free to just raise your hand if you don't want to type the questions in. I have a question for the panel. Anyone can answer. I know that a few years ago under Minister Werner, they had the bridge schools, and then they decided to outsource most of the primary schools and elementary schools to bridge. And I know that we wrote against that. We actually fought against it, but it did go through. And a lot of people felt like the government was delegating its responsibility to the education of our kids. They cited lack of resources, and we tried to tell them that we may have gotten higher degrees abroad, but we're educated in Liberia. So they need to strengthen the educational system. So my question is, do you think that given all these numerous schools and private schools, religious schools that are coming up in the country, along with Bridge, do you think that what we are doing or what they are doing is taking away the responsibility of the government to educate our kids? And what do you think should be the minister or the government's response to Bridge? Do you think that outsourcing our education is something that should be encouraged, or how do you feel about this? I will take mine. Yeah.
I did, I don't know, but we did some studies on that in terms of that outsourcing. And I know, Jackie, you had some very strong words against that. And I did not agree with that at all. But then I think you made a presentation years ago that caused me to basically rethink some of the ways that I was thinking about it. But I just still think that given Liberia and the weak institutional capacity that we have here, we have to find partners. And to the extent that we can craft that partnership well, I think we can still get a good result from it. But if it fails, and if they do what they want to do with it, that is our international partners, I still don't think that it's their fault. I really think it's us reneging on our responsibilities, and we need to take our responsibilities, those in the place to make that decision. And every one of us have our role in this too. It's not only the government, it's us individually and collectively. To the extent that we take our responsibilities seriously, we can in fact shape how we interact with our international partners for good, so that they get what they want and we get what we want. Essentially what is now known as a win-win situation. So I'm not as afraid or concerned about it, because I think the onus is still on us.
I have something to say about that. I'm actually against the outsourcing of education to an international entity, because most of the time, people who come from those international entities do not understand the cultural and social approach to the education of the people on the ground. And I will give you an example. For example, April Winfrey School in South Africa. They took a lot of young American trained teachers in South Africa that did not understand the culture of the girls at that school. And it became a big problem. I'm not trying to say here that international entity cannot be used in trying to help our people back home. No, that's not what I'm trying to infer here. What I'm trying to say is, if you're trying to reform the education and create a program, it should be done in a respect of people who understand the Liberian school system, the cultural approach to schooling, and then they should be on the ground instead of outsourcing the whole educational system in a program that has an entirely new, entirely different system. If I left from here and went to Liberia to train teachers, I have to train teachers according to what we have on the grounds in Liberia. Because my training of teachers here, the approach we use to train teachers here might be completely different. We cannot take the educational system in America and implant it in Liberia and think we're going to get a better result. education does not work like that. Working with the Dominican Republic, for example, we train Dominican Republic teachers, but before we even could handle that particular contract, we were told by the Dominican Ministry of Education, they needed teachers to be trained to teach in a Dominican Republic. So we have to learn the culture of the people from the Dominican Republic.
Thank you, Michael. I know that in Uganda, they did kick British out because they said that they were not culturally sensitive to their culture. But it's just something that I wanted to throw out there. Okay, there's a question here. Again, Dr. Gompu has another question, or did he forget to lower his hand? Okay, Dr. Gompu, do you have a question?
This is for Dr. Cassell, but it would be nice.
Thanks, George.
Okay, Professor Cassell, it would be nice if we have the panel weigh in. I agree with your thesis that education is critical to every aspect of development. And then also on the issue of education in Liberia, education is so useful for human capital development. Okay, but however, in recent times, it seemed like there have been a shift in the meaning of education, that education is seen as the acquisition of degrees. So then this whole democratic process, it's almost like there is some kind of democratization of education where everybody should be giving a degree. To the extent that I think the president has gotten about 3, doctoral degrees in the last 2 years. And so we see that there has been maybe a reduction in standards to ensure that more people, there's more inclusiveness in giving out degrees, as an improvement in education. So that is concerning. It's concerning. Recently, the U.S. News and World Report ranked global universities, the best global universities. And I think about 48 African universities are on that list that were ranked. And then I think about 8 other universities in Africa were not ranked, but they're on that list. Interestingly, no institution of higher education appeared, in Liberia appeared on that list to even be ranked. And yet we are hearing that some institutions are looking into starting PhD programs and doctoral programs in Liberia. Recently, there was a graduate school in Nimba County, and they were giving master's degree in 16 weeks. Yeah, so giving your theme that education is important for development, and this mentality that once you have the degree, once you're a doctor, then you are well educated now and you can do anything. I wonder whether you could comment on that, in terms of whether we need to change it and how do we change it, and whether or not you are in agreement with this approach or whatever. I think, yeah, that's my question.
I am not in agreement with that approach, of course, just to dole out degrees. And much of my own thinking and writing is that I always focus on, try to focus on substance. And the leadership workshop that I work with here, that brings me to Liberia once a year, is that I try to communicate the fact that reading and study, it's more of a spiritual discipline. And I use examples in human history that did not necessarily have as much qualification, but because they understood that principle that study is a spiritual discipline, is a virtuous activity, they nevertheless grew very, very tall in their study, their intellectual growth, etc. So I have my own thinking and writing on that have tried to put that more on a transcendent metaphysical plane rather than merely some sort of a professional credential. However, credential is in fact necessary, and that's why we're trying to do here with the architectural school at the University of Liberia. But I'm still concerned there that people really, whether or not you get the degree, really in fact know what you were talking about, at least as faithfully as you possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kessel. Professor Redkin has a question also.
Yeah, hello everyone. How are you all? Enjoying the conference. I want to just focus back in 2013, when 25,000 students took the University of Liberia entrance exam, and reportedly 25,000 students failed the exam. And the whole statistics thing, the calculation of the exam and all of that was questionable. But my point I want to make right now is that there needs to be an alignment. We have to look back. I know this whole group is focused on higher education, perhaps more so, but until we get the elementary and feeder educational program together, higher education will not work in a significant way in Liberia. And so there needs to be some kind of partnership, some kind of relationship, strong relationship between what's going on in the lower levels coming into the universities and colleges. I know a young lady who runs an elementary school who did not go to any, I mean, she probably, maybe she graduated from junior high school. She owns a school, and all she does is pays the ministry $250 a year or so, and she's eligible to have her school running and bringing students out. And we know that what's going on in the lower educational systems, when I say lower, I mean elementary, junior high, and high school, is really concerning. And there lies a major problem. And I don't know if some of your studies, even though you are looking at higher ed, but it's, well, not just higher ed, because the school that Ms. Soni presented is, I mean, well done, everything. But this is important. And every educator in Liberia, or of Liberia concerned with Liberia, needs to come together. Every educator needs to come together and see how this can be addressed. I find it to be a problem, and I just wanted some of your thoughts on this. Schools are being issued the licenses, and anybody can pay for a license to run a school in Liberia. Thank you.
Yeah, Professor Red, I missed you in person though. But let me, my presentation was mainly on K to 12 system of education, if you didn't get that. So I was talking about training teachers and the curriculum, aligning the curriculum, because our assessment, our teaching, the outcome of our teaching should also be aligned with the assessment that we give our students. So if there is a divorce between what we teach in the classroom and how our students are assessed, then the statistic of 2013 will come in play. Because, and this is the main focus of my paper here, training teachers, not only training teachers in the classroom, but trying to train teachers to know how to navigate the curriculum and reforming the curriculum and aligning the curriculum with the assessment. And I know I spoke about WIAC, but the University of Liberia needs to draw tests and evaluate our students from what our students are taught in the classroom. And why the University of Liberia developed certain criteria in trying to assess our students, that's not a case in the classroom, in the K-12 classroom. So going to standardized tests, these students go to these tests, we're all having no inkling, no idea about what's in the test, and what's in the test come most of the time, and they are foreign to our students. And that's where curriculum alignment with assessment come into play. I hope I helped to answer that question, Professor Red.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. One of the other things is that we've been looking at the curriculum from the Ministry of Education. And if you look at elementary school, 1 to 6, you would see that they have a religious and moral course. But the religious and moral course is so heavily attuned to religion. You know, I mean, it has, why is tithes and offerings important? You know, it has the deadly sins. It has things like that. And I always wonder, because if we look at the skyrocketing rape and molestations in Liberia, you know, I mean, if you're teaching moral and religious values to the students, you would have something there about improper touching, you know, if you know, you're not supposed to be touched in a certain way, and there's nothing there. And I always wondered, because it would seem like Dr. Wana said, context matters. And I think that if we were looking at the literature, the books that were being read, and a lot of them were not in line. I mean, we have so many Liberian authors now, you know, and it would seem that even Baiti Moore, Murder in Kisawa Patch, that is an excellent book to teach about the values of chastity, integrity, and things like that, and is not being incorporated into the curriculum. So I think that we need to look at an aligning of the curriculum with our values, our norms in the country, and I think that is a serious disconnect. I'm just trying to add to what Mike said. But do we have more questions? Okay, there's another hand up I see, or is it? Yeah, Dr. Guse has a question, and I will. Dr. Guse, please ask your question. Please unmute yourself and ask your question. We have about 2 minutes left. Dr. Guse?
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. No, I just wanted to add to what Sonny said, that excuse me, that our model that we are using, we have, if any community in the area is interested in this model, we are prepared to come in and help that community in establishing a school, and especially in helping to train their teachers. And another thing is that it's sad that the demand for our school is so high. Like she said, you know, people come from Swakoko, Cary, Cardington, Phoebe. The demand is so high that we have to turn some kids away. So, and based on at least what we are hearing, not official, but the Garden School is becoming the best primary school in Liberia now. So just wanted to mention those. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a question from Rafik into Brooks. And Brooks, did you answer it, or should I just read it so you can answer?
I think I saw the question, and thanks for giving me the opportunity, because I think it's very important. So it phrases about where Liberia went wrong and how to regain its footing. I mean, so there certainly are incidents. I mean, the True Whig Party was an oligarchy. It was not an open entity. There is the very strong support for the U.S. during the Cold War. There's a civil war itself where you have President Tubman's papers being destroyed. But all that said, I don't think it's so much necessarily a question of where Liberia went wrong, but where the wider historiography maybe has gone wrong. I mean, I think you have in the late 50s, early 60s, all these African countries becoming independent, and that's right when you have this explosion of African studies programs, mostly white European, white American scholars starting to look at Africa. And they're not really interested in Liberia. They're interested in these new revolutionaries. So Rob Till, I think, mentioned yesterday, the day before, Clarence Liberty and his historiography work. I mean, it does a good job of pushing back against it. But I mean, it has, it's a fairly minor publisher. It's not well known. And even looking at someone like Dr. Dunn more recently, he has a booklet, Liberian Independent Africa. It's also a contribution, but also done by a relatively independent publisher. I've published on President Tolbert and his support for Zimbabwe's liberation, but with the LSA, not in the major African studies journals that are shaping this conversation. So, I mean, I would really encourage whoever is out there. There is no major study of Tolbert or Tubman and their Pan-African contribution. So I think if those can get out there and get to a major audience, that's something I would really exhort the scholars of today to do to change that perception.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brooks. Actually, we discussed that last night on the literary hour. We were saying that oftentimes it seems as if when one president leaves and another president comes in Liberia, that it's just like a clean slate. There's nothing that carries over to say, okay, you know, here are my papers. This is how I when I encounter difficulties, this is what helped me. There's nothing like that. They always see each other as opponents, and then they're not willing to learn from each other. And we were saying that people like Bacchus Matthews, Tokba Nati Pote, people need to start writing their memoirs so we can read, you know, and learn from it. And we also talk about the dearth of writings coming out of the 1970s and even the 1980s. The only autobiography about the coup is Victoria Tauber's Lifted Up. That's the only one. You know, if you want to know about the coup, you read her book. But Liberians need to write more so that others can build on it. And we discussed that last night at the literary hour. It's just something I want to bring up. Well, we have if we were in person, we would still be talking. I know that. But we have come to the end and we have stuck to the time. It's just 5:03, you know, so we have done well. People who say that people don't respect time, people respect time. We're here, you know, so thank you all. Thank you for your very insightful presentations. We've learned so much. We have the closing remarks by Dr. Danielle Smith, who's the president. But I would just also like to tell you that we have a poll. There are only 3 questions. We're going to launch the poll. Now, bear with me. I too am learning webinar. So I'm going to launch the poll. If you will please just answer the questions. The questions are really brief. If this is your first time, it's also, would you like to be a member? And then I think the third one is just evaluating the conference. So I will launch it. If it kicks us out, it kicks us out. But I think I will wait first until Dr. Smith gives her closing remarks, and then I will launch the poll. And please answer the questions and tell us how we can make it better, you know, and thank you again for joining us. And I will turn it over to Dr. Smith. I am trying to.
Greetings again, old and new friends. Before beginning my closing remarks, I would like to inform you that the board has decided to postpone elections until next Saturday. So a link to an electronic voting poll will be emailed before the poll opens on next Saturday, and LSA members will have most of the day to vote. The election is delayed because very fortunately, many new members have joined and are joining LSA, and we have to make sure that they can fully participate in the voting process. So if you are interested in being nominated for a position, please send a brief nomination statement to Jackie, perhaps by tomorrow. To the conference organizers, presenters, moderators, and attendees, yeah, we have reached the end of the conference. It was so very special to spend time with colleagues in these engaging and stimulating discussions. It is an honor that the LSA continues to contribute to these discussions of nation building and convene scholars from diverse fields to share their knowledge and ideas. I hope that you have all benefited from this engagement as I have. It will take me some time to go through my notes and more fully reflect on and process all the information that has been shared during these 3 days. Professor Chaudhry, I thank you for your comprehensive account of historical relations between Western colonial powers and Liberia, which profoundly limited popular sovereignty in Liberia and thus denied Liberians the right of citizens to full self-determination. Liberia has been representative of the colony in which the people and the land have been destroyed by colonialism and state violence. As you noted, these imperialistic economic relationships contributed to land grab without appropriate compensation and contributed to other crises in Liberia. And yet, as you also suggest, despite the organization of a long-lasting, truncated sovereign political community in Liberia, the early settlement did represent the formation of a modern African nation state, and Liberia played an important and critical role in international relations. Further, you conclude that Liberians did organize to advocate for full state sovereignty. Professor Chaudhry, we are humbled that you have taken the time to share your immense knowledge about Liberia's political and economic histories with us. I now acknowledge with respect the contributions of esteemed members of the LSA Committee of Elders who are in attendance and on whose illustrious shoulders and tireless advocacies the organization has been built and thrives. Our esteemed elders in attendance include Dr. D. Elwood Dunn, Dr. Yekutiel Gershoni, Dr. James Guse, Dr. George Clay Kia, Dr. Sikwe Malakpa, Dr. Mary Moran, Dr. Emmanuel Oritzijafor, Dr. T. Debe Sande, Dr. Ruth Stone, and Dr. Verlin Stone. Thank you. I would like to again thank Dr. Ndri Asi Lumumba for sharing lessons on historical and current collaborations between Liberians and Cornell University. Again, the LSA is privileged to be a small part of contributing to that rich legacy. With gratitude, I commend Ms. Jackie Saye and Dr. Sam Way Johnson Jr. for taking on the primary responsibilities of organizing this year's conference. The conference could not have been possible or successful without your tireless and uncompensated labor. I am also truly grateful for the commitment of the LSA board to the organization and for all the work to ensure that the organization remains robust and forward-thinking. For LSA members, membership, like citizenship, constitutes active participation. For established members, I ask you to give more than what is financially required for membership. For emerging members, I hope that in due time, you give back generously to the organization, having witnessed and benefited from the examples set up by esteemed members of the LSA. Membership, of course, is beyond finances. As much as you contribute financially, I ask that you contribute even more so by engagement in practical and applied work that moves Liberia forward. Let us know how we can partner with you to support projects you're engaged with, such as the Garden School, and please also engage with projects of other LSA members. A question posed in the chat for Ms. Osagie was, what happens when these children graduate from the Garden School and matriculate into less functional schools? While I cannot respond for Ms. Osagie, I do suggest that we can prevent that. We can have the vision and the will of an organization to determine that for the most part, children who attend the Garden School will matriculate into functional primary and secondary schools. We can make this decision, and by the time we convene next year, that can be a reality for that graduating class. We can continue to submit to the Liberian Studies Journal. We can make Pentina Publishing Press a major Africanist publisher. Really, that is fundamentally why we are meeting, to be agents of transformative change. As Dr. Costell noted, this is our responsibility. To all my people, I hope that we can all meet in person at the 2022 conference. We are finalizing arrangements for next year, and we will inform the LSA community as soon as we do. Thank you so much. Thank you again. Our future is bright. And from Syracuse University, until next year, have a good evening. Thank you.
I think Professor Ndri wants to say something. I know.
Professor Ndri. Professor Ndri, please share your comments at this time. We welcome your concluding remarks. Thank you.
I don't know. Or was her hand up for a question? Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I know the protocol is that the president is the last person, but I just wanted to express my enthusiasm about the whole experience. I didn't ask any question. I missed only a few sessions. Otherwise, I have been here listening. I just want to say, despite all the contradictions and issues, Liberia was at the conference, historic conference in Bandung. And the urge to write about the Pan-African dimension should be there. Whatever positive in that area, we should unearth it and amplify it. So it was with pride that thanks to Liberia and a couple of other countries, Africa was represented in Bandung in 1955. So I really appreciate the opportunity to have listened to you. I deliberately decided not to ask questions because I wanted to listen. Many times I came close to asking my question, but I said, no, let me listen. So I am very grateful, and I want to thank you and express my pride in Jackie, my colleague of every day, and wish you the very best on behalf of Cornell. Hoping to see you soon in person here. That's it.
Okay. Thanks, Professor Njui. Danielle, back to you.
Thank you, Professor Njui, for those encouraging remarks. And again, thank you to all who are attending. We can stay on for some time for those who want to have some social time, as we would have done if we were in person. And it's been a long day. For those who have to leave, go safely, and we hope to see you next year. So Jackie, could you open it so that we can view each other and have social, informal conversation? And could you please turn off the recording at this point?
Okay, so the recording has stopped.
Oh, okay.